What's up, guys? It's your host here, Spartanic Arts DxD, back with another high school DxD related video. And today we have What If Issei Was Deceived, the movie. If at all possible, let's try to hit at least 100-200 likes for this banger movie. And if you guys want to know exactly when I upload / my upload schedule, click the little blue button right next to the subscribe button, or the first link in the description, or the first link in the premiere, or the first link in the comment section. I would really appreciate it. With that being said, let's go and thank my balance breakers / Juggernaut Drive members. Ant Lewis, Anthony Lewis, Lachlan Yates, Nuga Booga Una, Aaron Oliver 5485, and Night Ammo. Thank you so much for becoming a Balance Breaker / Juggernaut Drive member. I really do appreciate it. With that being said, let's go ahead and also thank my Patreon members. Smells Noise, Mark Bacon, and Lachlan Yates. Thank you so much for becoming a Patreon member, where I upload my videos just a little bit before on Patreon, and then I'll upload them to YouTube as you guys see on this channel. Now, with also that being said, I'll be moving my what ifs over to my Fallen DxD channel, because as you can tell, this channel kind of follows a different content formula now, but I will still be doing like a high school DxD type S videos on this thing, but it's also going to be like all anime and just kind of everything in general on this channel, if you guys have saw my shorts at all. With that being said, once again, I'm moving all my what ifs on Issei. I won't stop doing them over on my Fallen DxD channel, which I'll show up on screen and will be linked in the description below. Thank you so much for tuning in. Let's go ahead and get into this story or movie, What If Issei Was Deceived? Chapter 1. Lies. Issei, who am I to you? Rias says. What do you mean? You're my president in my... Issei finishes. You're such an asshole, Rias says. She slaps him hard enough to push him away. He holds his cheeks in shock. The others stare to insult him. Issei, you fool, Akano says. She snapped at him. Akano? Issei replied. You're terrible, Issei, Azia says. Azia joined in. Do we have to spell it out for you? Jeez, Kiba said. You're such an idiot, Zenobia said out loud. You're the biggest piece of... Konako finished. I can't believe you, you blind fool, Irina says. Issei just looks at everyone. So far, only Ravel, Rosvisa, and Gasper have belittled him. Gasper, do you hate me too? Issei says. Yeah, I cannot even believe I looked up to you, Gasper says. But why? Issei continues. Issei uses his spell, and that lets him hear what a woman is thinking / feeling, hoping that it'll clear things up. He could feel the malice coming from most of the women in the room, but the worst was coming from Rias. You absolute fool, Akano says. You clueless moron, Irian finishes. And people say I'm done, Zenobia replies. What is wrong with you, Azia says. Perverted bastard, Konako replied. What just happened, Ravel said. Let him finish Rias, Rosvisa said. You dense, selfish bastard. Ah, Rias was screaming in her head. Are you being serious right now? Damn, I regret reincarnating you. I should have never let I should have let Rain kill you twice, you pervert. Right now, Riser sounds like a good backup lover. I regret breaking the marriage, Rias says. That did it. It silenced everyone in the room. Each had a look of shock on their faces. Rosvisa was silent and Ravel was silent. Issei looked at her with a blank expression. He shed a tear and figured out what she meant by letting kill him. Rias saw this and realized what she did. Oh no, Issei, Rias says. She tried to apologize, but Issei cut her off. No, it's okay. Don't apologize, Issei said. Issei, I didn't mean... No, you did. You all did. Save for you, too. He gestured towards Rias, Rosvisa, and Ravel. I'm glad you were all honest with me. You let me... which means you let Azia die when you could have saved us. With your power, it would be so easy. You reincarnated me to teach Riser a lesson, and I did it. Now that he's a better person and you're free, what do you need from me? I'm just a pawn, a tool, a slave after all. You use me because I have the boosted gear. You really are a devil, Issei says. Right now, he's barely managing to keep his breathing stable. His body felt cold to him. Each word he spoke made his voice tremble. His face was expressing every negative emotion, hate, disdain, fear, anxiety, etc. That's not what Akano said. I'll see you guys at the rating game. I promise Cyroorg a good fight. Take care, guys. Master, Issei said. Rosvisa thinks in her head. Rias, you left Azia to die? Rosvisa's thoughts in her head. What the? Ravel was thinking in her own head. Issei walked towards the door. Rias grabs his hand to try to talk to him. His gauntlet appears. Let go, Gremory. You'll only make it worse, Drake says. Issei, please listen. Issei let out a powerful aura that symbolizes the rage he's feeling. He looks at her and the others, except for Rosvisa and Ravel, with so much hate. Let me go, Gremory, Issei says. Rias let go and backed off. He called her by her last name. He never did that before and didn't call her president like he usually does. Issei stopped releasing that blood-lusted filled aura. It felt so empty. He walked up the door. He slammed the door so hard that a crack appeared on it. He walked while dragging his hand on the wall. His legs were shaking, but he forced himself to continue walking. Rias tried to follow him, but Rosvisa stopped her. Don't you dare, Rias! Rosvisa says. Rias and everyone else froze. Rosvisa never raised her voice like that. I feel like this is my fault, Ravel said. No, it's not. You did nothing but help us, Rosvisa says. Maybe I can help with this problem, Ravel said. No, Ravel. This is our problem. We can't expect you to do everything, but we appreciate the offer. I'm sorry to ask this of you, but please go home for now. I need to go find Issei. Very well. I hope Issei is all right, Ravel said. I doubt it, Rosvisa replied. Ravel teleports home and Rosvisa looked at them with the purge rage. Now, start talking, Rosvisa says. Everyone in the room is frightened. You guys let Issei die? You let Azia die? Rosvisa says. I speak up, Rosvisa says. Okay, yes, I let him die. He told us to help save Azia, and we did not, but not fast enough to do it when she was a human, Rias said. You said you should have let Rainier kill him twice. Does that mean you knew he was a target? That Azia was a target? Rosvisa says. Rias just stood there in silence. That silence could only mean yes. You knew the Fallen were after them, yet you let them die, just so you could use them to get out of a marriage that you could have refused without consequence if you simply tried hard enough? That's right, I did my research, Rosvisa says. Rias was still silent. Rosvisa looks at everyone else. Ozzy was crying. She looked angrily at Rias, but some of that anger was directed towards herself. You knew this whole time, Rias? He risked his life and limb for you and us, and literally this is how we repay him, Ozzy says. Did the rest of you know about her plans? Rosvisa said. Kiba and Akano looked away in shame. No, I was sealed away, Gasper said. What? Why? I couldn't control my powers, Gasper replied. Rosvisa looked at Rias. So instead of helping him, you sealed him away? Oh, I can't believe you right now, Rosvisa said. It is so hard for him to say that he loves me, Rias said. Stopped changing the subject. You didn't even let him finish. I could tell he was about to say that he's in love with you. Now I'm wondering why. You can stay here. I'm going to look for him, Rosvisa says. She leaves and looks for Issei. What have we done? Irina said. I was cruel to him, Gasper says. Ria starts sobbing uncontrollably. Gasper hides his box. Konoko stops eating her sweats and her shadow over the eyes. Kiba's hands were shaking. Akano sits on the sofa, motionlessly. Zenobia held her head in her hands. Ozzy ran out the door to look for him. We messed up, Irina said. Big time. Now we're outside. Rosvisa ran out the main gate and saw Issei walking in the distance. She caught up to him within seconds. Issei, wait up, Rosvisa says. He didn't respond. He just kept walking. She grabbed him by his hand and stopped because he didn't face her. Please, let go. I need to be alone, Issei says. No, Issei, we need to talk about it. What's there to talk about? You heard her. I'm just a perv that shouldn't be alive, Issei says. He broke her grip on his hand and started walking. Issei, please talk to me. I'm sorry, but I have nothing to say to anyone. I'm going to go train for the raiding game. I made Cyro-Org a promise to fight him for real. I'll see you at school tomorrow, Sensei, Issei said. She stopped walking and watched him go home, all alone. She knows not to pursue this any further. He needs to heal the right way, not by force. She went back and ran to Azia. Where is he? Azia says. He needs to be alone. Let's leave him be. Rosvisa says, but I need to apologize to him, Azia said. I know that, but it won't heal the damage. Come back to the ORC. We all need to talk. They go back. Ozzy was weeping the whole time. She was left to die only to be used, and the only one who was in the same boat, her savior. She heard him. Rosvisa took her inside and left her in the ORC. She called Azazel, but it went straight to voicemail. He may be very carefree, but also very caring about his students, especially Issei being the unique existence he is. Azazel, it's me. We have a serious situation here. It's Issei. He's... Just go see him. You're the only one who can help, Rosvisa says. Now, we're back with Issei. He went home and just dropped the school bag in his room, changed into his training clothing, which were a vest and shorts made from the durable material. He went to the underground training field and started training. Balance breaker. Promotion to Rook, Issei says. Welch Dragon. Balance breaker. Change, solid impact, Drake says. Many targets appeared and Issei started to punch them. He'll need strength and power against Cyberwork. He kept punching and boosting, but he felt as if each punch he threw was getting weaker than the last. Come on, what's wrong with me? Issei says. Issei, you know why, Drake says. Issei was silent. You need to let out your frustrations. You're angry. Stop holding it in, Drake says. His armor disappeared and he fell on his knee. He looked at somewhat broken target dummies and started to cry. He tried to hold back the tears. Real men don't cry. Don't be weak, Issei says. But it was no use. He broke down more and more each time he tried to calm himself. In mere seconds, only his loud cries could be heard. He punched the ground. Each punch was creating cracks since he promoted to Rook earlier. His knuckles were bloody and they mixed with the tears flowing from his eyes. After everything I went through, the Fallen, freed Kokaville, Riser, giving up my arm, Volley, Dodoria, Loki, the Juggernaut Drive, KO, the Chaos Brigade, and everything. For what? Issei says. Drake just sat there. One tiny mistake and suddenly I'm the worst being to exist, Issei says. It's not your fault, Drake says. Then why does it feel like it, Drake? Maybe if I wasn't such a perv, then these things wouldn't have been very different. Maybe if I never had been killed that night by a light spear, maybe I would have awakened you earlier and been strong enough to save Azia. Not use the Juggernaut Drive, or who knows what else, Issei says. Issei, it also made you the strongest Red Dragon Emperor, Drake says. At what cost? My perversion damaged your reputation. For fuck's sake, I must truly be the worst to be able to do that to a dragon, Issei says. I appreciate your concern, but right now, we need to worry about yourself, Drake says. I'm just so angry. I was being used this whole time. I was a slave, Issei says. Issei, I doubt that. How so? They do love you, Drake says. Then why did they let me die? If she needed help, then she could have just asked me. I would have helped, Issei said. Knowing you, I believe you would have, Drake says. I just need a drink. Azazel thinks I don't know about this stash of booze in this house, Issei says. Issei, please, it won't help, Drake says. Right now, anything might help numb the pain, Issei replied. He gets up and opens the no longer secret compartment in one of the many rooms. Inside the compartment was vodka, whiskey, and scotch. Luckily, his parents aren't home. He pours himself some vodka and downs it in one swig. He didn't care that it burned going down his throat, but took another shot, and then another. After his 8th shot of the vodka, his eyes very bloodshot both from crying and the alcohol. He poured himself another shot. A hand appeared and took all the alcohol away. I'm cutting you off, Issei. Please stop. I can't bear to see you like this, Azazel said. Azazel had appeared and had tears in his eyes. He saw Issei as his son, but never once did he imagine seeing him like this, the unstoppable Red Dragon Emperor, now completely broken. Azazel? Issei says. Hey, kiddo, Azazel replied. Issei got up but stumbled. Azazel caught him from falling in face first. Issei balanced himself but didn't go of Azazel. He immediately hugged Issei, and Issei cried on his shoulder. After some time, Issei had stopped crying and sat in the corner of the room, and Azazel sat next to him. Do you want to talk about it? Azazel says. Do you already know what happened? Issei said. I do. Rasvaisa told you the story? She did, Azazel said. I see. I can't believe Ravel saw what had happened. That should be the least of your concern right now, Azazel said. They let Azia and I die, and I nearly died several times willingly for them. Azazel, am I really such a fool? Not at all. We were all fooled. We all thought that they were kind-hearted people, but we knew. But today, their true colors were shown, Azazel said. People? Devils through and through, Issei said. Not all of them. Rasvaisa saw their mistake, and also that they didn't let you finish your confession. If you did confess, then I would have been in bliss. Despite not completely healing the emotional damage that Rainier caused, I was ready to move on. I gave my heart, mind, and body and soul to her. Everything I did, she said she would rather go back to Riser, Issei said. Women are trouble. I got caught by their allure, and I fell. But you fell more than I did, Azazel said. I don't know what to do anymore. I lived nearly and died for a woman I fell in love with, and this is my penance. Getting drunk and breaking apart at every very thought of her, Issei said. I'm so surprised you had 8 shots of vodka and not puke. You handled it very well for your first time, but you have one hell of a hangover tomorrow morning, Azazel said. It'll be nothing compared to the light spears or merging part of the dividing gear, rear punching my entire body with his fangs, or the worst I've suffered yet. This heartache, Issei says. In only a few months, you went from being a pervy high school kid to fighting strays, fallen, monsters, other sacred gear users, and even Loki, all while becoming the strongest Red Dragon Emperor, Azazel said. I only survived Loki because Ravel gave me a phoenix tear. Yeah, she's a caring girl, Azazel said. So far, Ravel, Rosvisa, and you seem to care. So does Azia, Irina, Gasper, and the others, Azazel says. Contrary to recent events, Issei replied. It's late, Issei. Get some sleep. You need to sleep off all that vodka, Azazel says. Issei slowly got up and managed to weakly get to bed. He passed out in mere seconds. Azazel took a small bottle containing a blue liquid and kept it on a small table with a note that said, Drink this to cure your hangover. Drink plenty of water. Once the hangover is gone, I'll check on you soon. And that was the note that Azazel left. Once Azazel had left the room, he placed a few powerful spells and runes on it. Only he and select few others can enter the room. If any unwanted people try to enter, then he'll know. When Issei leaves or anything, then he'll know. He is pissed that he was hurt this much in mere seconds. Chapter 2. Wildfire. That night, Issei stayed in a different room. Azazel had put a protective spell on him to alert him when wrong individual tried to enter. Rias and the others were looking for Issei and checking each room in order to find him. They finally stumbled upon the room after the most of them felt the blockage. Guys, why is there a barrier on this room? Irina says. That's one of the many spare bedrooms. Do you think he's in there? Azia said. I'm cutting the door down. Stand back, Zenobia says. Zenobia, wait, Rosvisa said. Before she could stop her, Zenobia had already raised her rondel above her and was able to cut the barrier along with the door. The instant she swung her blade, a hand grabbed her arms and stopped her mid-swing. Everyone looked at the figure and it stood tall, dark, and absolutely fucking pissed off. It was Azazel. Don't you fucking dare! None of you are to go near him, talk to him, or anything, Azazel said. What the hell, Azazel? He's my pawn, Rias says. Is that all he is to you? Not the man who risked everything to save you, not just because everyone else was here as well? Do I remind you of what each and every one of you said to him to save for Rosvisa, Azazel said. You didn't even let him... Everyone faced downwards in shame except for Rosvisa. You didn't even let him finish confessing. And look where your stupidity got him. As this moment onwards, I'll be looking after his well-being since almost all of you would probably cause him to take his own life next, Azazel said. What do you mean next? What did he do in the first place, Irina says. He got drunk, 8 shots of vodka, his eyes were bloodshot, he's depressed thanks to you. Some friends you are, Azazel said. Please, let me see him, let me apologize, Azia said. Even if I did, there's no point. He completely blacked out after I got him on his bed. He couldn't hear you even if you screamed at the top of your lungs. It broke my heart seeing him like that. I can't let you see him. It'll hurt you even more, Azia, Azazel says. He then looked at Rias. Rias, did you really say that you regret turning him into a devil and going back to Riser and now that he's different, Azazel said. I wish I didn't, Rias says. Azazel was stunned. She actually said that to Issei's face. The man who saved her again and again, saved from all the others and themselves, gave his arm, used Juggernaut Drive, light spears, you name it, yet again a few sentinels killed him in the inside. I can't believe you. Azazel fell to his knees. Why? What could have you possessed to be so cruel to the man who loves you, Azazel said. Rias began to whimper, trying her best not to cry. As of this moment, none of you are to be near him, or contact him, or follow him. Rosvisa, make sure that they stay away. I have to inform Sir Zex and Grafia, Azazel says. No, please, Rias says. Silence, you damn brat, Azazel replies. His yelling was followed by the release of his aura. He was pissed off to his core. This will have an impact on everything in one of the worst ways possible for him. You let him get traumatized and killed by the hands of Rainier when you could have helped him there. You go and do this. Stay away, not just for his sake, but all of yours as well, because if he snaps again, and the rest of you will be dead. I don't even want him to sense your presence. Got it, Azazel said. They nod out of fear. Azazel teleports to the underworld, but not before placing an even more powerful barrier on the room. Everyone go to your rooms. Stay out of Issei's room, Rosvisa says. I'm the king. I give the orders here, Rosvisa, Rias says. I take orders from a real king, not the person you are right now, Rosvisa says. That shut her up. They all went to their rooms, but Gasper stayed outside the room. You too, Gasper, Rosvisa said. Gasper was silent. He stood there for a few more seconds looking at the barrier that's blocking the entrance, then goes to one of the empty rooms. Rosvisa touched the barrier and was surprised that she could go right through it. So Azazel allowed me to enter. Good, I can check up on Issei, Rosvisa says. She went through the door, and once inside she could smell the vodka. Seeing the bottle and the shot glass, she walked over to him, and she was saddened at the sight. His knuckles had dried of blood on them. He was crying even in his alcohol-induced sleep. She grabbed his hands and cast a healing spell, and it healed his hands. Damn. If only there was a spell to fix your heart, Issei. You were about to confess just as you both wanted. You don't deserve this, Rosvisa says. She left the room after healing his hands. She went to her room and worried for Issei. She realized just how fragile his heart and mind is. She managed to fall asleep, but would wake up every now and then to check on Issei. She would find others one by one trying to get through the barrier and would force them to their rooms. Now we're with Azazel. He teleported straight to Zerzex's office and caught him on his way out. Zerzex saw the look on Azazel's face and the aura he was releasing. He instantly knew something was very wrong. What's wrong, Zerzex says. He asked in a serious tone. In your office, now, Azazel said. He nodded as they entered in the office. What happened? Your sister fucked up, Azazel said. What? What do you mean? Issei was about to confess his feelings to her, but apparently, in her eyes, he didn't do it right. She snapped at him, and so did everyone in the room, with the exceptions of Rosvisa and Ravel. She straight up yelled at him and said things that made me speechless for a minute. Such as, Zerzex says? He was beginning to fear for the worst. She told him that she regrets turning him into a devil, Azazel says. What? Zerzex says. That's not even the worst of it. How could it be worst? Brace yourself. Oh no. The next morning. So, scene change the next morning. Issei woke up with a splitting headache. The sunlight hitting the room was not helping, especially since the devils feel weaker in the sunlight. He opened his eyes slightly and looked around. He saw the bottle and note on the table, read it, and then drank the content of the bottle and lay back down. After 15 minutes, his headache was gone, but his thirst for water kicked in. He slowly got out of bed and walked out the door. He saw a barrier. Did Azazel do this? Issei says. He faces the barrier and places his hand on it. It went right through. Looks like I can come and go as I please, but who else is allowed in? Issei said. He walked down to the kitchen and drank at least 2 liters of water. He looked at the time and saw that it was past 11 a.m. I miss school, Issei said to himself. He made himself a cup of coffee since it was a little late for breakfast. He sat down at the table contemplating his life. He stayed there for 2 hours. Partner, Drake said. Oh, hey, Drake, how are you doing? Issei replied. I'm fine. Are you doing any better? Drake says. Issei sat there in silence. Issei, about what she said. No, Drake, I don't want to talk about it. But you need to, Drake says. No, I don't. I'm done. He starts sniffing and sobbing. He couldn't even finish his sentence without breaking down. The damage was more clear than before. Drake pulled Issei's subconscious into the boosted gear and hugged him. His regrets bringing it up and tries to comfort him. Every host Drake had died, either in battle with the White Dragon Emperor or by using the Juggernaut drive just for fun. But this time he fears that Issei might die due to heartbreak. As time passes, Drake took notice and realized that Rias and the others would arrive any second. Issei. They'll be here soon. It's best to keep your distance from them, Drake said. Yeah, thanks, Drake. You've been a great help. He then leaves the sacred gear and wakes back up into the real world, just wishes that he didn't. He went to his room and locked the door. He could have done back to the barricade and room, but his own room is more comfortable. Every other room is just so empty and feels foreign. He just stood and looked around. The smell of their perfumes lingered. It made his heart ache. He started to clean to distract himself. He got fresh sheets. He couldn't stand the smell of their perfumes. He opened the window and used air freshener. He was cleaning anything he could and found his stash. He looked at it and made a decision to get rid of it all. All of it. He packed the magazines, movies in separate bags, took down the posters and figurines from sight. He packed it all up and put ads for them online. Within minutes, he got bids and he sold them at the highest bidder. He made a good 500,000 yen after it was all said and done. He heard his doorknob turn. He looked at the door and could feel their presence. He pushed the chair against the door and barricaded it. He then heard someone knock on the door. Hey, Issei. You in there? Konako said. He didn't respond to her. Issei, please talk to us, Azia replied. Big brother, we're sorry for what we said. Again, no response. He even ignored Azia and Gasper. Issei, please say something, anything, Irina says. Yet again, he didn't respond. He just sat there. Guys, You heard Azazel. Leave Issei alone. You've hurt him too much already. Issei was glad that already there was someone looking out for him. They all left, but Rias stayed. You okay in there, Issei? Rias said, yeah, thanks. Another few seconds and I might have said something to them that I would regret later, Issei said. She smiled. At least he talks to her any time. Are you hungry? No thanks, I already ate. A white lie to make her worry a little less. Alright, I'll be in the room next to yours. If you want to talk, then let me know, Rias says. Sure, thanks, Sensei. She left and entered the adjacent room. Issei grabbed the bags and flew quietly out the window. He met up with the buyers and sold his stuff. He then got paid as he stashed the cash in the safe spot, but then again the cash is chump change compared to the money that he made from the Grab a Dragon show. As the night fell upon the Hyoto household, a red teleportation circle appears in front of Issei's room. From it jumped out Sirzex and Gravia, who hugged them tightly. Sirzex? Lady Gravia? Issei says. Issei, I'm so sorry. We both are, Sirzex says. He's perplexed. He's never seen Gravia without her stoic expression, other than a small smirk that would appear when she's poured out of her friends and family. Right now, he's dealing not just with her, with an unmistakable sad expression, but Sirzex had the same sad look. Chapter 3. No more. What are you two apologizing for? Issei said. They let go. You know very well why. It's 'cause of her, and you're in this situation. As her elder, I apologize on her behalf, Sirzex says. It's not your fault, so I apologize, Issei said. It's because we asked you to save her months ago. We asked you to risk your life, and it's because of this that you're hurting, Issei, Gravia said. That wouldn't have made a difference. I would have saved her either way, and fought Riser, Issei says. They looked in his eyes. They were devoid of any life, emotion, just a cold and empty gaze. Issei, what did she do to you? Sirzex says. Let me die. Let Azia die and rip my heart into pieces just because I didn't say I love you. The right way, apparently. And said that she regrets turning me into her pawn and that Riser is now worthy candidate for her love, Issei says. Both Devil and Queen gasp and their eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. She didn't, Gravia said, asked Rias and Ravel. They saw in her the whole thing. Issei, please tell me how we can make it up to you. Anything at all. Sirzex says, anything? Issei says, just name it. Then, please make me a free devil, Issei says. Both were stunned by his request. You're surprised by my request? Well, I can't blame you. You know what? Let's just forget about it. You two want a drink? I got vodka and whiskey and brandy. I could use one or a few, Issei says. Gravia was shocked by his words. Drinking? Issei, you're really making us worry about you, Gravia said. Sorry, I didn't mean to, Issei said. We know. Issei, you need to talk to us about it. Azazel told you everything, right? As I did. I don't know what else there is to talk about, Issei says. We could talk about how you feel. How I feel? I feel numb. I feel apathy, Issei says. You pushed your emotions deep down. Don't bottle them up, Gravia said. I didn't. I just went numb, Issei says. Sirzex then noticed that dirty posters were gone. His magazines and dirty movies on the shelves are gone too. Issei, did you do some cleaning? Sirzex says. Oh, that. A bunch of collectors wanted all the stuff, so I sold it. I think it's time that I outgrew my lust, Issei says. Both were shocked once again. Issei, this isn't you, Gravia said. The old me should have never been who I was before. The old me was a damn fool, forever loving them, Issei said. Issei, Sirzex says, and because of that, I'm done loving your sister or her Parage. I only trust Rias, Ravel, and you two, and Azazel. You five are the only ones who care, and that's the reason I'll continue to help when you need me. Oh wait, there's also Cyra and Sanji. I can't believe I forgot to mention them. So yeah, the 7 of you I do trust. We're happy that you don't hate us, Sirzex says. I have no reason to hate you. Also about the Grab and Dragon show. Can you use a stunt double when my character has to interact with Rias? I know I sound like a diva, but as you already know, our chemistry isn't exactly the same as it used to be. If she came and I face to face, then I might say something I'll regret. Or not, Issei says. You're still angry at her, aren't you? Sirzex says. Absolutely livid, Issei replies. Issei, I beg for your forgiveness, Sirzex says. You shouldn't apologize for her actions or theirs. I'm done caring for them except for Rias, Issei said. What about Irina and Azia? Grafia said. Some friends they are. Too late for apologies now. I don't care if they tried to make things right. There's no way to undo the damage. I used my spell to figure out what I did wrong, and I found only their disdain towards me. Issei, would you please try to look past it? I'll make you a free devil if you want, Srzek says. Let me ask you. If you were in my position, told by the one you were in love with that they wish they never met you, that they let you die, and when they could have done something to save you or even warn you, they would rather see you dead and replaced by the one you risked your life to fight to save from her for forced marriage with. Would you ever be able to move on from that? Love or even care them in the slightest after seeing all what you endured to go down the drain? Issei said. He finally showed emotions, and it was painful to see him cry like that. Issei, I'll personally make you a free devil because you're right. If you're around Rias when you harbor such feelings after what she said, still choosing to fight by your side, this is the least I can do, Srzek says. Please do. I don't want to run away and be marked as a stray. I don't want to die and hurt you guys or my parents like that, Issei said. Issei, you're still thinking about others even when you're in pain? You're still the same Issei we knew and loved deep down. Please bring that to the surface, Grafia said. I'll attempt it, only because you asked me to, Issei said. Are you ready to become a free devil? Srzek replied. Yes, Issei said. Srzek then creates a magic circle below Issei and emitted a bright red light outside Issei's room. Rias saw the red light coming from underneath the door. What the, Issei? Rias said. She pressed her ear against the door. Issei Hyodo, you can be as free as long as you don't cause conflict during the time of crisis. If ordered to help by the Devil Kings, then you must obey. There are two indisputable rules. Use your freedom wisely. You are allowed to use promotions. You are now a free devil. Rias couldn't believe her ears. Issei was no longer her pawn, and her brother did that. No, Rias said. She burst through the door with enough force to break the door down, but what she saw right before her was Srzek emitting a blood-red aura and Grafia radiating a white freezing aura. Rias Gremory, step outside now, Srzek says. His and Grafia's aura alerted everyone to come over, as they did, and they were greeted by a fearsome sight. I'm glad all of you could join us. We've got a bone to pick with you, Grafia said. Her voice was calm but harbors anger. Everyone except Rias went pale and started to shake. As of this moment onwards, Issei is a free devil, Srzek said. They gasped. But he's my pawn! I need him, Rias says. Silence, Srzek replied. She flinched at the sudden outburst. The same one Azazel had. Rias Gremory, we know what you did. What all you did. All one of you hereby ordered to stay away from Issei, Grafia said. Even me? Irina says. Damn straight. I'm disappointed in all of you. I'm starting to think that Rias should be promoted to king, as none of you should be. Kiba, Zenobia, Konako, Akano, Azia, Gasper, Irina, and Rias. I'm deeply disappointed, angered, hurt by your actions. We treat other like family, so tell me why this happened. Why did you say such things? Srzek said. They said nothing. They were trembling. The sight of him and Grafia they rarely see, but when they do, they need a miracle to survive, but as luck would have it, a miracle happened. Guys, please stop. Ripping them a new one would be satisfying, but it's not worth it, Issei says. The Devil King and his wife looked at him in surprise. Are you defending them, Srzek says. Not in the least. I'm just sick of the drama. I don't need to be reminded of what happened back at the ORC, Issei says. Very well. See you soon, Issei, Srzek says. He and Grafia teleported back to the underworld. After Issei poured himself a shot of vodka, once he drinks it, Gasper spoke up. Big brother, Gasper said. I'm not your big brother anymore. You made that very clear, Issei replied. Gasper was hurt by that, frankly. Bro, no need to take your anger out on him, Kiba said. Shut up, Kiba. Do you want to be the one receiving the end instead? Issei said. This is no longer the Issei they all knew. Everyone just leave. I have a door to fix, Issei says. Azia looks at him drinking in a new and free room. Issei, did we really hurt you to the point where you started drinking? Azia said. Obvious much, Issei replied. Konako notices the room and no longer has any display on it like it usually did. Your room, yeah, I got rid of the porn. Made good money. Happy now? Issei says. Issei, we're sorry. Please forgive us, Rias says. He threw the shot glass at the wall, with enough force to not only shatter the glass, but create a few cracks in the wall. Shouldn't you be fucking Riser or something? You said that he's better than me, so why are you here? Issei said. That was cold-hearted. Issei, Rias says. Are you really surprised that I am? Let me enjoy my freedom. I feel like a literal chain collar was removed, and I can move around freely, Issei said. Rias was silent. Azia spoke up and stepped forward. Can we at least... Freeze, Issei said. She backed away. There's shards of glass on the floor. Be careful, Issei said. Oh, right. Thanks, Azia replied. Just be careful. Everyone leave. I need to clean up, Issei said. But we need to talk, big brother, Gasper said. I'm not your brother, Issei replied. Gasper hid behind Zenobia. Not anymore. You made that very clear. All you did, save for Ross Vices-sensei. I have training after school, Issei said. Wait, you're going to fight with us, Zenobia said? Only to fulfill my promise to Sire Org. You can get new pawns now, Rias. Your mistake is now a free devil. Look for pawns that can help after the raiding game, Issei says. You finally said my name, Rias says. Rias face palms and Issei's eye twitches. Right now, I want to say so much more, and it's not what you want to hear. I need to rest after this. You guys have completely drained me, Issei said. Alright, guys. That's enough. We have classes tomorrow. Bed now, Ross Vices says. Issei thinks in her head. Issei thinks in his head. I swear she's more like my mother day by day, Issei says. Issei begins to clean after everyone leaves. He called a carpenter to fix the door tomorrow evening. He went to the kitchen and got something to eat. He had to keep his strength up, train, and get ready for the fight. He laid in his bed and listened to some music for a while. Some of the songs. Take McTrey, You Broke Me First, Same Old Love, Selena Gomez, Innocence, Nathan Wagner, Too Far Gone, Hidden Citizens, Listen Park, Heavy, Mistakes, Fade, Used, Teflon Siga, Not Another Love Song, Teflon Siga, and a bunch of other sad songs. He listened these and a few more, finally able to fall asleep. During the night, Akano came in since there's no door and he just sat on the floor while leaning on his bedside. She looked at his face and saw that he had been crying himself to sleep. She could hear the songs being played due to the dead silence of the night and started to cry herself to sleep on the cold floor. And that is the end of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Angry Valkyrie. The next morning, Issei woke up earlier than usual and got out of bed. He noticed Akano sleeping out cold on the uncomfortable floor. He sighed. He gently picked her up and placed her on his bed. He got ready for school and made coffee for himself. As he sat there savoring every bitter drop, taking in a rich aroma, it was interrupted by Azia walking in. Oh, good morning, Issei, Azia said. Morning, Issei replied. I'm about to make some French toast. Do you want some? Azia said. No thanks, Issei replied. He didn't even make eye contact. He finishes his coffee, then washes the mug. He put the mug in its rightful place, grabs his bag, then goes to the front door. As he walked to the school, Drake spoke up. Never thought you would say no to her French toast, Drake said. I'm not hungry, Issei replied. Congratulations on being a free devil, Drake says. Thanks, it feels pretty good, Issei replied. I'm proud of you, Issei. You controlled your anger last night. And still plan to uphold your promise to Sire Org. But what about them during the match, Drake says. I'll protect them physically during the match, but they should learn to defend themselves. They should have figured out why now, since they know that I won't willingly do it anymore, Issei says. I think the raiding game is the least of their concern. I could tell that they regret being so cruel, Drake says. Too late for regrets. So the match begins soon. We need to train. Can the Rook promotion armor do the job? If we try hard enough, Drake says. I'll request a leave of absence from Sona. We'll train day and night if we have to. And end. This time, no power-up from some stupid pair of tits, Issei says. Drake was surprised. Drake, what's wrong? Is Volley here or something? Who are you and what have you done to my partner? Drake says. What the fuck, Drake? What's gotten into you? Issei replied. You just called the Grammar's girls stupid. The Issei I knew would never call breasts stupid. Who are you? Am I in a genjutsu? Drake says. Drake, this is the new me. I sold all my porn and made good cash. I actually made a huge profit. Maybe I should become a businessman. My lust got me in the mess, so yeah, I'm done with tits, porn, and such things of like. I just feel empty inside. This feels so unnatural, Drake says. I would agree if I felt anything at all right now. Issei reached before Rias or the others. He encountered the two pervs reading a magazine. He completely ignored them and went to class. The two pervs didn't even notice him walk right by. Some of the other students noticed that he came earlier and alone. They started asking questions to why the girls weren't with him. Moriyama and Kadase ran up to him. Hey Hyodo, where's Rias and the others? Kadase says, don't care, don't know. Now move. I gotta get to class. I don't want to deal with this bullshit first thing in the morning, Issei said. His cold stare scared them. What did you do to him? Moriyama says. Nothing. And a piece of advice. Stay out of it. Now get out of my way, Issei says. They saw his eyes flash green for a split second. They stood aside and watched him walk to class. Was that really Hyodo? Moriyama said. Was that look in his eyes even human? I'm scared, Kadase replied. The girl started telling all the girls that Hyodo isn't acting like the perv he usually does. The ORC wasn't with him when he arrived and didn't look at any of the girls other than straight into their eyes, with a gaze that scared them. After a while, Rias and the others arrived. They were looking for Issei. They went to the clubroom and didn't find him, roof, cafeteria, and not even in the usual peeping spots of the girls' locker room, but instead, he was reading a book in class. Once they found him and tried to approach him, the bell rang and the teacher entered. The teacher was Ross Weisse herself and told them to take their seats in their own classes. Asuya, Irina, Zenobia, and Issei had the same class, and the whole time they kept their eyes locked on him. Literally everyone noticed their actions and how Issei straight up ignored them. He'd either look at the board, his books, or the window. During break, Asuya and Zenobia tried to talk to him, but he ignored them each time. He ignored everyone, including the pervs, as long as they could, until they asked him to go peep on the other girls for the 10th time and asked if he could convince the girls to let them grip their breast. He snapped. Listen, you sons of bitches, I don't care about looking at bodies anymore. Forget ass, forget tits, or whatever you're both into. I'm done with girls, love, or anything related to both. Go peep on them and get your kendo swords up your asses. If you want to feel a woman's touch, then go ahead and do it. But I won't visit you assholes in jail, Issei said. His yelling was heard by every guy and girl nearby. The two pervs fainted, some gasped, some choked on their own spit, or some looked at him just wide eyes, especially the girls. Akiya, Kiryu, and the pervert girl in Issei's class couldn't believe what she was hearing. Hey Issei, did I hear you correctly? Akiya said. I just said it loud and clearly enough for half the school to hear. Clean the drum out of your ears. You're going deaf, Issei says. Akiya was dumbfounded. Some of the students around them tried their absolute hardest to control their laughter. The ones who couldn't hold it in far and burst out laughing. Damn, Issei, that hurt, Akiya said. Issei took a deep breath. Yeah, I'm sorry. I haven't been myself, Issei says. I'll say, you've never been so savage. What happened to you? Akiya replied. Oh, just getting my feelings manipulated and getting my heart ripped to pieces by whom I fell in love with, and others who I gave my life to, Issei says. Wait, what? Forget it. It'll only raise more questions. FYI, in case Rias asked anyone here to join our club, don't. You'll regret it big time, cause I fucking do, Issei says. And what did they do? Akiya replied. Pray you never find out, Issei says. Kadase and Moriyama show up and ask the question, do you really not care about these two pervs? Kadase says, and you really stop being a perv? Moriyama replies, no way, these two were really friends. They did leave me to take beating in their stead a couple of times. Being a perv. I'm done with it. Ladies, have fun beating them up. If you need a knife or any other melee weapon, then let me know. I sold all my stuff and now plan on owning a knife collection. I can tell you how to use each type since I did some research. It's way better than porn, Issei says. With that, he heard everyone whispering, but he didn't care. He just wanted to leave. Again, I'm sorry for the comment I made. I'll make it up to you. Issei says, how about lunch together? Akiya says, tomorrow? Issei replied, deal. He leaves the school after getting permission from Ross Weisse. On his way home, he decided to take a different route and found himself in a unique marketplace. It sold self-defense weapons such as brass knuckles, switchblades, and spiked rings, etc. They caught Issei's eyes, and he really liked the unique designs. He went home fast and called the carpenter to fix his door. The carpenter showed up with a new door and fixed it. Issei paid the man. He took some of the cash he made earlier. He went to the shop before and purchased a lot of weapons. He basically started collecting as he wanted. The author of the story showed like his knife collection. They're actually pretty cool. Anyway, I loved his collection. Issei loved his collection. I should have collected these instead of porn. Cold steel over paper any day, Issei says. Issei placed his whole collection in a box under his bed. If anyone expects in the box, then they are a painful surprise. Issei started to train in his basement. He put weights on his limbs and started to train. The stronger his base form, the stronger his balance breaker and promotions. He trained for days and nights and lifted weights to gain muscle. He even learned to fly using his devil wings. The others would eventually try to join him, but he paid them no heed. One night Kiba had enough and stood before him with his sword drawn. Issei saw the look in his eyes and knew that this time he won't back down. Issei summoned Ascalon and promoted. Tonight, he doesn't need Rias' permission any more of that. Ready? Kiba said. Shut up and fight, Issei replied. He charged at Kiba at speeds that surprised him. He barely dodged Issei's attacks. He just saw the tip of Ascalon swing just a few meters from his eyes. He continues to attack and aims for the vital spots. Kiba thinks to himself, he isn't training, he's trying to kill me. Kiba can only dodge and block his attacks. He can't find an opening to strike as Issei wasn't giving him an opening. His speed and the force of his strikes increased considerably. Kiba was trying hard to maneuver himself, seeing multiple after images of the blade coming towards him. He couldn't tell which one was real and lost his balance during the confusion. During his fall, he could only see Issei with his fist cocked back and saw it coming fast. Kiba put his sword up to defend. Issei punched it and force sent Kiba backwards and stumbled on the floor. His sword flew out of his hands and pierced the ground next to his head. It broke half at 3 seconds later. Were you even trying? Issei said. Just how did you get so fast and strong so quickly? Kiba replied. Issei replied. He took his shirt off and removed the weights from his limbs and torso. He dropped them on the ground, making it crack 4 impact spots. That's how. Old school, Issei said. You were that fast and strong because of those weights, Zenobia said. I was slow and weak because of those weights. Imagine if I didn't wear those, Issei said. Shh, Kiba replied. With the cherry on top if I boosted my power, Issei replied. They looked at him and they saw his body. Lifting those weights and using them to increase his strength and speed yielded incredible results. Even Konako blushed after seeing his figure. It was looking like Bruce Lee's. Wow, Issei, you look, hot. Issei just puts his shirt back on, and much to dismay of the ladies in the room. I'm done for the day. I'm going to take a shower, Issei says. Do you want us to join you, Akano? She teased. Go in your own bathrooms, Issei replied. With that, he left them alone. Rias fell to her knees. You okay, Rias? Irina says. No, not in the least. I hurt him so much, and all because I didn't let him finish, Rias says. Do you still not get it, Rias? Rosvisa said. You told him right to his face that you regret turning him. Should have let Rainier kill him again, and then struck the final nail in the coffin when you told him that your ex-fiancé, who was self-centered, arrogant fried chicken, by the way, is better than him. Issei is the only man who saved you from abusive marriage, gave his arm for that, fought stray priests and took light spears and used the Juggernaut drive for Ozzy and reduced his lifespan to 100 years, if he's lucky compared to the usual 10,000 years of a devil. Saved Kiba from getting consumed by revenge, gave Zenobia a broader outlook on life, and made her more accepting to those around her regardless of their race, averted war by fighting Kokaville, who is a Cadre level fallen, by the way, whom none of you stood a chance against, stopped Volley from killing you all right after the meeting, nearly died fighting Fafnir and Loki. He literally used his body as a shield for you. If it wasn't for the Phoenix tear that Fravel gave him, then he would be dead. Among us, who is worthy of wielding Mjolnir? None of them answered. Only him. He accepted Akano as a fallen, helped her accept herself, made Gasper become braver, lived to fight for you and others he cares for. He helped Konako with their neck of Shoto heritage, taught her and Azia to swim, gave Azia home, no less loving parents who also treat you like a family, including me. Hell, just being around him made me feel confident. He achieved Balance Breaker to protect you and Konako. He cried for you. Kiba, he disobeyed Rias to help you avenge your fallen comrades, all while making sure to let you become consumed by revenge. Irina, how could an angel such as yourself not unbelievably kind and beautiful soul he is? Did the fact of him being a devil completely overshadow something so obvious? Just note that he never chose this life, or to have a sacred gear that painted a target on his back. He accepted it because he didn't have a choice, and made the best for it himself, and others too. He saw and loved all of you for who you were, so tell me, why couldn't you all love him for who he was? Rosvisa said. No one could reply, as they were too busy crying their eyes out. The old Issei is still somewhere in there. He did stop Sir Zex and Gravia from ripping you all a new one, but don't think for a second that any of you can help him, Rosvisa says. What does that mean? We hurt him, so it's only right to we fix it, Azia said. Put yourself in his place. How would you feel if someone you're in love with put you through what he experienced after hearing what he told him? Rosvisa says. He's in love with us still, Rias says. Rosvisa turned red and snapped. Are you serious right now? And I thought he was dense, but I was clearly wrong. He is just cautious while all of the girls are dense as a black hole with an IQ as a negative the temperature of the coldest ice spell. I swear to Odin that if you only waited for him to finish his confession, then none of this would have been happening, Rosvisa said. Rosvisa finally said what she was feeling. She tried being the calm and rational one, but it wasn't enough. She started to cry after listening to everything he did for everyone without asking for anything in return, other than maybe a little love and support, which should honestly be given for his efforts and sacrifices. Everyone was so messed up in their cries that he heard through the whole house if it wasn't for the barrier surrounding the training field. Some of the girls dug their nails into their skin until they bled. The others nearly ripped their hair out. Kiba held his sword to his heart in the end and just dropped it. And then on the ground he crying till his tears ran dry. Today was a bad day for all of them. And that was the end of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. What do I do? As Rosvisa exits the training area, she closed the door behind her. She wiped her tears and sees Issei standing there. I thought you said you were going to take a bath, Rosvisa says. I was, but I needed to get a minute to calm myself. I nearly took Kiba's head off, Issei says. What's wrong? A lot, Issei said. Yeah, hey, thanks, Issei replied. For what? For everything. I owe you big time. You told them what I was feeling, Issei said. I wanted to remind them that you would have felt guilty for having to remind them yourself, because if you did, then it would look like you did all of that just so they would owe you. Am I correct? Rosvisa says. You're the same age as us, yet wiser than everyone around you, Issei says. Thank you, Rosvisa replied. I'm going to grab a drink. Want to join me? Sure, we could both use one, Rosvisa said. They head to the roof and enjoy a few drinks together under the moon. A small bonfire was lit and it was very relaxing. It was calm and peaceful, unlike what was happening in the training area moments ago. Azazel had appeared with a flap of his 12 wings. Having a drink without me, Azazel says. The party doesn't start until you walk in, Issei replies. He popped open a bottle and poured Azazel and Rosvisa a drink. Thanks, kiddo. You both look a bit better than before. You should have seen it. Rosvisa here ripped them a new one. Her response was absolutely savage, Issei says. Oh, like what? Azazel replied. Like how they are as dense as black holes with IQ as negative as the coldest ice spell, Issei says. Azazel's spat his drink right in front of the fire, which ignited the alcohol and turned the flame blue. Azazel said, guys, come on, it's not that funny, Rosvisa says, and they all started laughing. Issei started, I know, they deserve it, but I still feel kind of bad that they are in such a state right now, Issei says. You're conflicted, aren't you? Azazel replied. Understatement of the year. As much as I hate them for what they did and said to me, a part of me still cares, Issei said. How come? I bet you completely stopped loving them. It's complicated. I've seen them at their worst and best. The way Rias comforted me when I was worried, her kindness, consideration, love, her kiss. I had a crush on her and I fell in love with her. The day I finally beat Riser and got her out of the marriage. She and I rode the back of the Griffin. That was the first time she kissed me. I unlocked my balance breaker with her help. Just wish I did it a better way, Issei says. Well, to be honest, I did tell you to do that. Sorry, Azazel replied. It's fine. After the recent show, Rias' mother showed up and asked me to protect her not as her pawn, but as her lover. She and her husband already considered me as their son. Sir Zex and Grafia see me as their future brother-in-law after what happened. I don't want to hurt them like that. I still remember the time I made the clay sculpture of Rias, Issei says. But there's more, isn't there? Rosvisa says. Too much, honestly. I helped Akano accept herself, and I accepted her in her heartbeat, the way she would help me when I needed it, like with classes, magic, etc. Her pot roast is the best. I remember our first date and how Rias, Zenobia, Azia, Gasper, and Konako followed us. We managed to get away and accidentally made it to the Love Hotel zone. We encountered her father and Odin. I remember him ditching me and going to the strip club, that old fart, Rosvisa says. Ha! Azazel replied. So Odin left after we talked. Akano and Barkil got into an argument after she told she didn't want to see him. He left and she was really upset. So much that she tried to force herself as me as a distraction, Issei said. But you didn't do it, right? Azazel replied. Of course not. I won't take advantage of her like that. Just a few days ago, I woke up one morning and I found her sleeping in the floor of my room. I picked her up and put her on my bed. Speaking of not taking advantage, just who was that guy you beat up? You know, the one who was after Ozzy, I think. That was the Doria Astaroth, an soul that targets young nuns like Asia, tricks the churches there into excommunicate them and take them personal playthings. Just thinking about how he took Asia made my blood boil, Issei says. Then Shalba showed up, Azazel replied. Just when all of us saved Asia, Shalba sent her into the dimensional gap. I thought she was dead. In my unstable state, I entered into the Juggernaut Drive. It was incomplete and I lost my life force, as both of you already know. I heard that Vali had to use Juggernaut Drive to reduce your power, Spicer said. It was also him, Byoko, Arthur, who just happened to be in the dimensional gap. They saved Asia, and after Volley divided my power, Rias called out to me. I could hear her voice, and it brought me back to reality, Issei says. What was it like to use the Juggernaut Drive, Azazel replies. I don't remember it because I only saw Rainier appear again and again, whispering in my ear, making me feel exactly like I did the time Asia died after she removed her sacred gear, constantly telling me that I failed to protect her, and she was right. I thought Asia was dead for real this time. Rainier was the first girl I fell for, but she killed me after our first date. I can't believe I fell for her on our first date. Fuck, Issei said. I'm glad she's dead. She sealed her fate, Azazel replied. She was the one that Rias knew about, Rosvice said. I was honestly scared of women, but I got over it and opened my heart to all the other girls in my former team, Issei said. Because you wanted a harem? Something like that, Issei says. The reason I let them all in was because I thought they all loved me. And who am I to break their hearts? All I ever wanted in life was love and support. The harem thing was just a cover-up. I would have been labeled as a wimp and a pussy for saying what I want. Love is when guys around my age usually want sex, but I was always different. Being the harem king, such a stupid goal, Issei says. What is happening? Drake says inside of Issei's head as Hazel and Ross Weiss are widen their eyes. The day we all started living together. My parents were proud of me for once. They always wanted a daughter or two, so imagining the surprise when all the ORC girls came into their lives. For once, I had friends, a family whom I could trust completely, but after being chewed out for something that wasn't even my fault, or maybe it was, Issei says, what do you mean? I was just a perv my whole life until up to this point. Maybe this is karma for the things I've done. I wasn't exactly a saint, Issei says. You've done so many amazing things and saved lives. Karma has no power here, and what you did was their mistake. What they did was their mistake, as Hazel says. They should have known that confessing one's feelings take time. They can't rush it, Rosvice replied. I was ready to confess my feelings for her. She helped me become stronger. They all helped me save Ozzy and gave her a new life. I couldn't believe it when she said she loved me. That she wants to be together forever. But, Issei said. But, Rosvice replied, after what happened at the club room, I could tell from the look in their eyes that they really hated me, as if I was trash, and it only gets worse. How is that possible? It's possible because I'm still in love with them. They saw me as their future husband, and I couldn't reject such love as live with myself by breaking their hearts. I don't know if I could overreacted at the club room or by jumping at the chance when Sir Zex offered me to become a free devil, and what Sour Org will think of us, what everyone when they eventually find out I'm no longer her pawn. Just how much will this hurt not her reputation but the entire Gregory household? I feel as if a coward for not confessing sooner and properly, Issei says. Rasviva was silent. Tell me, who else was part of Rias's plan to add me and Hazi into her barrage? Issei said. Rasviva and Azael looked at each other. Issei saw them having a look of refusal on their faces. They know, but they don't want to tell. Guys, don't hide it. You know it, then just tell me, Issei said. Issei, it'll only hurt more, Azazel replied. It's better than not knowing who my true murderers are, Issei said. Azazel was silent. You have a right to know, but you should know this first. Ozzy tore Rias a new one. It was satisfying, Rosvice said. Nice, Issei replied. The other one knew about it are Akano, Kiba, and Konako. They were just following her orders, but that's no excuse, Rosvice said. Issei was surprised. I'm sorry, Issei. We were just as shocked as you, but I know that they truly regret their actions. Hazel said. Issei was trying his best to hold back the tears he thought lay bare. The betrayal was eating away at him. Kiba and Gasper used to see me as their brother. and they as mine. But after what I said to them about no longer being their brother and nearly taking Kiba's head off, Zenobia and Irina wanted to have a family with me. Akino and Rias certainly seduced me, thus my attachment turned into love for them, but certainly not vice versa. It seems, me and my lewd nature, Konako was starting to like me, but as to how, I don't know, but I wouldn't reject her feelings. I can't really blame Azia. She and I were put on the same sinking boat, but I'm still so angry when I know I shouldn't be. Right now I'm conflicted about if I have the right to be in love with them. Should I even be in love with them? Being told by the first woman I truly fell for and would willingly say that I should have been killed twice, and the guy she never wanted to even think about was becoming a better option, really made me question my love for them, to put it mildly. I realized that day I was only revived because of the boosted gear. It wasn't because she cared at first, but because she needed power to free herself. Despite knowing that I was nothing but a means to an end, I still would have helped them. Azia was used the same way. We're back in the same sunken boat. But she said herself she's happy with all of us. She didn't lie. Can she even lie? I never heard her even try to. Shh. I took my anger out on her, something that isn't her fault, and now I'm no different than Rias. I don't know what to feel, Issei says. Razvaisa was shedding tears while Azazel tried his hand to keep his hands from shaking. Issei's words were giving them a clear entrance to his wounded heart, and if they were in his place, they would have either killed them or themselves. I just wanted love like everybody else. Was I asking for too much? Maybe I was. Polygamy is a bitch. I found out the hard way. There are even more people that can destroy you in an instant. Fuck. I'm sorry. I've been rambling since the start. I need a drink, Issei says. He poured himself a large brandy and drank it in seconds. Issei, do you regret falling for them, Azazel says? I just regret falling in love so quickly. About falling in love itself. I'm not sure in the slightest, Issei says. If Cupid was real, then I'd kill him, Rossweiser replied. I would ask him only one thing, Issei says. And what would that be? Azazel replied. What did he aim for when he missed my heart? Issei says. I doubt he would have an answer. Guys, thanks. I needed this. You're always looking out for me, and I can only hope to repay the favor. I'm a free devil now, so call me when you need me. Sure, kiddo. I need to know what you did with all the you used to have. Sold it to the collectors, and I used the cash to start a knife collection. Want to see? You bought knives? I love knives. I have a small collection too, Rossweiser said. Let's see what you both have. I appreciate good blade as much as the next guy, Azazel says. I'll bring my collection back in a minute. I keep mine in a pocket dimension, Rossweiser said. Issei smiles and goes down to get the blade collection. I know what you did, Rossweiser says. Whatever do you mean? I saw one-way communication circle below Issei's chin just before he left. You made Rias and the others listen to his words, his thoughts, his true feelings, Rossweiser says. Yes, I did. He needed to let it out, and they needed to hear it from him. I know he wouldn't tell them directly, and right now he wasn't angry, just hurting really badly. He didn't have it in to tell him to the face, and though the one-way communication circle, they couldn't cut him off. I can't imagine Issei holding all those mixed feelings in this the whole time. Such emotions destabilize sacred gears, but that didn't happen. He's stronger than ever. But is it worth it? Azazel says. I hope this doesn't backfire, Azazel, Rossweiser replied. There's calm before a storm, and so far it's only been a light rain, Azazel says. Rossweiser takes out a few knives from her pocket dimension, and Issei shows up the blade box. It has become a dragon skin blade. The blade.collector, I'm assuming this is the author. There's some pretty cool blades images right here. And a few blade switches. This one is a dragon skin blade, Rossweiser says. What? Drag replied. It's only called that due to the similar designs of dragon skin, Issei said. You scared me almost as badly when Issei said that he hated breasts. My nerves can't take it anymore, Drake says. You hate tits? Who are you? Azazel said. That's what I said, Drake said. Oh, calm down, you two. I don't hate them. Not all but my love for them greatly reduced to normal levels. There's more to a woman than her physical assets. Azazel opened a bottle of scotch and drank it all. He then sat by the fire and stared into it immensely. You broke him. Duo next, Rossweiser says. They laughed and admired their collection and enjoyed their time together, while Rias and the others just sit there, feeling as conflicted as Issei. They needed to make things right. What do we do? Irina says. We don't know, Akana replies. Issei, I'm sorry, my love. Rias says. We have to make things right. He still loves us. He's still in love with us. Zenobia says. He's not the dense idiot we know. Love. He's more of an angel than I met him. Than I am, Irina says. She spreads her wings, to which were now somewhat great looking. Irina, your wings, Kiba said. She and everyone looked at them. They were surprised to see them in such a state. We have to fix this or you'll fall, Akano replied. After now I heard him, I'm surprised I haven't fallen yet. Forgive me, Issei, I have failed you, Irina says. You didn't pray to God this time, Gasper said. It's forgiveness we need to earn, Kiba replied. Guys, we need to give him some space, Akano says. You heard what he just said. He still loves us all and wants us, Rias said. Did you not hear everything else he said? We made him doubt if he's worthy of love. He saw the hate we felt when we thought that he wasn't confessing, and we pushed him into the corner, so let's not do that again. I have a feeling that I have a part of him that doesn't want to even be in love with us anymore, especially with any woman here. I wouldn't if I were in this place, Akano said. They all looked at her, and she's right. He was traumatized by Renair. He was afraid of women, and this is one of the reasons he didn't take advantage of us. He earned our love. We made him think that we all took it back. He overcame his fear and opened his heart to us until that day. Let's not hurt him anymore, please. She started to sob uncontrollably. And that is the end of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Back to square one. After Issei, Rosweisa, and Azazel had their fun, Issei went straight to his room and put his collection back under his bed. He's ready to go to sleep. He really needed it. So, partner, tomorrow you need to meet up with that perverted girl, Drake says. Yeah. She and I are having lunch. I remember how those two pervs passed out, Issei says. After how you told them that you don't like breasts, I think many of them lost their grip on reality for a minute, Drake says. Yeah, I bet it was a highlight of their day for the others, Issei said. To be honest, you and her were the biggest pervs. There's no offense, Drake says. None taken, but what's your point? Now have the two of you not fucked each other's brains out? Drake said. Bruh, Issei replied. Sorry, I hope you two become good friends, or I dare say something more, Drake says. Okay, moving on from that horrific conversation, what should I get her for lunch? How about a home-cooked meal? Good idea, Drake, Issei says. Issei went to sleep, since he had to get up early to make the meal. Unfortunately, he didn't notice the presence of Konako, who partially heard conversation with Drake. Issei and Akiya? I'm gonna be sick, Konako said. She went to her bathroom and puked in the toilet. The next morning, Issei woke up early and made a meal for Akiya. After his rambling with Rosweisa and Azazel, he felt much better and decided to make lunches for everyone there. He packed the one for Akiya and went to school early. He met up with Akiya and gave her lunch prepared. Too bad he didn't notice the entire Orsi spying on him. This caught the attention of the other students as they saw Issei and Akiya talking alone with a homemade meal in her hands. Yesterday's rumors were still a hot topic, and this will start a flame on the other way around. During lunch, Issei and Akiya sat on the bench. The ORC were spying on them from a distance, but couldn't hear much due to the noise caused by the cars driving on the nearby road. With Issei and Akiya, they could see the two having lunch and having a good time, even sharing laughs. Oh, how they got jealous. And then they followed us on our date wearing a tiger mask, surgical mask, a hat, sunglasses, and a paper bag. They all tried to hide behind a pole, Issei says. Geez, Akiya replied. Then we ran for it and somehow ended up in love in the hotel district. Issei said. He leaned his head backwards and Akiya started to turn red. The other girls were watching from the side as Issei's head couldn't be seen and followed Akiya by turning red. They jumped. They spirited towards them and reached in 4 seconds. Issei, did you kiss her? Rias says. Issei and Akiya jumped at her yelling. What the hell, Rias? I can't spend some time with my friend? Issei replied. Looks like you two are becoming more than friends. I saw you kiss her, Rias said. So did we, Zenobia replied. Akiya turned red again. Rias started to cry and Issei was getting mad again. Are you all being serious right now? Akiya and I were just hanging out, Issei replied. Looks like it was more than that, from our perspective at least. It wasn't like that, we were just talking, Akiya said. Oh yeah? What about? Ozzy replied. About how I can't have some time alone without all of you breaking down my neck out of fucking jealousy. Holy sh... Issei said. Guys, come on, let's leave. We're attracting too much attention, Akano says. At least someone here other than Rosweisa sensei has some common sense, Issei said. Ouch, Konako replied. I'm sensing a load of bad blood between you two. Oh, zip it. You're trying to get between us and our Issei, Rias says. Yours? Fuck that, Issei replied. What? Issei, Akia, I need to speak to them alone. Akia sensed the anger within him. Okay, sure, thanks for the lunch, Issei. See you later, Akia said. She leaves and makes the other students who were watching from the distance leave as well. I know that Azazel Sensei let you hear what I said last night. I noticed the communication circle I used despite knowing how I feel. Most of you continue to jump to conclusions without even asking my side or trying to find the truth, Issei says. Okay, so why did you make lunch for her? You two never get along before, Azia said. Issei takes a deep breath. I snapped at her yesterday, so I made lunch as an apology. I was feeling better after last night, so I made lunches for everyone, Issei said. We did it again, Irina said. Yeah, you did. Oh my god, Issei, we're sorry, Irina said. Save it. I don't want your hollow apologies, Issei replied. They're not hollow apologies, you really mean it. Then why? Why do you continue to hurt me? Accuse me of something I didn't do. I'm trying to do right by those around me. Trying to move past everything that happened and just maybe try to love you girls the way I used to. But you're making it so fucking hard right now, Issei said. Issei, Rias replied, I'm still so angry at you for what you said and still trying to pick up the pieces, but how can I do that when all you continue to just crush my heart into dust, Issei said. His hands were starting to shake. I can't keep doing this, Rias. I quit the club. I need time away from everyone, Issei says. Rias froze. Azia went wide-eyed and the others stayed quiet. Issei, please, no, don't leave us, Akano said. I'm not leaving for good. I need a break, Issei replied. Wait, if you knew that we could hear you yesterday, then why did you not direct us telly? What good would it have done? You would just jump to a conclusion and misinterpret almost everything I would say. Look what happened a few minutes ago. You never let me finish talking, Issei said. Issei, enough, Rias. Our relationship will be the death of me, right? And I'm really pissed off. I don't want to say something that I might not regret later, Issei said, but we love you. Then you certainly won't like what I have to say right now. I don't want to hurt you, any of you, like you hurt me, Issei says, but brother, do not call me that, Issei replied. Issei's anger is increasing. The same he restrained that night Serzex and Greatfate came to visit was Rez's first. Guys, let's give him some space, Kiba says. Issei walks away, leaving the others behind. Issei ran into Akina. Hey, are you doing okay? Yeah, I don't have the Stockholm Syndrome anymore. Piece of advice, don't join our club. They aren't what they seem, Issei says. I can tell by how hurt out of jealous that the toxic as fuck, Akia says. Let's get to class, Issei replied. Issei, do you still love them? Unfortunately, yes. They are making it difficult to keep it that way, even though I don't want to, Issei said. To make it Issei Hyoto, the lover of all women, hate them so much makes me question if they are even human. If only she knew, Drake said. If only, Issei continued. Chapter 7. Stray. The day ended and Issei marched straight home. He's had enough of Rias and the others. On his way, Kiba intercepted him using his speed. Hey, Issei, wait up, Kiba said. Get out of the way, Kiba. I'm done with every last one of you. Look, you're right. We jumped to conclusions when we shouldn't have. Too late for apologies. Issei, do you hate us? Kiba said. More and more every time you guys do shit like this. How are all you so dense? Issei said. Start training. The fight with Star Org is a month away. Issei said, can we train together? Sure, I could use a target, Issei replied. A chill went up Kiba's spine as the tone was as sharp as Ascalon when it was centimeters away from his eyes. Right. I have to tell the others first, Kiba said. Issei walks away without another word. As Kiba walked to the ORC, he told everyone to stay away from Issei and to train. Issei is in a bad state. He trained the whole day, and so did everyone else, but barely. After Issei told them what he wants to be alone, he avoided them completely. As they were training, they all got a call from Serzex. There was a stray, and it was different from most strays. Other teams have tried to stop it, but it failed. It causing havoc in the familiar forest. Alright, let's move out, Rias says. Irina glanced at Issei. You coming, Issei? Irina said. Yeah. I need a live target and a new familiar. There's a full moon tonight, Issei says. Issei put on his jacket and hid one of his switchblades in it. They were teleported to the familiar forest. Scary, Gasper replied. He said as he clung to Issei. Issei, however, didn't say anything to comfort him, as he usually does. In fact, he didn't even pay any attention. This brings back memories, Akano said. What was so memorable about this place? Rosvicer replied, I got my first familiar here. I electrocuted Issei a few times when he was nearby. He was protective of me against the other males. He's quite the protective little dragon, Nausea said. I still remember the slime that ate our clothes off. Rias blushed from embarrassment and looked at Issei. He didn't say anything, no slight change in his stoic facial expressions. She thought the old memory of the girls having their clothes eaten and leaving them mostly nude would have a reaction out of him, but there was no reaction of any kind. Rias was about to but Issei beat her to it. I'll give us a bird's eye view. Balance break. Welch dragon, balance breaker, Treg said. Issei flew up a balance breaker. Should we follow him? No, he can handle himself. He told you that he needs space. Fucking give it to him. Now spread it out, teams, Rosvice said. I'm the king here, Rosvice. Then act like it, Rias. Excuse me? She was getting ticked off, while Rosvice was getting angry like before. Do I have to remind you of what happened today and yesterday? How can you not just give him some space? Do you only hear what you want to hear because of your ego? What? Rias says. Everyone's around her facepalm. Yep, you're denser than a black hole. Everyone's split up. Irina and Zenobia go north. Kiba and Gasper go east. Ozzy and I will go west, while Akino and our king can go south. Fine, Rias said. They split up. As Akino and Rias were walking, Rias spoke up. She's got quite the nerve talking to her master like that, Rias says. Akino was silent. Why aren't you saying anything, Rias says. I have nothing to say, Akino replies. Don't tell me that you're taking her side, Rias says. I'm done taking sides, but she's right. None of us have been exactly up to the level of maturity we should. Look at what we did to Issei by simply not letting him finish his confession. Now, he hates us, because every time he tries his best to keep himself in one piece, and what do? We make it worse. But he still loves us, Rias says, and we just make him regret that. So if he hasn't broken up with you or us, but I don't blame him one bit of needing space, Akino says, will we ever get our Issei back? Even if we get him back, he will never be the same, Akino says. If only we... What? I have an idea, Rias said. She whispers to Akino's ear. Rias, it's a bad idea. Not if we do it right this time. Let's take some time to convince the others when Issei calms down. We execute the plan. Well, if the old Issei is still there and somewhere, then it might... Come on, he can't resist. We're actually going through with it, Rias says. I guess it's worth a shot. Just as he said, one of Issei's dragon shots flew right past them as he hits the tree tusk in the distance. Rias! And Akino surprised. They see Issei fighting in the distance. They call the others who flew to their location. They see Issei fighting its power, and it's very strong. Oh, it's a monster, Gasper said. What is that thing? Ozzy replied. Not sure, but Issei's having a tough time. We need to help. Issei and the creature took their fight into the air and used its blade arms to attack Issei, who was using Ascalon to strike back and defend. His armor and promotions weren't much of help in the air. His knight armor is thin and has little defense. Rook defense, but so little speed, while his creature has both speed and defense despite its thin body. The bishop promotion has long-range attacks abilities and needs to archer itself. Twin cannons is an easy target. Issei, we're here. Let us help. This thing is too dangerous to fight without armor. Stay back, Issei says. Boost times 10. He ordered them to stay away. He then created an exchange slash after slash the creature that chopped the chunks off his armor. Issei landed quite a few slashes, but its injuries healed remarkably fast. You won't survive this much longer. Why not let the others help? They'll be dead then, Dreg, Issei says. Issei suddenly... You're just proof from his sight, only to see it reappear behind him and bite his exposed shoulder. Ugh! Issei says. Everyone at the same time. Issei! The creature prepared what looked like an energy-based attack in the form of a spear between horns. It was preparing to blow Issei's head off. Issei elbows the creature right in the side and saw a crack appear on its skull. The creature looked dazed, and Issei took a chance. Promotion to Queen, Issei says. Cardinal Crimson promotion, Drake replied. Issei's armor promoted to its queen form. His armor was usual red and golden with green gems, but on his back were twin cannons. His dragon wings looked like they were made of red with light of golden dragons on each wings. His armor didn't look that much different appearance-wise, but the power it gave off was no joke. This armor in combination of knight, rook, and bishop armor promotions, Issei boosted a few times and fired off the twin blasters. It hit the creature directly and it was sent crashing into the ground over a few kilometers away. Issei flew full speed and used the rook ability to partially change his arm to the rook for a strong punch in order to finish off the creature. He saw it stand up weakly and punch it directly in the face. It was sent into the distance over with a cracking sound resonating in his ears. He went to the creature and prepared to dragon shot to finish it off. As he stood above the creature, he looked at it laying on the ground when its face started to crack and break apart. The crack spread throughout the body. Ready to die? What? Issei says. His eyes went wide when the mask fell off. The creature fell off. The rest of the body broke apart. What lay there was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Rias, Akano, Yakuza, or anyone didn't hold a candle to her. She opened the eyes as Issei's heart skipped a beat. Just looking at her made his heart feel whole again. For a brief moment, he just wished that it would last forever. Her presence felt like there was a reason he exists. As Issei's armor disappeared, she looked at him and her heart skipped a beat as well. She bit her lip and she stood up and spoke. I was ready to die, but no more now that you're here, my other half, the woman says. Issei was basically in a trance by her voice. It was only then that he did sense the presence of the others closing in. He snapped out of it and looked at the woman. She was nude. He saw her body just before she used her nine tails to cover herself up. He turned red as he took his jacket and still had his blood and bite marks on it. Oh, here, take my jacket, Issei says. She took it and put it on. She snuggled herself and smiles, fully enjoying the sensation of Issei's scent on it. You have to run. The others will be here soon. You're a stray, so they'll kill you on sight, Issei says. But I don't want to leave. I want to stay with you, the woman says. Her cute expressions and the innocence of her voice made it difficult for Issei want to hear her leave. He held a connection with her. You can't if you want to live, Issei says. Will I see you again? I believe we shall meet soon, Issei replied. She gave him a quick kiss on the cheek before casting healing magic on his shoulder. She transformed into a fox that was so majestic and sprinted away after Issei took one last look. Issei looked at his shoulder. It healed enough to not raise suspicion from the others. It's not as bad as it was before, but still needs medical attention. Issei picks up the mask and blows in the place next to him. The others saw the explosion and followed its point of origin. They found Issei. Issei, are you alright? Rosfaisa says. Yeah, your shoulders hurt. Let me heal you. Thanks, Asuya. He thanked her like he used to. She smiled and healed his injuries. So where's the stray? Issei shows her the mask. That's what's left of it. Even the mask is creepy. Just how strong was it? The power it had. Ultimate class, I believe. Its speed is something else. I felt the force of its strike, but I held back for some reason, Issei said. So now that the job is done, are we going to talk about how your new armor promotion, Kiba said? You saw what it can do. You already know then. I still got a little energy in me. I'm going to look for a familiar, Issei said. Issei, what happened to your jacket? It's gone. Must have got cut up. Oh, fuck, Issei said. What? One of my favorite switchblades is on that jacket. Damn! Which one? The silly toe. Wait, aren't those pencil heels? What? No! You know, those thin switchblades you saw in the first John Wick movie, the mafia boss used in the last fight, that one, and I just bought two, and I'll have to order a new one. Let's just go home, Issei says. But I wanted to help you find a good familiar. Nah, I'm good, Issei says. Rias frowned as Issei once again shot her down. They all went home and reported that the stray was strong, but it has been dealt with the minor injuries. Issei went to his room and locked the door. He sat on the bed. Hey, Drake. Ugh! Drake says. Why are you screaming? You looked away from her nude body. Just who are you? Drake says. Really? This again? Yes, you are really Issei Hyodo? Because the one I knew would never look away from a beauty like that fox. You even gave her jacket like a gentleman, Drake says. You say it like it's a bad thing, Issei replied. Even I can appreciate her beauty and sex appeal. We're not even the same species, for goodness sake, Drake says. She was nude and gross, Issei said. It feels unnatural when you're embarrassed by seeing a new girl when you were a pervert not too long ago, Drake says. Okay, enough. Now back to the topic at hand, Issei says, which is, Drake replied. What, or what should I say, who was that woman? Issei said, a fox yokai, but not an ordinary one at all, Drake says. The power of hers is incredible in this mask. What kind of power is this? I don't know, but she isn't a devil, so she can't be a stray, Drake says. I'll call Azazel after school tomorrow. He can help. Wise choice, partner. Now, about that queen promotion. It's the most powerful, but you need to train more because you haven't adjusted to it yet, Drake says. Yeah, I feel tired right now, and even though I had energy to spare earlier, I'm going to get ready for bed, but first, he pulls out his phone and places in order to order another knife. Which one to buy? Screw it, I'll get all four. He ordered all four of them and went to bed. Issei, Drake says. Yes, Drake? When you fought her, I didn't feel her presence even though she was right in front of us. Wait, what? I could feel it. It was impossible not to feel her powerful and yet blissful presence. Drake was surprised. Did I really just say that? I must be more tired than I thought. Ha! Good night, Drake. Good night, partner. And that is the end of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. I've become so numb. After Issei fell asleep, he saw the image of the fox from before in his dream. He saw the nine tails become one. It walked up to him so calmly, it looked at him straight in his eyes for a few seconds, but it felt so much longer than that for him. The fox then went behind Issei. To Issei's surprise, the woman before came up and behind him. He looked in her direction. Who are you? Issei said. The woman smiled gently. Find me, the woman said. How? I don't even know who you are. Please tell me. before it's too late. Please, I need you, the woman says. She says as she faded away and is replaced by the creatures who only fought her. It was too close, and Issei couldn't defend himself as the creature bit Issei on the same shoulder as before. Issei woke up in shock, clutching his shoulder, cold sweat on his forehead and breathing rapidly. His eyes started everywhere, thinking of that creature was here, but after seeing nothing, he calmed down, but in a way disappointed that the woman wasn't there. He laid back down and his arm felt a familiar bump. He saw that someone was under his blanket, and suddenly he had hope that it was the woman. He slowly removed the blanket and saw long black hair. He thought it was a woman and removed the whole blanket from the joy, but found Akano in his bed and looking at him. His expression went from joy to disappointment. She was wearing her see-through Issei saw and covered her body. "Oh, it's you," Issei said. "You seem disappointed." Akano replied, "What are you doing here? I locked the door for a reason," Issei replied. "I couldn't help it. I wanted to check up on you to make sure that you were okay and that you got hurt by the creature yesterday," Akano said. "Thanks, but I'm fine. Asia healed me, remember?" Issei said. "Physically, you were having a bad dream, weren't you?" Akano says. "Having bad dreams is nothing new to me," Issei replied, meaning thoughts of her near stabbing him with light spears, seeing Asia die in his arms. "Will you die for me? She's dead. Stone cold dead, and you're whining about protecting her?" "I played you like a cheap kazoo. Weak. You failed to save her from a free and from me," Rainier said. Issei was just thinking about this in his head. "Nothing," Issei replied. He gets out of bed. "Where are you going? It's only 4 a.m., Akano said. "Anywhere but here. I told you guys that I need space, but here you are in my bed at 4 a.m. "You all have your own rooms, you know," Issei said. "But it's lonely without you. We miss you," Issei, Akano says. Issei just replied with a cold silence. "Whose fault is that, I wonder?" Drake said inside of Issei's head. "Issei, your dragon power still needs to be siphoned out. I know you hate us, but at least let me do that," Akano says. Issei doesn't respond and just goes to the training zone underground. Akano sat on his bed and saw the man whom she fell for walk away without a word. Issei promoted to queen and practices extending time limit on his new form. He trained till it was 6:30 a.m. and was drenched in sweat. He was taking deep breaths and was exhausted. "Your new armor can't last much longer. Before it was 5 minutes, now you can maintain it for 20 minutes. Incredible," Drake says. "Thanks, Drake. I can't help but wonder how strong I would have been if I wasn't a pervert," Issei replied. "Actually, you would be dead," Drake says. "How so?" Issei replied. "It was lust that turned into love, then into power, for then which came the desire to protect them, and others as well. It was the real deal. But as you know, you managed to maintain that form from 5 to 20 minutes so quickly. It's almost too good to be even true, even for you," Drake says. "I'm even surprised that I'm not going to question the good thing we got going," Issei says. "Sarog will be having a tough fight ahead of him," Drake says. "I promised him a good fight and I plan to deliver," Issei replied. Issei went to his bathroom and took a shower. After he got ready for school and went to the kitchen. Hunger finally got his attention. He entered the kitchen and everyone, including his parents, were already there. His mother and his father spoke up. Well. Look who's up. You took your sweet time," Mickey says. "Why are you up so late? It's only 7 a.m. and school starts at 8. "I've been up since 4 a.m., Issei says. "Don't talk back, young man," Mickey says, watching, no doubt. "No, and why are you not spending time with our daughters-in-law? So many beautiful women here who love you, and I have yet to figure out why," Goro said. Issei said. He goes out the door angrily. His parents clearly favor the girls and don't really care about Issei that much anymore. The girls became gloomy as they watched him leave without acknowledging their presence and how his own parents tore into him. "Since when did they start hating Issei so much?" Asia said in her head. They looked at each other and stopped eating their breakfast. Issei left without eating anything as he trained for 2.5 hours straight, and according to Akano, Asia shed a tear and the parents saw it. "Now look at what the boy did. He upset Asia," Mickey said. "Forgive me. It wasn't him who upset her. It was you two," Rosvisa said. "What did we do?" Goro replied. Issei, "You poor soul. You were right about your parents. Favoring the girls and not you. I'm so sorry you had to live such a life," Rosvisa said inside her own head. "You tore into him for no reason," Rosvisa replied. "He's ignoring you girls and he's a good-for-nothing pervert," Mickey replied. "There's so much more to him. He's done good that I know for a fact that he's only capable of. Also, he's not a pervert anymore, as his sensei I can confirm. He hasn't cursed or been in any trouble for months now. His room is devoid of anything lewd. Even his grades have improved considerably. He's becoming more athletic student to date." Rosvisa said. Well, we don't believe that. He's always keeps his room locked. Clearly, he's still a perv, Gross said. Rosvita just sat there in silence. Mr. and Mrs. Hyodo, please stop. Issei is hurting too much already. Let's not make it worse, Zinovia said. Well, I'm sure that whatever happened to him is karma for him being a pervert, Miki replied. All the girls got a little mad and depressed at their words, reminded them of what Issei said on top rooftop. He also blamed himself, but now they said his parents got under his skin and gaslighted him for who he knows how long. They all got up and left the school without saying another word to them. They wanted to defend Issei right now, but his parents were acting like they did, so it was pointless. Even after becoming exhausted from training beyond his limits, he had already made it to school as he ran once he shut the door behind him. His speed increased greatly because of those weights. He had almost had an hour to spare, and he's going to need to calm down. After calming down, Drake finally spoke. Are you feeling any better? Drake says. Better? No idea. I just kind of feel numb, Issei said. He wasn't lying. His face was blank, nothing going through his mind, no emotions whatsoever. His eyes were devoid of the spark of life he usually had. Issei looked at his time and his phone, and he saw that it was nearly time for class. On his way down, he encountered Ravel. Oh, hey, Issei. Are you doing okay? Ravel said. Yeah, how are you? Issei said. There's no emotion at all. Just what did they do to you, Issei? Ravel said inside her head. Ravel? Issei said. Ravel snaps out of her thoughts. Ah, yes, I'm fine. Thank you for asking. Class will start in a few minutes. Let's get going, Issei said. Okay, Ravel replied. Are you alright? You don't look like it. Issei said. I should be asking you that. You're not acting yourself. Ravel said. I'm fine. Thanks for your concern, Issei said. The bell rings. It's rang a little early. Let's get going, Issei said. Both go to their classes, and those who saw Issei walk by them noticed that his movements were almost mechanical, and the empty look in his eyes worried them. Even Moriyama and Kadase tried to talk to him, but Issei's response was mechanical as his movements. He just went to class and took out his book. Never thought I'd say this, but I miss the pervert, Kadase says. Whatever happened to him? I don't think he deserved this, Moriyama says. Akiya saw the look in his eyes and decided to get to the bottom of this. When she and Issei hung out during lunch, she was enjoying their time together. She also thought there's more to his former perv than they thought. Aki was thinking in her head. The ORC must have really upset him that day. He said something about jumping to conclusions. I need to ask them, but I know that they won't sing like canaries. Wade Student Council President Sona is Rias' best friend. They all hung out, so maybe she can help get to the bottom of this, but is it really my place to do so? I think it is. Issei's in pain, and my friend, I can't leave him like this. An anonymous tip is a good and subtle start, Akiya says to herself. The day went on. Issei was sitting in the cafeteria eating his lunch all alone until Saji showed up. Hey, Issei, you feeling alright? And I don't want to hear a lie, Saji said. Very well, I feel numb. Issei says, I heard you left the ORC. You want to talk about it? Not really. If I told you what happened, then you'll tell Sona as you're supposed to. It'll make her dig deeper until the truth comes out, and believe me when I say that it's not worth it. So let me just say that it's between the ORC and myself. Things got the wrong kind of heated, and now we're not exactly on speaking terms, Issei said. I'm sorry. If you ever want to talk to me as a friend, then let me know, Saji says. Thanks, Issei replies. Hey, want to train together for the rating game? Our team isn't complete, so we're not going to take part, but your team is. Saji said, yeah, sure, we can train. See you at your place after school then. Sanji leaves. It's not my place. Never was, and surely not my home, Issei says. He puts his headphones on and started listening to music, a song called Numb. After school, Issei and Sanji went to his place and got ready for training. Once they both changed into the combat gear, Issei suddenly felt something, a desire to get stronger and fight. His eyes had a fire in them. You ready, Sanji? Issei said. Sanji heard the determination in his tone. He looked at Issei and saw him grinning and had a fire and ready to burn. Made him smile and lit a fire in him. Hell yeah, promotion to queen, Sanji says. Issei took fighting stance. Are you going to promote? Not unless you want to get a beat down. Issei says. Oh, so that's how it is, Sanji said. Yup, Issei replied. He charged him with full speed. And if it wasn't for Sanji using the queen promotion, then he wouldn't be able to dodge. So he used his absorption line to ensnare Issei, but he twisted himself out of the way. He grabbed the line and tossed Sanji over to the side. He caught himself midair and summoned Vitra to fight Issei. Issei used his balance breaker and took Vitra head on. He promoted to Knight, Rook, and Bush-Up as he saw fit and gave Sanji a tough time, but he was hanging in there. That's a neat trick, Issei, but looks like it's not strong enough, Sanji replied. You just jinxed it. Promotion, queen, Issei said. Sanji retorted in a squeaky voice after feeling Issei's power on a new level. What? Sanji said. Issei's now using his Cardinal Crimson promotion, with radiating power. He used the same powerful against the creature he fought before. It hit Vitra directly and knocked him out. Sanji couldn't believe him. That punch took about one Dragon King's. You win, but why didn't you just boost your power? Sanji said. Issei deactivated his promotions, then his balance breaker. You brought out the dragon within, so I had to get serious. Boosting my power and balance breaker wasn't going to cut it. You really got strong. Likewise, so tell me, when did you get so ripped? Sanji said. I used weights and a strong workout regimen without any use of my sacred gear. The stronger I am as a devil, the stronger my balance breaker and promotions are. Oh, and speaking of which, don't tell anyone about my queen form. I'm saving it for Sour Org, Issei says. That was a given, and I believe Sour Org would love the surprise. He might even be super proud that you trained so far to fulfill your promise to him. Got any extra weights? Sure. I can get you into tip-toe shape. Even Sona might start peeping on you. Ha, Issei said. Ooh, I like the sound of that, but she prefers guys with a brain over brawn, Sanji says. Both are equally important, and you used absorption line to not only restrict my movements, but to take a power any I had left. Both brain and brawn, since you made me use my trump card almost immediately. Now let's get training. Right, Sanji said. They started training together day and night. From that point in, Kiba and Gasper felt replaced. Sona and Paraj noticed Issei and Sanji training really hard together, but whenever Issei was alone, he would go numb again. At times, he would sit in his room and just hold his blades in his hands, admiring the cold stainless steel. The next day, his set of Solido switch blades arrived. He paid cash and added knives to his collection, but would always carry around one. Rasvaisa saw him cutting up some apples with it. The cut was so effortlessly and silent, and a truly sharp blade. She admired the blade greatly. Issei later ordered a set for her as a gift for helping him, as if part of thought of it as a compensation for putting up with him and his pervertedness since she joined. Once the package arrived, he placed it in the closet, waiting for the right time to give it to her. If he gave it to her right away, then it would make her think that she indirectly begged him to buy for them, since she's not much of a big spender. The girls really finally gave Issei some space, and little by little he was showing more emotions around people. He ignored his parents whenever they started to belittle him, but would have leave their own room when they did it in front of people. Their true feelings about their son were laid bare now that they have daughters they always wanted. Sometimes he would barricade his bedroom door shut and the windows to stop anyone from coming in. Why? So he could for once let out all the pent-up emotions bottled up deep down. He would extensively bring out Ascalon and wanted to kill those who hurt him. Every time that happened, Drake would pull his consciousness into the boosted gear and try his best to comfort him. Even became a problem as the Puss host would tell him to use Juggernaut Drive to end those who caused him pain. Drake would sometimes be able to keep them at bay, but during one of these times, "Hey Drake, I'm sorry." Issei says, "For what?" "For you being stuck in this gear with me as a host. I'm forced to use your power again and again and again, like those before me. Forgive me." "Do not blame yourself. I'm honestly happy that you and I are partners. You were the first task to use my power. You never forced me. You used the power to do good while others, including myself, have only caused chaos. If anyone deserves to have power, it's you. So don't apologize, Issei. My life became more interesting, to be honest. I never would have bothered to see how unique humans are, how they overcome obstacles, and how truly unique in a kind soul. It pains me to see souls like yourself being hurt so deeply and yet still hanging on," Drake says. "Thanks, Drake. I'm just happy to be of help. This may be one of the few times I did some good." Speaking of which, Issei said, "Drake, am I wrong for still loving them?" "I'm sorry, but that's for you to decide. I can't help no matter how much I want to. I don't understand the feeling since I've never been in love myself," Drake says. "For real?" Issei replied. "Yes, it's true, but I've seen how happy you became because of it. I feel envious," Drake says. "Envy is an ugly thing. With it comes pain," Issei says. "I can see the pain in your eyes. It's the kind that one can't recover from," Drake says. No. No, we can't. Chapter 9. It gets worse. Drake and Issei sat in silence until Drake had to sleep while Issei had to wake up. He awoke and sat on his bed. He felt his tears dripping. He silently cried. This is one of the things he hates the most. When he's alone, he breaks down and feels vulnerable, and the ones who made him stronger in the first place were the ones who did this to him. He doesn't know if he should love them or not, leave them or not. His hands were shaking almost violently. He laid back down and clutched the blanket with a very strong grip. Issei's chest was getting tight. His body was begging for him to breathe normal, but his emotional instability was too strong. Suddenly he felt a hand touch his shoulder. His instincts kicked in, and he jumped out of bed and backed himself into the corner of the room. His breathing became shallow and he was full of fear. He looked at the hand that touched him and saw it was Irina's hand. She stood there shocked to the core as a reaction to her touch. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, Issei. Irina felt bad for scaring him, but seeing him broken like that was agony. He slowly sat down in the corner and calmed himself. It's fine. Just don't sneak up on me like that next time, Issei says. Right, sorry. So what do you need? Issei says. Not going to lie, I need your forgiveness. We all do. I know you said you need some space, and I know I'm selfish for this, but please forgive us, Irina said. Why do you all do this to me? You know I'm not in a good place right now, so why won't you leave me alone? You'll just be making it harder than it already is. It's been too much from the start, and it's not getting any better, Issei says. Because we can't bear to see you like this, Irina replied. Then just don't look, Issei says. Issei, I'll leave. Breakfast will be ready soon. Thanks, but I'm not hungry, Issei said. Okay, Irina replies. She leaves. Issei locks the door behind her and barricades it with the furniture. He goes back to bed and just lays there in silence. He spent the whole day in his room. He just kept looking at his knife collection, felt on the edge of each blade on his arm. Some were sharper than most. They left cuts on his hands, forearms, and fingers. Blood dripped from the cuts slowly. Issei didn't care. He only made sure the blood didn't fall on something that would be stained by. It's getting worse, Drake said inside of his own head. He cleaned his blood-stained blades and put them back in his box. He went to the room and washed it off with blood off of him, the cuts clearly visible. He took out some bandage cloth and from his bathroom cabinet and wrapped his cuts in them. He wept as he sewed because it was becoming their habit not to leave him alone. He put on a long-sleeved shirt, jeans, then removed the furniture from the doorway. He unlocked the door and left his room. On his way out, his parents ran into him. And where have you been all day? Mickey said. It's been around sundown. You're going out. We saw you're going to come down for breakfast alone. We still don't know what they see in you, Goro says. They started barreling him with questions and comments. Issei was getting angry. He looked at them and his eyes flashed green. They both need to shut up, and then they saw the rage in him. His once kind brown eyes were now dragon-like and glowing green. They heard a deep growl coming from him. Enough, Issei said. He said only one word, and they had to see a silhouette of a red dragon with green eyes right behind him. It lasted only for a second, but it was enough. Issei then collapsed on one knee and clutched his chest. It was starting to hurt. His mother tried to help him up, but Issei refused her help. He managed to stand up. Stay away, Issei says. He gave up a warning and went back to his room. He closed the door and collapsed on the ground. He was trying to calm himself as he heard the voices in the past telling him to use the Juggernaut Drive to kill them all, and he didn't want that. Kill them all. They hurt you, used you. First Rainier, now them. They did this. No, Issei said inside of his own head. He was trying so hard to black out the voices. Of the sheer luck, he saw the mask under his bed. The image of the woman calmed him down a bit. He felt the urge to put it on as the voices faded. I need to see her, but why? Issei says. He grabbed the mask and put it on. The texture of the mask on his face felt gentle. He opened his eyes and saw something, her face. He saw her cut up and bleeding. It hurt him to see her, and it made him angry along with regretful. Then he saw another. This one made a hole full once more. Made him feel happy. Everything about her was perfect. He saw another image. Once again, he was angry at the sight of her being injured. He could feel the arrows he saw piercing her. What are these? Her memories? Why do I feel connected to her? Who is she? Issei says. He saw the face of a creature she was before. He felt the stinging in his shoulder once again. His chest was hurting, more than before. The pain was spreading, then he felt it. The mask was latching onto him. It was beginning to grow on his body and his left arm. Drake woke up and off his partner's distress and immediately fared his draconic order and sent it coursing through Issei's body to counter the effects of the mask that was having on him. He called out to Issei, but he couldn't hear him. Issei was seeing the images of the woman, visions of him fighting the creature, the flashbacks of Rias and the others hurting him the way they did. How his own parents showed their true colors once they had their daughters. They always wanted and not a son. A black spot began to appear on his chest. From it, black and white cracks began to spread through his body, but mainly his left arm. Issei let out a screech that everyone throughout the house and even in the training area could hear. They all rushed to find the source of the hellish scream. The first to find it were Issei's parents, unfortunately. They saw Issei as he was turning into what they could only describe as a monster. The others immediately saw Issei's parents outside looking into her room in horror. They all rushed and saw this. Is that Issei? Mickey said. You two need to leave now, Rossweisser says. Issei, Rias says. What's happening to you? Akano replied. He screamed once more and watched him turn into this thing. Everyone, please help him, Drake says. Konako tackled Issei, but he didn't move a single inch from his place. She felt as if she had no strength. They locked eyes, and Konako felt only fear. He grabbed her and threw her towards the others using only one arm. They caught her. Issei wanted to hurt them. He looked at them with malice and slowly started to move towards them. He looked at them picking a target, and his gaze fell upon Azia, and he stopped moving. He saw the fear in her eyes. His body jerked. He grabbed the mask and started to pull it off. It was hurting him. He let out a small painful howl, but he managed to pull it off. The parts of the mask that grew on him broke into pieces like porcelain, then disappeared. Issei collapsed on his knees, breathing heavily. The others tried to come close to him, but his parents were too afraid to come near him. They were petrified from the fear, but the others weren't. "Get away!" Issei says. He yelled, and they looked at him and saw that his eyes were now yellow, and his skeletal was partially black. He had fangs, and now his fingernails were almost claw-like. Then they saw the fresh cuts on his left arm as the sleeve was ripped, and some of the cuts were bleeding. The black and white lines were even more concerning. They just looked at him in horror. But that was the least of his concerns. He started coughing, and it was a little difficult to breathe. As soon as he could breathe again, he looked towards Rasvaisa. "Rasvaisa-sensei, call Azazel," Issei said. "Right." She then leaves to call him, and just looks at the mask and stands up. Images of the woman fresh in his mind along with that thing. "Issei, are you alright?" Azia said. He deadpanned. He ignored everyone, including his parents, and just started changing his clothes in the bathroom. He saw the lines on his body and the black spot on his chest. It was slowly beginning to fade away. He put his clothes on and exited the room. Because he didn't let go of the mask, he grabbed one of the stiletto blades and put it in his pocket. As he did so, Azazel was there waiting for him with his wings out. He didn't care if his parents saw him. He was worried more about Issei than anything else. "Hey, Sensei, not going to hide your wings? By the looks of your parents' face, I could tell they saw something that they shouldn't, so what's the difference does it make?" Azazel says. "Good point. Anyway, there's a problem," Issei says. "I know. Come here with me to the Gagar and bring that mask." "Gladly." They exit the room, but in front of them stood the parents, no longer petrified from fear. "We want answers," Goro said. "Issei, you are Issei, right?" "You tell me." "Was I ever?" Issei replied. Issei and Azazel went past them, and then to the teleportation circle. They disappeared, leaving everyone to wonder as what just happened. His parents looked at everyone. "Answers, please. What happened to our Issei?" Goro said. Rias was to erase their memories, but Rasvaisa stopped her. "Enough lies, Rias. They need to know everything. You two need to sit down." And they began to talk. Issei and Azazel went to the Gagar. Rasvaisa said that mask looked like it was taking over. "Where did you find that?" Azazel says. "I'll tell you, but don't look for her or hurt her, okay?" Issei says. "Her?" Azazel replied. And that is the end of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Answers. Back at Issei's house, his parents were told the truth about everything. Everyone there is devil except for Irina, since she's an angel. They show their wings and do a little magic to ultimately prove that they are telling the truth. They told his parents about Issei being a new former pawn, the fallen sacred gears, how they used magic on them to make them forget everything. They started seeing clues to them not being human. This was an easy part, but only having to explain why Issei was attacked, killed, reincarnated, having to fight the Fallen, Riser, Kokaville using the Juggernaut drive after he thought that Ozzy was once gone, Loki, Volley, the hero faction, saving Yakuza, but none of that broke him as much as this. An interrupted confession because of them leading to all of this. Issei apparently cutting himself and drinking. Getting rid of all the porn and buying knives, they saw the blood-soaked tissues in the trash bin. His many bottles of assorted alcoholic drinks. Issei's parents couldn't believe it. So much to take in, his mother started crying while his father took those alcoholic drinks and drank them all. "Now I see why you girls love him. He's not just some perv, but a real man. He went through all that in just a few months, and he barely had a choice in any of it," Gross said. His mother was sobbing the whole time, and they couldn't utter a single word. "Just a while back, he and Azazel and I were on the rooftop. He said something that broke our hearts," Rasvaisa said. "And what did he say?" "The reason he wanted many loving parents was because he wanted some real love, and to give you all the daughters you always wanted. His pervertedness was just a disguise, which was rooted too deeply so that he couldn't tell the difference between them," Rasvaisa said. Mickey started crying again. "And this whole time we were disappointed in him for being a boy, when instead God gave us such a kind, caring, and strong boy who saved everyone several times over," Goro said. "His heart is truly a rare gem. It may look like another. Once you look past it, it's priceless. It'll bring you joy just by knowing that it exists, and you're one of those who saw it in your own eyes, Rosvisa said. He made our Parage become a family, Kiba replied. Rias immediately bowed down in front of the parents, her hands, knees, and head on the ground. Please forgive me for what I did to Issei, Rias says. It's him you need to ask forgiveness. And so do we, Goro said. Rias broke down as the others did. They sat on the floor. Rosvisa sat on the bed and looked at Issei's collection. She saw some of the tiny specks and streaks of blood that Issei missed. Was he trying to kill himself? Rosvisa said. She shed a tear as he wiped the blood off the blades. It stained her soft white hands. Issei's mother saw her hands, and she cried even harder as she thought the same thing Rosvisa did. The rest of the same. The image of Issei taking his own life was just too much. At the Gagar, Issei and Azazel entered his parents' personal quarters. It was a total man cave, all kinds of gaming consoles, good quality furniture, and a fully stocked bar and ping pong table. Nice place, Issei said. Thanks. Come to have a drink with me, Azazel said. I could use a strong one, Issei replied. I know. He pours them both some drinks and hands Issei a glass. Drink this one slowly, Azazel said. Thanks, Issei replied. They started drinking in silence. Azazel noticed that Issei looks a little pale and his hair grew out. Issei, when did you last eat? Azazel said. Last night, I think. You didn't eat anything the whole day, Azazel replied. No. The usual lack of space for my former team and bullshit from my parents took away my appetite. I stayed in my room the whole day, Issei says. He took another sip from his drink. So explain the mask. Who did you ask me not to hurt, Azazel said. The while back we were asked to take out a stray in the familiar forest. Others who were sent didn't return. I decided to go to see how strong I got. We split up and I was in my balance breaker getting a bird's eye view. Then it thing attacked. Thing? Not a stray, Azazel said. No way a creature powerful as that is a stray devil, Issei says. He shows Azazel the mask. Its arms were too long, blades that when cut through my armor, its speed surpassed my own. The power it had was equal to ultimate class easily. Its entire body was made of the same material as this mask. It had 2 horns on the head, Issei said. Didn't you use the promotions? The promotions can't keep up. Rook is strong but slow. Knight is fast but lacks defense. Bishop is long range but attack a promotion. I have an archer myself to the ground and makes look a sitting duck, Issei says. Then how did you beat it? Dumb look. As I was about to attack it, it disappeared from sight and it reappeared behind me. But as it did, I felt an air vibrate around us. I couldn't bear it, hear it, and then bit my shoulder. I elbowed it and it was disorientating cracks appeared on its mask. I took the chance to use my new queen promotion, Issei said. Queen promotion? It's a combination of the other 3 without their weaknesses except that my body isn't used to the power yet. I used it on the creature and gained an upper hand. I blasted it a few kilometers away, reached it for a minute before the others, and as I was about to use my dragon shot to kill it, the mask off it broke and so did the rest of it, Issei said. So it died? No, I saw a woman, Issei replied. Azazel saw his expression change from having flashbacks to a smile, a slight blush, and his voice had a slightly higher tone. She is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Rias, Akano, or Lady Yakuza can't come close. She makes Aphrodite look like a cross between Matsuda and Imp, Issei says. Azazel choked on his drink. He started coughing a bit and nearly fell out of his chair as he could... A woman more beautiful than all of them, Azazel says? Yeah, I didn't think it was possible, but I know what I saw, Issei replied. Now I really need to see it for myself. You just might. So what happened next, Azazel said. Well, she was nude and she's a kitsune unlike any I've ever seen. Azazel had a nosebleed. She was in the nude? Did you take a picture, Azazel said? Issei backed up from a bit from the reaction. I was too caught up in the moment, Issei replied. Azazel said. Anyway, my armor gave out and she looked at me right into the eyes of my soul more accurately. I could look into hers and we felt a connection. I never felt anything like I did when I did. I felt happier than ever. I completely forgot about everything I went through. It was just her and I. The world around us disappeared, but, Issei said, but? I was forced out of that blissful moment when I sensed the others approach. She and I became aware of our surroundings. She covered herself in her tails, and I couldn't leave her like that. I gave her my jacket, and I told her to run, Issei says. What did she say or do? Azazel said. She called me her other half and didn't want to leave. I told her to run, or the others will kill her. On orders, Issei said. And then, Azazel replied, She gave me a kiss on my cheek, healed my injuries, shoulder halfway the transform into a white fox with giant tails. I used the dragon shot to destroy the tree husk nearby so the others think that I killed the creature. If they saw her then, they would kill her, and the thought of that pisses me off, Issei said. But how did you end up with claws, fangs, yellow eyes, and the skeleton turning partially black? Azazel said. Well, when I went back to my room, I was just looking through my collection when I saw this match, which I kept. I had a sudden urge to put it on, as if it was almost begging me to, Issei says. Zazel replied. Then I started seeing things. Zazel raised an eyebrow. I saw her. She was hurt, Issei said. His expression changed to that of anger, sorrow, and regret. He looked like he was in physical pain. I saw her with arrow piercing her. I could even feel the arrows. It was like I was seeing experience what she did. Maybe those are her memories? I'm not sure. Then I got sucked into it. I saw more and more of her, and my chest started to hurt a lot more. Pain spread to my left arm, Issei said. Issei rolled up his sleeve, and it shows that it's Azazel in the black and white cracks like lines. What the? Azazel says. The mask stuck itself to my face and started to grow on my body. I managed to take it off, though, Issei said. Was it trying to possess you? But it needs a conscience for that, and I don't feel anything from the mask, Azazel says. Nor do I. So why did it do that? Issei said. Let's find out, Azazel replied. He takes the mask and puts it on. Before Issei could stop him, and nothing happened. Nope, nothing, Azazel said. Why would you risk that? It took everything I had to take the mask off while the others were powerless to do anything. 'Cause I know you can stop me, kiddo, Azazel said. Issei sat there in silence. Put it on. I need to see what happens. Alright, Issei replied. He then grabs the mask, puts it on. Issei starts seeing the images of the woman again. The mask started to grow once more, but Issei was ready this time. Issei removed the mask quickly, and it wasn't hard as before. It latched onto you. Describe it, Azazel says. It felt like a solid turning into a liquid. A living liquid. I felt it grow, and I saw the woman again. I saw two sides of her, Issei said. Meaning? Azazel replied. I saw her with full moon behind her. She's perfect. I'm getting jealous, kiddo. Just tell me about the next one. In the other, she's a fighter, a warrior. I think the location in that image, it's not like anything I've seen on Earth. I could smell the blood when I saw it. I could feel the magic, Issei said. This is interesting, but there isn't any place for magic in the air. We possess it, Azazel says. Are you saying that she is not from our world or even possibly our universe, Issei says? There are different dimensions, so it's possible. Well, come on, let's get some dinner, Azazel said. Yeah, I feel hungry. He replied. The two ate dinner together. Azazel still couldn't believe that Issei gave up, or it was freaking out in the inside when he saw Issei change so much but still hanging on. Issei, Azazel says. Yes? Forgive me for asking this, but wasn't there a bit of an overreaction from both sides during that day? Azazel said. Not sure, but I used my spell. You know, the one I used to counter an enemy woman's attacks. And what did you find out? Azazel said. That they all meant it, especially Rias. Being told that she would rather go back to her former misogynistic fiance who I gave up my arm for to defeat Cut really hit fucking deep. I can sure pick him, Issei says. And about Rainier, I'm sorry, Azazel said. It wasn't your fault. She followed Cocaville who went rogue. She's dead, and he's in ice, Issei says. So about this new woman, you want to know about her bust size? Yup, I was too lost in her eyes and her voice. Didn't notice her bust size, Issei says. Azazel and Drake, what the fuck? Really? Issei said. I'm disappointed. Azazel says. I'm not. I'm proud. No tits to power up. I'm done being shocked, Drake says. Tits are the best, Drake. Azazel replies. Then you can become the grabbing dragon. People would notice the difference, Azazel said. That insert sex would beat you if you tried anything with Rias, Issei said. Yeah, nope. Bros before hoes. And oh, are you okay with your parents knowing that about the supernatural? And you? Azazel says, honestly, I don't even care anymore. Right now, I just want to give Sour Org the fight I promised and find out who the Fox Woman is, Issei says. And what makes her so strong, Azazel replied. Yeah, Issei said. Issei started to feel dizzy. Are you okay? Everything is spinning, Issei said. Issei tried to get up, but he fell on the ground and then passed out. Hey, Issei, Azazel says. And that is the end of Chapter 10. Chapter 11, My Other Half. The fox woman Issei encountered was running away and climbed a tree in a familiar forest. She was still in her fox form and looked at the mushroom cloud that was created by Issei. She looked on in awe and changed into her semi-human form. She was still wearing Issei's jacket. She loved it as his scent was on it and was truly decent. Every man would love to see her in nude, but Issei saved her from the embarrassment of death. She watches from a distance and sees the others with it. Who are they, and why does my other half seem so distant from them? The woman says. She didn't like seeing them with him. I can feel your anger towards them except for one. Is she your mate? No, you don't have to be. We have with her, the woman said. She watches everyone talk about something missing. Then they teleported away just after she saw Issei take the mask. No, not that, the woman said. She was getting worried and dropped to her knees. She felt something move around the jacket. She took it out and saw a switchblade. What's this? The woman said. She started to examine it and accidentally flicked the blade. A small blade? It belongs to him. He has good taste. Just what I expected of my mate, the woman says. She puts the knife in her pocket. I wish I got to know your name at least. I'd be one step closer to knowing the truth, the woman said. She transformed back into a fox and was on her way to find him. She could feel his presence to an extent even though he teleported away. The woman managed to create some clothing using magic and fixed his jacket too. No bite marks and blood on it. She felt guilty for hurting him. It was a thin jacket that was meant for style in the summer. One day she was wondering and she felt someone's hands on her face. What the? Who's touching me? The woman said. There was no one around her and no present except for one. Wait. These are his hands. They are so gentle. I can sense his presence, the woman said. She was feeling Issei's hands and touching her cheeks. In her lips. Issei was in his room at the time with the door locked and touching the mask. What are you doing? Wait, stop, the woman said. She could feel Issei turn the mask and put it on. As Issei started seeing images in her memory, she started seeing images of him in his memories too. She saw him as he get his heart ripped to pieces by the group from before, saw the fight Fallen, Devils, Loki, and the others. She felt his pain too. The pain from light spears, all the fights, but none could come close to his heartache. She was screaming as she saw Issei turn into the creature she was before. A mask started to manifest on his face as well until it suddenly fell off. She couldn't see Issei anymore, but his presence changed. What just happened to you? The woman said. She saw that there was something else. Something to him besides the mask trying to take over. She sat there and contemplating what really was happening to him, because his presence to become very different. She felt apathy within Issei. After an hour or two or so, she felt him put on the mask once more. She saw more memories of his and finally heard his name just before she lost the connection. Issei, that's the name of my soulmate. I hope you can find me. I don't know where I am. I'm scared, the woman said. And that is the end of Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Wake up. Now we're in Issei's dream. I did it again, the girl saying to herself. Issei in his head, what's happening? He's seeing all these things. No matter how hard I try to avoid it, it always ends up like this, the girl says. Who is that? Is he dead? Issei says. Maybe he was right. I'm just a monster hiding behind a mask. What have I done? No, you're not a monster. Who is that? Did he make you kill that man? Issei says. Issei saw the woman's appearance change slowly. Her soft skin was pale as ash and her eyes turned red. No, Issei says. He saw a mask manifest on her face. Horns grew on her head, her tails disappeared, and her arms turned into blades. Why? Why is this happening to you? Issei says. Issei then saw nothing but a pitch black. How could something so beautiful become that thing? And why? Issei says. He then saw an image of Rias flash in front of him. He started to get angry, heartbeat rising. He saw this right in front of him. What the? Issei says. It latched onto him and started to grow once more. Issei screamed at his chest and pain increased. His anger rose considerably. Issei tried to get it off, but it's too fluid-like to get actual grip on it. Issei then grew his hair longer. His body turned white and has black markings on his chest. Horns grew on his head. His fingers turned into black claws. He was trying so hard to control himself that a voice told him to destroy. Stop it! Get off me! Issei says. Issei started calming his body. Every time he ripped off some of the white substance, it would just grow back. He felt himself losing to the mask. Stop! Issei says. Issei, a voice called out to him. Wake up! It was a feminine voice. He saw a woman appear once more. He couldn't help but feel happy to see her. Please tell me, who are you and why do I feel so compelled to find you? Issei said. She just smiled and said, time to wake up. No, wait, she didn't let him finish as the two fox spirits around her surrounded him and started to glow brighter and brighter. It became a bright flash and everything went black. His eyes started to hurt and slowly opened them. He saw them semi-bright, light above him. A voice spoke. You scared me, the person said. God? Issei replied. Ha! No, it's me, kiddo. Huh? Azazel? Issei says. Bingo, you were out like a light. Speaking of which, please turn off that light. It's hurting my eyes, Issei says. Azazel turns off the light and opens a window. The full moon was beautiful. Thanks, it's already helping. You were out for a while. How long? Half a month. You were in a comatose. Azazel says, what? You were in a coma for 2 weeks, Azazel says. Issei sat up on his bed. How did that happen? It was my fault. You showed me what happened to you after you put on the mask. I let my curiosity get the better of me and asked you to put it on again so soon. I put you in harm's way, Azazel said. Don't blame yourself. I would have done it again anyway, Issei says. What? I wanted to see her again. The woman, Azazel says? Yeah, still don't know why. We'll find answers in due time, but how are you feeling right now? I feel weak, but otherwise, I'm okay, all things considered. I'll tell them that you're awake once you're up to speed, Azazel says. Thanks. Where's the mask? Did anyone see it? It's too late for that. What do you mean? While you were out, I kept the mask in a container in the safe behind that painting. He pointed towards the painting. I fell asleep and heard a loud bang. I opened my eyes and saw the painting on the floor and the hole through the safe. I looked towards you still comatose with your mask on your face. It wasn't growing out, instead it began to evaporate within seconds. Issei just stood there silent. Before, you were having a fever of 102 degrees, shivering, pale as ash, coughing, and having trouble breathing. Your blood pressure was jumping between high and low. How much, you ask? Imagine taking Xanax, weed, crack, and cocaine at the same time. It took our best medical team to stabilize you, but none of us could figure out how to cure you. Did Sir Zex and Graphia see me that way? Issei said. Unfortunately, yes, Azazel replied. Fuck, Issei said. It gets worse. What? Your chest had a black spot in the size of a baseball. The affected area started to cave in. Your body temperature was started to fluctuate from 102 degrees to 30 degrees Fahrenheit. We had to bring a lot of phoenix tears too. Who brought the phoenix tears? Ravel brought them personally. I really wish no one saw me like that, Issei says. It was inevitable. When large amount of phoenix tears are ordered in an emergency, 1 or 2 members of the Phoenix clan personally see the delivery. Sir Zex, Graphia, and Ravel. They were so horrified at the sight of you, they begged me for answers. What did you tell them? Issei says. I told them that the creature bit you, and like a vampire it was turning into what it was. Which might not be far from the truth. The phoenix tears healed you slowly. After the black spot disappeared, you started to recover. Your fever broke, your skin color returned to normal, but there were some changes still. What kind? Issei says. We did all kinds of tests. MRI, DNA, you name it. When we sedated you from the MRI, we saw your emotions in the state of a flux. And it was like that for a whole time you were out. If you weren't in a coma, then it wouldn't have affected the boosted gear. As for the DNA test... Come on, you're killing me with the suspense, Issei says. The DNA tested that you're now only 10% devil, 40% dragon, and other 50%, well... There is none. The machines couldn't scale anything after halfway through. We used every DNA test machine, and all show the same results. How the hell do I not have half my DNA? Issei says. Cause that thing merged with you, Azazel replied. What? Yes, it's merged with you. That's why the mask disappeared. So what am I? We should ask the woman once we find her. But we don't tell anyone about her until we get some answers. I need to know who or what she is, Issei says. After what she did to you? Yeah, I'm not completely cold-hearted, Issei said. I'm worried about you turning into that thing, Azazel replied. Then I know you guys can stop me. Azazel sat there in silence. How did Sir Zex and Graphia know about me and my current condition? Well, after a day you slipped into your coma, they went to your place to visit you and see if they didn't cause more damage. They couldn't find you, so Rosvice had told them that you're with me, and they rushed over here, and that their timing was horrible. They saw you in that state, Azazel says. Issei replied. But on the bright side, your parents nearly pissed themselves when they finally saw Sir Zex not as Rias' brother, but the freaking Devil King. Rosvice had to leave the room because she had trouble holding in her laughter. Never expected that from her. Wait, does she or the others know about me being out cold for 2 weeks? Yes, I told her, but only her. I didn't tell her about you being sick and turning halfway into that thing, Azazel said. I should so visit her, Issei said. Issei making the others train super hard for the raiding game. Oh, that's right, we have a raiding game in 2 weeks, Issei said. Bad idea. You need to rest and we need to get answers. I can't. I promised him a fight and I won't go back on my word, Issei says. We can delay the match. No, don't cause so much trouble just because of me. Still selfless even after everything you went through. I made a promise to myself years ago, and that is I refuse to just be like everybody else, Issei says. Admirable, kid, but we don't know that what will happen if you fight. We still need to do more tests now that you're awake. We don't know if you actually stop that thing from taking over. It's almost like a paradox. parasite, Azazel says. If I go back on my word, then I'll just insult Sarah Orc. I can't believe knowing I did such a cruel thing. Issei said, well then, if anything bad happens, can we intervene? Got it? Deal. I'll meet you halfway. Let's get something to eat first. You got skinnier. The both had dinner together, so Zex, Gravia, Ravel, and Rosvisa came to visit him. Drake woke up as well. You really had us worried, Rosvisa said. Good to see you're awake, partner, Drake said. Sorry, and thanks everyone for the support. I already feel better because of it. Are we going to ignore the main issues, Gravia said. Not at all. Issei, I know you just recently woke up and all, but we need answers about that stray and to your circumstances behind you being in a coma, Zex says. I understand. Well, that stray was not a stray at all, but a creature from a different universe, we believe, Issei says. Meaning? Gravia replied. According to the DNA test, there's no being in our universe with that DNA. It can't even be scanned with advanced technology of the underworld. What did it look like? Ravel said. Issei begins to describe it and how he beat it, how he was bitten but didn't mention that it was turned into a woman that he saw at times. The doctor started doing different tests and came out with a few conclusions. Issei won't live past the age of 26. He lost more than half his life force by his emotional state, which made it easier for that thing to take it over, but it wouldn't have taken over completely if the dragon's power released from the gear didn't keep it at bay. He'll need more phoenix tears and medicine to keep that thing from taking over. He was somehow stronger and faster along with increased magical reserves, but that's the least of their concerns. Issei and the others are devastated. Ravel went back home and so did Rosvisa, each crying in their rooms alone. The members of each household heard them crying and asked why they were crying, but they couldn't tell them. So Zex and Gravia had to go back and tell the Devil Kings. They swore to secrecy, but they were too devastated by the news. Issei was discharged and stayed with Azazel. He didn't want to go back to the others. How are you holding up? Azazel said. Okay, so far, Issei replied. Issei grabs a few beers and hands two to Azazel. Thanks. No prob. Hey, do you have a training field here? Nope, the best place is under your house, but you want to train right now. Azazel says, I don't have much time left, so might as well make the best of it. Issei, I know you're just saying that to distract yourself. I want to live, Azazel-sensei. Before I didn't, but now I do. I want to find her, Issei says. What do you mean you didn't want to live before? After what happened in the club room, I was trying to get drunk enough to wipe out my memory of that day. What? Azazel said. I know I look like a coward right now, but if it wasn't for you, I would be dead right now. But at least I know how much time I have, Issei says. Fucking hell. Wait, we can recover your life force using Konako's help, like before. Azazel, it was barely working in the first place, Drake said. Then let's use bedroom arts, Azazel replied. I'm not doing that with Konako, and that's final. I'm not a scumbag who will use her for benefit. Look, I get that, but she'll be more than willing to do it, Azazel says. I know, but I cannot bring myself to do that, Issei said. We need to find that woman. She lived after turning into that thing she can help. Give me her description. She's my height, golden eyes, snow-white tails, cream-colored skin. Hair is black as obsidian. It reaches down to her lower back and 3 whisker marks on her cheeks. Her face cheeks or butt cheeks, as Azazel said. Face. And if you look at her butt, then I'll enjoy telling everyone that you stopped me from loving boobs. The whole underworld will hate you for knowing what they beloved grab and dragging. You're bluffing, right, Trey? Azazel, he's mostly serious. Don't cockblock me, Issei, Azazel replied. You can have any woman except for her. There's billions out there in the human world alone. Good point, Azazel says. Perv. So I'm going to regain my strength for the fight. I just remembered. I'll be in charge of commentary. Then I have a request. Name it. There's a song that would suit the fight. Send the name in Issei. Yes? How will you explain your new appearance? Issei looks in the mirror. I'll just use some makeup or something. Wow, my hair got really long in 0.5 months. I need a new look, Issei said. Alright, kid, you're welcome here anytime to just drop by. Issei tried to create a teleportation circle and success. He made one that goes through. He arrives back in Ko, and for the first thing he does is go home. It's midday and Thursday. Everyone is in class. Mom and Dad probably aren't home. Perfect, Issei says. He enters his home, goes to a room, takes a bath, changes his clothes, grabs some of the fresh cash he made, and saw that his collection wasn't there. There aren't even any here. Did they piss me off? I can't have shit in this house. Ugh, Issei said. He left a note saying, return my collection ASAP. Issei. With that, he left, but not before using his magic to change his appearance. It worked on his first try. Huh, neat. It's easier than I thought. Why'd they take the man's knife collection away is the real question. That's the end of chapter 12. Now we will continue with chapter 13, Who Will End It? Ooh. After Issei got a haircut, he felt good. The twin tails in the back of his neck were gone. His hair was shorter now, but very stylish. He brought some new clothes and became eye candy for some girls, but he paid no attention to them. He went back to train for the match. Once he got home, he put his stuff away and went to the training field. You ready, Dreg? Yes. You okay? Just thinking about what that thing was before it turned you into that woman and how it merged with you, Drake said. I blame myself. I didn't put the mask on. Why did you do that? And why didn't it latch onto Azazel? Drake said. Not sure why it only latched onto me, but that night I felt it calling out to me. It wasn't malicious or anything, but it felt lonely. I felt her presence, but I still want to know why. Why do I feel so connected to her? Issei says. And I want to know how I couldn't feel her presence even when she was right in front of us. She's no astral projection or spirit, that's for sure, Drake said. I saw a bit of her past when I was unconscious. There was a dead man lying next to her on the grass. I saw what I think his life force and swirling around here. I saw her here crying as if it was something she experienced before, and it hurts her to hear it more each time. Issei, Drake said. Then I saw a figure wearing black armor. His head was a skull, and it had green flames surrounding it. Issei, Drake said. What? Issei replied, I didn't see any of that or anything else in your dreamscape ever since she came along. I could always see into that since you awakened me, but this time I couldn't see her and you wouldn't respond. Wait, what? Partner, I feel that the so-called connection may be a curse or spell of sorts, Drake said. Explain. She's not from our universe. She's clearly a powerful being and a shapeshifter. What if it's like a succubus? You get charmed and they suck you away your life force and her method is different, Drake says. Then what about her visions of her? The connection, Issei said? She might try to be using that to make you look for her. Moth to a flame metaphor comes to mind. Drake. I don't believe that. I can't believe that, Issei says. I'm just saying that it's a theory. She didn't want you to leave your side, knowing that you were everyone else that could have ended her life. She healed your shoulder as much as she could, Drake said. What if that's part of her plan? What if she's using me just like her, making me think and feel like she's someone I love? What if... Issei says, I'm sorry, I should have kept my mouth shut. Drake says, no, I'm glad you shared that with me. It's my curse that I end up being used one way or another by a woman. Me and my stupid attraction towards them gets me in trouble or killed, and now I have less than a decade, Issei says. Drake was silent. She's out there, doing who knows what. How much blood is on my hands because I let her go, Issei says. Don't blame yourself. There's no way you could have known. I didn't know either, Drake said. I have to find her and stop her if your theory is true. And if the connection is real... Don't do that. Don't give me hope. Right now, I know that's what you need. If the connection is real, then I'll make things more difficult. It'll be dead. I'll be dead in about 8 years, and she'll be alone again. She should have said this connection was someone who can live a full lifetime with her. I'm just a dead man walking, Issei says. We'll find a way to fix this. We have time. Don't jinx it, Trey. That's been done a few times already. The dividing gear, Juggernaut Drive, and now this. Hey, I have an idea. What if I divide out of existence? It's merged with you. If you try that, then you'll rip your body apart. Then I better use it as a last resort in case it manifests like my dream. Issei says, what? Oh, right. After I saw what I think was her past memories, I saw the mask grow on my entire body. I was turning into that thing. What if it's not her who's doing this, but the thing itself? It's the curse. She may be a victim, Drake said. Maybe. Let's train for now. You need to get stronger, just in case Cyroorg won't underestimate you like one of your foes, Drake says. Which is why I can't hold back. But he's in for a surprise or two. Not only do you have promotions, but that thing made you stronger and faster as well. You might almost at his level without Balance Breaker, Drake says. That thing was ultimate class. If I turned into that combined with the boosted gear... Oh no, he fell to his knees in fear. Your power may rival Great Red and Orphis one day, Drake said. Issei takes out Ascalon and points it towards his chest. Issei, what are you doing? Issei was breathing heavily. His hands were shaking. Drake, I'll be a monster. All that power will be a threat to existence itself. I can't even imagine having such power, let alone controlling it. I should just end it. Issei, stop! We'll find a way. You're not the type to become corrupt with power, Drake says. This is the quickest way, and surefire to stop me from hurting anyone, Issei says. He closed his eyes and held the tip of the blade to his neck. Issei tried to steady the blade, but his hands were trembling. Drake flared his aura so much that the whole neighborhood started to shake and the temperature increased a little. The others felt this and knew that it was Drake calling them for help. Drake saw that Issei was becoming suicidal when the mask started to appear on his face and started to grow all over him. Some black and red energy was being released. He let out a roar that even sent chills up Drake's metaphysical spine. Issei stabbed Ascalon into the ground and started to rip off the mask, only to find it grow back. Drake called out to him, but Issei couldn't hear him. He only heard one voice. Don't do it, please. Who are you and what are you? Issei says. Accept it. Accept me as I accept you, the woman says. Stop hiding and face me, Issei replied. Forgive me, Issei, the woman says. How do you know my name? What is this thing? We are connected. Don't fight it. Accept it as it is now you. What does that mean? What am I? You are my other half. With her voice became silence. No, wait. Come back, Issei says. Issei couldn't hear her voice anymore. He could feel that thing take over. He opened his eyes and saw Drake releasing his power to keep that thing from taking over. Drake was releasing some of that energy straight into his body. Issei felt it and was becoming more dragon. Like scales began to grow on his limbs. He felt a sharp pinch in his neck. The mask broke off of him and Drake stopped releasing his energy. Issei looked around and saw Kiba holding a syringe. He saw everyone else looking at him. They were crying. He didn't like seeing them like that, especially how his parents were afraid of him. His parents could only stand there helplessly. Guys, Issei said. He collapsed on the ground but didn't lose consciousness. Kiba helped him up, followed by Issei. Issei recovered after a few seconds and managed to stand up on his own. Are you feeling better? Issei took a few steps towards the answer because he wasn't sure. Was he? Issei didn't feel suicidal once he came to his senses. Yeah, I think so. What did you inject me with? The medicine Azazel sent. Issei, what's happening to you? I wish I knew. Issei, we haven't seen you in 2 weeks. Issei knows but won't tell us. She came back crying yesterday and a few times before that. Please talk to us. Issei was just silent. Issei, just tell them, Issei says. Okay, fine. That thing bit me. It merged with me. As to know how and why, I have no clue. Nor does Azazel or the doctors. We have a theory that it might not even be from our universe. They all gasped. We think that after it bit me, it started to turn me into whatever it was before I put it down. Issei says, like a vampire? Jasper replied. Maybe, and we're not even sure if it's even biological. Looked very much biological. It was taking over as if it knew what it was doing, Akeno said. Yeah, I didn't feel if I had consciousness. Even the best tech couldn't pick up any DNA other than devil and dragon DNA. I'm 10% devil, 40% dragon, and this thing is the other 50%. It's like half of me was bleached, Issei said. And this medicine is to prevent you from taking it over, isn't it? Yeah, Issei says. What else did the doctor tell you? There's nothing else. That was it. Bullshit. We know there's some more, Rias said. If it takes over, then you have my blessings to end my life before I end yours or those around me, Issei said. We won't do that, Rias said. This time I'm asking you to rip out my heart. It'll be easier the second time, Issei says. They all went silent. One could almost hear the heart breaking. After a few minutes, he continued. If this thing takes over, it'll have access to the boosted gear. It alone is ultimate class. You can only try to imagine the damage, or should I say, I could do, Issei says. They all took a few seconds to imagine. They were horrified at the possible outcome. Konako says, it might make Great Red an orifice to stop me. I don't want that to happen, so there's one thing I ask of you. Do the right thing, for once, Issei says. But, Aji said, no buts. Do you really want to risk the lives of everyone in favor of mine? If I killed anyone who didn't deserve it, then blood will be on my hands. I can't live knowing that I did that if the time comes, Issei said. Razvaisa started to cry a little. This caught the attention of the others, and her sobbing was the kind that you see after a heartbreak and that death is coming. Issei, there's still more you're not telling us. What are you hiding? Akeno says. There's a slim chance that it might not take over as long as the medicine works. If it stops working, then you know what to do, Issei says. And if we can't, Rias says, you're right. None of you could stop me if I did lose control. Maybe Volley will be willing to do the deed. Yep, he'll kill me first chance he gets once it happens. He'll go from the terrorist to a hero right then and there, but at least you guys will be safe. I'm a free devil now, so you won't have to bear the responsibility of a rogue pawn, Rias, Issei says. He picks up Ascalon and just looks at it. This reminds me, where's my knife collection, Issei says. Everyone says at the same time, "What? My knife collection is missing. Where is it?" Issei says. "We hid them. We thought you were going to kill yourself. You cut yourself so many times," Rias said. "If I wanted to kill myself, then I would have done it the day you ripped my heart into pieces. If Azazel didn't show up, then I would have used Ascalon to end my life. I nearly did it again just moments ago before you all showed up. The only reason I didn't do it is because I have a promise to keep Syra Org, and I keep hearing that voice," Issei says. "A voice? Yeah. Whose voice do you hear?" Azia says. "Not sure. Is it Rainier?" Issei looked at him deadpan. "Thanks for reminding me of that bitch," Issei says. "Sorry. Then shut up and start training." "I'm not the only one fighting Syra Org," Issei says. He pointed Ascalon towards Kiba. "Same to you, Rias and your Parage. All of you come at me together," Issei says. "What? Why? I'm almost at his level. You guys need to practice. You're gonna either take my parents away from the field or put up a barrier." His parents came forward. "We're not leaving. I want to see the kind of man you become. They all told us the truth," Mickey said. Issei, "We're sorry for how we treated you. You never tried to see what you were going through. Let us see for ourselves the fruits of your labor," Goro says. "So be it. Irina, barriers," Issei said. Right, sure." She created a strong barrier, but Issei decided to create several more around them just in case. "Issei, when you were able to use magic as powerful as that," Akano said, "since yesterday. Now come at me." "No balance breakers," Zenovia says. "I want to test my raw strength." "Bring it." Everyone charged at him. His parents were afraid that he might get hurt. Kiba, Zenovia, Irina had swords in hands. Akano prepared her dragon lightning. Rias fired off a power of destruction. Rasvaisa used multiple elemental spells such as light, ice, fire, earth, etc. Issei disarmed Zenovia, broke Kiba's sword, and sent Irina's light flying sword flipping through the air, dodged Rias's and Akano's attack, and Rasvaisa's attacks made contact, but they had no effect. "That was pathetic. Stop holding back. You too, Gasper. Don't hide anymore. You have power to use," Issei said. Gasper was in awe after he saw Issei stop and avoid their attacks so easily without laying a finger on them. He regained his composure and saw that Issei wasn't using his sacred gear. Gasper tried to freeze time, but as soon as he accused his sacred gear, Issei disappeared from sight. "Huh? You can stop time, but too slow to do so," Issei says. Gasper heard a voice from behind him. He looked in beside Issei towering over him. He's not used to seeing Issei in this form. Pale, scales on his arms, fangs, golden eyes that radiated killing intent. Not the kindness that they once held. Gasper just looked down. "Gasper," Issei says. He didn't look up. "Maybe speed isn't your thing yet. I have an idea. Vampires have super strength, right?" Gasper nodded. "If they become stronger when they drink human blood or of the other creatures, correct?" He nodded again. "You have human blood in your veins with vampire strength. Let that flow. Don't hold back." "But I'm too small to possess such strength. I don't even know if it's possible." "Looks can be deceiving. Konako proved that every time I sparred with her. I live to tell the tales. I can tell what you can throw at me," Issei says. "Oh, okay, dig deep inside. Think of your body as one of kind of sacred gear." Everyone is happy at the sight. Despite the bad blood, Issei is helping Gasper become stronger. Gasper closes his eyes and concentrates. He feels his blood pumping through his veins. He feels power. His muscle tone increased. Issei took notice. He promoted to a rook, entered his balance breaker. As soon as he crossed his arms, Gasper opened his eyes and threw a punch. Issei took a direct hit and was pushed back a few meters. The armor on his arm started to crack and a few pieces fell off. "Well done." "I'm proud of you," Issei says. "Thanks, big brother," Gasper replied. Glad I could help. "Now, all of you together," Issei says. "Right." They all got serious and didn't hold back. They attacked with everything when they're in sync. Now that they're in perfect sync, what brought about this sudden change? Issei thought in his head. "'Cause you're back and acting like your old self, training together like you said before. You can see them smiling," Drake said. He saw them smile like fools. Kiba created plenty of throwing knives and aimed at his weak spots in the armor. "He must have my collection. I had throwing knives in there, and he must have copied or from a long-range attack. Not bad, Kiba," Issei said. Gasper and Konako used their strength and small size to their advantage. Their small size made them difficult to catch, and their strength combined was doing some damage. His armor was falling apart. Irina and Zenovia used their Excalibur and Durandal to set waves of light-based attack. Issei countered with dragon shots. The dust covered the field. Akano, Rias, Rasvaisa used their magic to send a massive barrage of attacks. Issei didn't. Was coming and was hit. He hit the wall behind him and his armor broke apart. Rasvaisa used a wind spell and cleared the dust. They also let Issei sitting on the ground taking deep breaths. "Well done," Issei says. Everyone else was breathing heavily. They really didn't hold back. Issei got up and said, Enough for today. Oh, and Kiba, I know you have my collection. What gave it away? Kiba said. Those throwing daggers. They are the exact copy of those in my collection. Ross Bison may love knives as much as I, but I bet she wouldn't take them without asking. The rest of you don't like blades as much as do. I know I would be pissed off if you got rid of them, and now hand it over, Issei says. Oh, you're good, Kiba said. Us dragons love our treasure. Anyone who takes it usually gets death, but I'm too tired to deal with all that. Right, I'll put them in your room right away, Kiba said. Wise choice, and I don't want a single knife missing. Are we clear? Issei takes out one knife, still had from his pocket, as he held it in his claw, and as everyone saw something above Issei for a second. They all lost their smiles and backed away from their legs shaking. Huh? You guys okay? Issei said. Everyone looked slowly while sweating bullets. Okay, I'm gonna go get something to eat, so see ya, Issei said. He leaves and his parents stayed with the others. They didn't see what Rias and her team saw. Are you alright? Miki said. We're fine, but that face, we saw it only for a second, Gasper said. Yeah, it felt like hours, Irina replied. But it was just Issei, Goro said. And something else, Rias said. Issei went to the kitchen. As he was eating, Drake spoke up. You helped Gasper today, Drake said. He needs to survive. He called you big brother and you didn't snap. It would have been messed with his training, Issei said. Issei, I want to apologize. You nearly killed yourself after I spoke. I hope you can forgive me. Drake, thank you, Issei says. Drake was surprised. You're right. What if she does is that you described her? It would have been too much trouble and a heartache. She showed up out of the blue and did some damage like Rainier and Rias. I also noticed that I want to be loved and loved too much far too quickly. I really need to get over it, Issei says. But when you do love, you give it as much as you believe that they deserve, a rare and amazing quality. Don't throw it away, Issei, Drake says. Alright, I won't, Issei replied. What about? You said regarding asking Volley to take your life, Drake said. Oh, I won't just let him kill me. I'll fight till the end. If he does kill me, then it'll go be on my terms, so it's not a complete defeat, Issei says. If he realizes that you used him, Drake said, like Riser, his pride goes out the window and shatters on the ground. He'll die inside, Drake said. He's all bark but can bite through still mostly bark. He'll be mostly dead inside. The next Red Dragon Emperor won't be troubled by him and you can take him down. That's a really messed up plan, Drake says. But effective, Issei replied. And that was the end of Chapter 13. Now, Chapter 14. The First Laugh. Sorry, this water be hitting sometimes, you know what I'm saying? For the remaining 2 weeks, Issei trained with his former team. Gasper got stronger and faster than the others. Kiba and Zenobia used Issei's weights to train like he did. Kiba returned to Issei's blades immediately after the incident. Today is the last day of training. Last day, use it to rest up. Tomorrow will make the last 2 weeks look like child's play, Issei said. We're making progress, Zenobia said. You'll be too tired to fight tomorrow. If you keep pushing yourself, you'll be sitting ducks, Issei said. But I didn't get stronger, Ozzy replied. You got better at using your sacred gear, Issei said. Issei clenched his chest, and his claws turned black. Rias was about to say something, but Issei quickly took out a syringe from his pocket, and he summoned the boosted gear and boosted twice. Issei, where are you going? Ross Vices said. He transferred the boosted power into the syringe. It was also glowing, and Issei injected it into his arm. He sat down and saw his claws become normal. His pale skin got its natural pigment again. Are you okay, Issei? Rias says. Yeah, I'm fine now. Issei, that's the second time you've used your meds today. You usually have to use it once it flared up. It's becoming more frequent. The timing is random. The next time it could happen days or months or now or 10 seconds. At times I can suppress at will, but not always. It's getting cold in here? Issei said, everyone looking in the room. No, it's 30 degrees Celsius in here. Issei was rubbing his hands together. Then it must be a side effect of the medicine then. I'm going to go to bed. As he was leaving, Akeno spoke. All alone? Want us to join you? Akeno said, no. Issei replied. He shot her down and went to bed. Akeno was saddened by his refusal. He's still angry, Kiba says. Understandably so, Rossweiss replied. I miss him. The old him. What have I done? Rias says. What you shouldn't have, Rossweiss said in her head. Issei is right, though. We need to rest for today. We'll need all the energy we have for tomorrow. Everyone nodded and Rias calmed herself. Konako, however, made way to his room. Konako, where are you going? To help Issei get his life force back. We haven't once had a chance to do it since that day, Konako said. Good idea. It might get rid of that thing. Konako nodded and went to Issei's room and noticed that the door was unlocked. He forgot to lock it, so she went in. She saw him huddled up in a blanket. She climbed on his bed and started using sage arts like before to help him. As she came into contact, she felt his body, which was cold as a corpse. She panicked, thinking that he was dead, and threw the blanket off. Issei, wake up! Don't die! She shook him violently. He out of her instinct, grabbed her by the throat, held her down, with one arm reloaded his claws. He pinned her on the bed, but she managed to whisper one thing that brought Issei back. In his senses, it was risky. I have no choice. Harder, Konako said. Issei came to his senses and just looked at her with wide eyes. He slowly let go and kept some distance. Konako, did you just say what I think you said? Konako, now blushing red, tried to deny it, but it was clear that she did it. Maybe, Konako said. And he started immediately laughing. Konako was still blushing red and started to giggle a bit, and then turned to full-blown laughter. I suppose that's one way to save your life. Oh, my ribs. But at least we know what your kink is. I'm so sorry, Konako said. You really need to stay away from Akino, because that was so wrong. Ah, that was so unnatural, Drake said. How do you think I feel? Konako replied. To hear of you all people say that, I don't have the words. At least you're not a pedo, Issei, Drake said. Watch it, Drake. I'm 18, Drake. I'm not pretty underage, Konako said. Could have fooled me, Drake said. Konako was getting angry now. She did not like being called a little girl. Issei decided to change the topic. Okay, that's enough, you two. Only Konako. What were you screaming about? Her expression became grim. I thought you were dead. Huh? Issei said. Your body was ice cold when I climbed into your bed. Again, it's a side effect. And why were you in my bed? Issei said. It's been 2 months since our last session. We need to recover the life force you lost. Remember? Issei had no choice but to lie. Oh, has it been that long? Issei says. Yes, I see. That's all you have to say? Konako hugged him tightly. Issei, we miss you. We put you through all this, and now you're sick. You barely speak to us. None of us girls can sleep at night without you being by our side. We're sorry, Issei. We spend the rest of our lives trying to make things right, Konako said. Issei just sat in silence. Konako looked at him and saw his blank expression. She started using her sage arts again. Her output was significantly higher than before. Konako, stop, Issei said. She didn't listen and amplified her magic again. Issei had to stop her. He moved her away and kept her at arm's length. Huh? Konako said. You're wasting your energy, Issei replied. What do you mean? It's not working. It was hardly working before. Then we'll have to take it to the next level. We will use bedroom arts, Konako said. She begins to start to strip. Issei grabs her hands and stops her. Don't even think about it. Why not? Konako said. Because of 2 reasons. Firstly, when you used your sage arts just now, I felt that thing begin to take over. I suppressed it, but it's clear that sage arts won't help. Konako's cat ears dropped down. And the second, as I told you before, if we did that, then it'll be wrong reason. Plus, if you got pregnant, then you'll be at risk, and so will the unborn. Your body isn't ready for that. Better me than you. There will be the other Red Dragon Empress or Empress in the future, but there won't be another you, Issei said. Konako hugged him, and he hugged back. She kept her head on his chest and felt something missing. She lifted up his shirt and saw the black spot with black lines coming from it. It was the spot on his chest, looked like it was hollow. What? What is that? Konako said. That creature had a hole in its chest too. I'm turning into that thing after all, so this appears from time to time. I take this medicine to heal it, and quickly so my organs aren't exposed, Issei said. She touched the spot and it felt like his chest was caving in on itself. She started to cry after seeing that she was no longer the one who could help restore his life force. Issei fixed his shirt and hugged her. It's okay. I've come to terms with it. Don't blame yourself, Issei says. How could I not? We hurt you, ganged up on you. You fought that thing alone. We didn't do anything, Konako said. If it wasn't for my new queen promotion, then I would be dead, and so would the rest of you be as well. We're alive, and that's all that matters. The thing was ultimate class, and I survived by dumb luck, Issei says. How are you still so kind to us after what we did to you? You nearly killed yourself because of us, Konako said. Because I still love you all, I think, Issei says. You think? Do you not feel any love? Half the time I feel hollow, just hollow. But I enjoyed sharing a laugh. I don't think we ever did that together, Issei said. She started to whimper. Issei tried to comfort her. She wouldn't let it go. They stayed like that for a while. Issei, I'm sorry. We're sorry. I can't help you recover. You relied on me and I failed you. I'm sorry, Konako said. It's okay, Konako, Issei says. He started to rub her cat ears and it comforted her a little. It's okay. It seems you're getting over what happened day by day, Drake says. I'm not over it. I don't think I ever will be. I still remember. They all felt that day. Right now, I'm numb, but I know what she's feeling. It's feel. At times, Issei said. Drake said. Let's just focus on the game tomorrow. You better take your medicine before the match. Sure, Drake, Issei said. But don't boost its effects. You never got the chills before. If you do it again, then the side effects could be deadly, Drake said. It stopped that thing from taking over, but I get what you're saying. I'll try not to do it again. Only do it if you have to. Yeah, got it, partner. No problem, but tell me, do you really not love any of them? I don't know. To love someone is to give them a power to hurt you. If that is love, then I don't want it, and yet I do. Drake, why am I so desperate for it? It's only natural that you do. You want to have someone by your side, and to be by their side, Drake says. I see, but what do I do about that woman? She still shows up in my dreams, or when that thing takes over to some minor extent, Issei says. Once the rating game is over, go out there and look for her. You're a free devil, and if you share a connection like you told me, then you'll certainly find her. But don't keep your hopes up. She may not be the kind you're seeking, Drake said. A part of me is cautious, another is yearning for her. I'm trying to ignore it, but it's taxing, Issei says. Rest for now. I know it's only the morning, but still. I'm okay for now, Drake. Besides, I can't move with Konako on my lap. So how does it feel to be able to use magic and teleport? I can finally visit Norway. I love the Northern Lights, Issei said. But not going to check out any gorgeous women there? No, Issei says. Oh no, Drake said. Konako woke up an hour and saw still Issei's throbbing his ears. He was in deep thought, though. She got up. Hey, want to get breakfast? He broke out of his train of thought. Huh? Oh yeah, sure, I could eat. You want pancakes? Issei said. She nodded. The two had pancakes, and the aroma attracted everyone else. They looked and saw Issei making pancakes. Ike noticed them watching and almost drooling. You guys want some too? They nodded. Say, they obeyed like puppies. He enough for everyone. As they all eat and converse, Drake spoke up. That smells good. I wonder, Issei said. Huh? Drake said. Issei summons the boosted gear, and everyone looked at him. He held the pancake up in his gauntlet. Transfer, Issei said. Everyone looked in shock. The pancake disappeared after a few seconds. Got any more? That was delicious, Drake said. Everyone laughed a little, and Issei made more pancakes. Drake got to eat after so long. And that is the end of Chapter 14. Chapter 15, The Rating Game. Everyone just enjoyed their day after their breakfast. Drake got to enjoy pancakes for the first time. Issei just spent the day inside his room and locked the door. The others tried to get to him without hicking with them, but he refused. Clearly, he's still depressed and over everything. First, getting his heart broken, and now he has less than a decade to live. He spent the day maintaining his knives. As the evening he fell, he heard a knock on his door. Issei thought that it was just the others checking up on him, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw Sir Zex, Azazel, and Grafia. Issei opened the door wide open and bowed. Issei, you know that I don't care for formalities between us, Sir Zex says. Sorry, these manners were drilled into my head from the start of this new life, Issei says. Speaking of which, how are you holding up? Azazel replied, as one might expect. I feel all messed up or feel nothing, rarely anything in between. So what brings you guys here? Issei said. You sure you want to fight in the game tomorrow? We can postpone it, Grafia said. I made a promise to Sarorg I won't go back on my word. Thanks for the offer, though. Care for a drink? Thanks, but we're fine, Azazel says. I assume you want to know about this thing. The three nod in the agreement. Well, it usually manifests once a day. At random times, I discovered that Konako's sage art makes it try to manifest even when the medicine is in effect, so using that is out of the question. We train for the match tomorrow, Issei said. No doubt. But there his Gasprow got so strong so quickly, Azazel said. He accessed his vampire side. His super strength, fueled by the human blood that flows within him, made him as strong as Konako. So how are you guys doing? Issei says. We're fine. Thank you for asking, Grafia replied. She noticed the knife collection on the table. She walks over to them and picks up one of the 5 karma bits. This is quite the collection. Thank you, Issei says. These are like talons. Oh, my hat is the Bale Slaw, aka a butterfly knife, Grafia said. It is, Issei says. She picks it up and starts doing tricks with it. The 3 guys were wide-eyed as she was pulling off such complex moves with such speed and grace. Sir Zex turned blue. Issei, may I borrow this one for a short time? By all means, take as many as you want. Issei, she's scary enough as it is. Why are you making it worse? Sir Zex says. He started to shake a bit and smirked. If you're afraid of her, then I have every reason to give her anything she wants. It's basically a get-out-of-jail-free card, Issei said. Grafia giggled. You can't argue with that logic, Sir Zex. She is pretty terrifying. He then whispered into Issei's ear. She totally pegs him, Azazel says. Grafia heard him clearly enough, and she gave him a death glare. What was that, Azazel? I didn't say anything, I swear, Azazel says. Come with me, I know a shortcut, Issei says. Issei jumps out the window and Azazel follows. Azazel screaming, and the sound of the window breaking caused Rias and the others to rush over to see Grafia holding the knife. Zerzek's in the corner, trembling in a broken window. Kiba looked out the window and saw Issei and Azazel running for dear life. Kiba looked back at Grafia. Huh? What got into them? Grafia said. She said nonchalantly while still flipping the butterfly knife. They all backed out of the room slowly. Kiba looked out the window. Wait for me, Kiba said. Run, bitch, run, Azazel said. He jumped out the window as well as he used his new speed to catch up to Issei and Azazel. Grafia was looking out the window. He's gotten faster. Azazel is with Issei, so he'll be fine, Grafia said. He then turned towards Zerzek. Now then, it's our turn to have a little fun. Issei's doing okay, all things considering, so let's go home and enjoy ourselves. I'm in danger, Zerzek says. Grafia teleported him underworld. They had some roleplay and fun. The next morning, Issei and the others prepared for the battle, and his parents tried to convince him to ignore the fight, but he refused. They teleported to the underworld, every team taking part and had to be interviewed. However, Issei completely ignored all irrelevant questions. Any questions related to the match were the ones answered. The reporters noticed this stoic expression on his face. Red Dragon Emperor, you seem like a completely different person. What brought about this change? No comment, Issei says. Rias Grimory, please tell us why your pawn, the Red Dragon Emperor, is acting completely different, the reporter says. He's just focused on fighting Sire Auric Biel, Rias says. What about the Grab and Dragon show? That's on hiatus for now. My master and her queen have to prepare for college, Kiba said. Will the Red Dragon Emperor use the Switch Princess to get stronger? Issei immediately left the interview and the others followed. Issei didn't want to answer any more questions. Azazel was by their side. They drove the limo into the stadium. Issei was sitting in the corner, his eyes crossed his arms. Is he taking a nap, Azia said. I think so. There's still some time till we reach the stadium to let him rest. He's been having some nightmares every now and then, Akano said. Issei was once again seeing that woman. Nothing to say, my love, the woman says. You never answer, so I ask. Not until you accept it. Accept me as I've accepted you. Why? Issei says. Where can I find you? I don't know where I am, the woman says. I'll find you. Meet me where once we're met in 4 days. I'll see you then, my love, the woman says. He sees her one last time, then he wakes up. Her appearance keeps changing, yet she's equally beautiful. Hell, why do I want her so much? Issei says. As the thought about her and what she meant by accepting her, Rias placed out his shoulder and Issei grabbed it with a tight grip out of instinct. Ouch, Issei, it's just me, Rias said. Issei let it go after a few seconds, but now without giving her a death glare. Don't sneak up on me like that again. Rias grabs her wrist. It stung a bit from his grip. Can we talk? Rias says. Hell no, Drake thought inside of his head. I have nothing to say to you, and this isn't the best time for obvious reasons. Just focus on the fight. Rias was saddened by this, and so were the others, except for Azazel. He knows that she had it coming. Rias just sits next to him in silence. Issei was looking out the window and ignored everybody. Rias tried to hold his hand, but he put on his headphones, crossed his arms, and listened to some music. Obviously, all the sad music, like usual. He listened to different kinds of music the whole way and increased the volume to black out any voices. He crossed his arms, closed his eyes. He's still so distant from us, Akano said. Yeah, he still hates us, and hates me the most. I don't blame him, but I just wish we would talk to me, Rias says. Once the match is over, you could try to patch things up with him, but focus for right now, Azazel says. Right, Rias replied. They drive the stadium into silence. Once they arrive, they enter and welcome the Norse gods such as Odin, Thor, Freya, and from the underworld, Hades showed up and a few of his grim reapers by his side. The reapers attacked Issei. He summoned Ascalon and blocked their attack. Enough, Hades says. The reapers backed away. What is the meaning of this, Hades? I didn't order them to attack, Hades said. Then why did they? Hades moved closer to Issei and visually examined him. I see. It seems that you have the powers of a hollow, and a powerful one at that, Hades says. What's a hollow? Azir replied. They were once human souls who gave into their rage, sorrow, and regrets, and they die but don't move on to the afterlife. They transform into hollows, and that's where the Reapers come in. They help the move to the afterlife. If I may ask, how did you possess the powers? Hades said. I fought one familiar force and it bit me. I killed it and I don't possess it. It's trying to possess me. Issei says, hollow? Fitting, Issei thought inside his head. Is there any way to undo it? I'm afraid not, Hades says. It can only be suppressed, but not for long. Already doing that. I apologize for my Reapers attacking. They sensed a powerful hollow and they reached to instinct. I can only give you 2 things as penance, which are advice. First, Hades says, master the power. And the second, my condolences should not. come to pass. Hades says. Everyone was silent. I'll leave you alone. I wish you luck in your match, Red Dragon Emperor and Lady Rias. Take care of them, you old crow, Hades says. Put some skin on lotion, you walking catacomb, Zazel says. Ugh, Hades replied. Lord Hades, I have a request. Oh, the Red Dragon Emperor request for my help? In case I lose control of my hollow side, can I cut on you Reapers to stop me? Issei, Rias says. What are you saying? Irina replies. If the White Dragon Emperor doesn't you first, then I shall honor your request, Hades says. Thank you, Lord Hades. Hades and his Reapers leave. Issei, what was that about? A means to an end. One with no bloodshed, but my own, hopefully. Come, let's get going. Hey, Azazel-sensei, you remember what I asked you that day? Issei said. Oh yeah, you picked a good one, Azazel says. What are you guys talking about? Don't worry. Just going to make things a bit more enjoyable. Make what more enjoyable? Oh hey, it's the chuckle, Issei says. Watch it, you, Riser says. What are you doing here, Riser? You said you weren't taking part in the game, Rias says. I just came to wish you guys good luck. No need to be so defensive. Ravel couldn't make it, so I came on her behalf. Well, thanks. How's she doing anyway? Issei said. To be honest, she's worried about you, Issei, but she didn't tell me what happened, though. Oh, it's just something between my team and I. She doesn't have to worry. I'm thankful for her worrying. Meaning, Riser said. It proves she cares. You don't get many people like that in life. Issei, what happened to you? You're just not the same guy. No, Riser says. Thanks for the concern, but it's a long story. Take care, Riser. Issei walked away from the others. Something broke you, but what? Riser thought in his head. After a few minutes, Azazel began commentary. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first official raiding game since the end of the Great War. I'm Azazel, your host, and the match against Rias Grimmery versus Team Star Orkbiel will begin in 5 minutes. Barriers will be placed for the protection of the audience. Now we're with Rias and her team. Well, I'll be joining Ravel in the crowd. She saved a seat for me. I'll cheer you guys on, Irina says. Thanks, Irina. Zenobia replied. Hey, Issei, be careful, okay? I will, Issei says. She flew to her seat and joined Ravel. Perfect timing. How's everyone going in an Issei? Not too good. We're trying to fix things after the match. If everything works out, me too. Now we're with Issei. He takes out a syringe and injects himself with the meds. Did it try to manifest again? No, I just don't want to risk it taking over during the match. Aren't you worried about the side effects when it's not flaring up? Gasper said. It's based on Phoenix tears, so no. They hear Azazel call out. Alright, will both teams come forward? Balance break, Issei says. Welch Dragon, balance breaker, Drake says. Why use it already? You want people to see my pale draconic face? I don't want to scare the kids. Move out, Issei said. They get up and come out. The crowd cheers for them both. Azazel. So the fights were decided by the people's demand. Each team will be given 2 Phoenix tiers. The first match is Kiba Yuto versus Baraka Frux. Knights come forward. Both knights became forward. We're not going to bore you with the fights. So basically, you guys already know how that one went. Up next is Gasper Zinovia versus Lador and Bethesda. The Bishop Knight of Team Grimmeries versus the Rook and the Bishop of Biel began. Gasper used his new strength to launch himself with great speed. The ground underneath him had 2 small craters. He punched the Rook, who blocked it using its arms, but he was sent flying. Are you alright, Ladorda? Matsuda said. Zinovia shows up with Durandal ready to strike. Never ignore your opponent! Matsuda created a shield, but Durandal shattered it. Mitsuda barely dodges. Zinovia sent an energy wave by swinging her blade, but Mitsuda blocked it using magical shield. Zinovia charged up another attack. No, you don't, Mitsuda said. She cast a paralysis spell and Zinovia was frozen in place. What the? Zinovia says. Got you now. Gasper suddenly appeared in front of her. Think again, Gasper said. Nina looked at him and smirked. She was about to strike, but that was blown away instantly and retired. What just happened here? Gasper didn't lift a finger. I see what he did there. He froze time and unleashed a barrage of attacks and unfroze time. Clever boy. Zinovia, could you move again? What did you just do? Froze time, punched several times, and then unfroze time. Now I'm scared of you. Damn, Zinovia says. Rura walked over to them. I see now I should not have held back. Rura started to transform into a dragon. My Rook is here. From one of the 72 pillars who are known for taming dragons. Well, a few of them could turn into them, Cyroorg says. Ladora attacks both of them, but he couldn't even catch Gasper. Each time he got close to Gasper, he would freeze time and use the same method with Zinovia by his side. They attacked one spot again and again. When this time began to flow normally, Ladora would begin in agonizing pain. His dragon scales gave a little protection and eventually could fight no more. He retired with broken scales, bruises, and several broken bones. Gasper had surpassed his limits and collapsed. Gasper, Zinovia says, I went over my limits. I hope Rias and Issei are proud. Gasper retired in a green light. The winners of the match are Team Grimmery, Azazel says. Issei was silent. He pushed himself beyond his own limits and won. Thank you, Gasper, Rias said. She stood up by Issei's side and tried to hold his hand. He clenched his fist as she held it, but his armor was cold. She couldn't even have the slight comfort she desired. She wanted to feel warmth of his hand, but it was cold as it was towards her. He didn't even try to hold her or look at her. He just stared at something across the field. What are you looking at? Rias says. His pawn. He's got a lot of power. A sacred gear user? Perhaps. The next match is the Knights of Team Gremory versus Sire Orgbiel himself. Begin. Razvaisa, Kiba, and Zenobia lose, but not before cutting off his arm. The winner is Sire Orgbiel. Next match will begin after a 15-minute break. Azazel says he was focused in the fight, even after getting his arm cut off. Irina says Sire took out one of his Phoenix Tears and used it to reattach his arm. Both teams leave the stadium and enter their private rooms. Issei sits down and holds his head in his hands after deactivating his armor. They sat in silence until... So Konako, how was the healing session yesterday? Rias said. Konako turned red and looked at Issei, who looked back at her. The two started laughing hysterically. Was it something I said? And why is your face so red, Konako? Sorry, we're taking that to our graves, Issei replied. He looked at Konako and gave a quick friendly wink, and Konako smiled and Rias noticed. Wait, Issei, did something happen between you two yesterday? Rias said. No, we just shared a laugh. Never did that until recently, Issei says. Why is her face red? She never blushed like that before, especially with you. Did you fuck her? Am I not good enough? You said you wouldn't do that fearing of her health. You said you wanted her, but you ignored me for months, and Konako, you basically cheated on me, Rias said. Rias started ranting. Konako tried to calm her down, and so did Azia. Issei was starting to get a headache. He had to deal with this for too long. Will you just shut up? Issei says. She went quiet. Konako, Azia, leave the room now, Issei says. Issei, please don't harm her. Don't worry, I won't lay a hand on her, but I'm not going to end this once and for all, Issei says. Let's wait outside, Azia. Then he came into the door. Now then, Rias Gremory, Issei says. She backed away a little at the sight of Issei releasing bloodlust, his piercing green eyes with a hint of yellow. It frightened her. What is your malfunction, Gremory? Issei says. Issei, I thought you and Konako were... We were not. Why do you always interrupt me when I try to say something important and go completely off the rails, Issei said. Issei, shut up. Now it's my turn to talk. Do you have the slightest idea about what you put me through, Issei says. Rias was silent. I'm trying so fucking hard to get over it. I haven't laughed like I did yesterday after who knows how long. When I finally do, you assume that I'm fucking Konako. She made a really funny joke yesterday, and that's it. You assume something completely unrelated and then go off accusing me of cheating. How can I cheat when we weren't together? And never will be after what you did, Issei says. No, Issei, don't say that. I love you. That's all I ever wanted you to say to me, Rias says. I went beyond that. I risked my life and my limb. Literally. I fought your ex-fiance to free you. And what did you say? You said that you would rather go back to him because I didn't confess the way you wanted. Newsflash, Rias. I was fucking scared. I was murdered by the first woman I ever liked. She killed Azia before my eyes, and I was afraid to love again, fearing for my life and hers, but I fell for you and I was ready. I was about to tell you that I was in love with you, all fearing that our relationship wouldn't be accepted and tarnish the Gremory name since I was a pawn, and you were my king, but despite that, I was ready to move on from my past, to love again since it was that I fell for. I nearly killed myself and drank myself to kill the most humans for fuck's sake. So why? Why do you constantly hurt me in the most painful way? Rias started to cry. Issei, I'm sorry. I beg for your forgiveness. No. I can't forgive you after what you did. I can't forgive myself for ever loving you. Why? Why did I fall for you? I wish I never, Issei said. He just sat down in the chair. You wish you never what? You don't want to know, Issei said. But just tell me. If you don't want to hurt me, then do it. Well, even be even, so spit it out, Rias says. He finally stood up to let it out. Fine. I wanted to end my life because you brought me into this. I'd rather be free in death than be your pawn. I don't ever want to be used. Drake doesn't want to be used. You let Azia suffer. I wouldn't have accepted that shit if I went through because I felt like it. Was karma for my presence nature. But why did I let her suffer? Do you have any idea what death feels like? I didn't see a white light or hellfire. I just saw dark, cold abyss. A cold, lifeless abyss while blood gushing out of my body, slowly becoming cold as the ground I laid on, and you let it happen. At least my death was quick, but Azia's wasn't. I wish you what? Rias said. I wish I never fell in love with you. I wish I never said yes to joining the club. I wish I never met you. Issei says. Silence fell upon them for 5 minutes. Issei slumped down in a chair. He was trying to catch his breath, and he calmed himself. His chest was hurting. Rias just stood up with a blank expression, but tears puddled up beneath her feet, and she wept. Issei wasn't faring any better, but at least he didn't hold it in anymore. Now, you know how I felt since that day. You wanted me to tell you how I felt? Deal with it. Someone can take my place as the Grab a Dragon character. I'm done with that. Your family can still make money, but after the fight, I'm gone. I'm going to do what little time I have left, Issei says. What do you mean by that, Rias says. The hollow within me took my life force. I have 8 years left to live, Issei says. Rias walks over to Issei and does this. She kissed him for a solid 2 seconds until Issei pushed her off of him. She hoped that he would kiss her back, but he didn't. She only felt his cold skin and instant rejection. Don't ever try that again. I'll only warn you once. Issei says, no, Issei, you're not dying. Not in 8 years or 8,000. Not without us getting married, having kids, seeing them grow up, and having kids of their own. I can't have that without you. Akeno likes you too. We want to marry you one day and full live happy life. Don't say that you don't love me. I can't sleep when you're not by my side. I don't feel happy when you're not happy. It kills me. Please, let's just start from the beginning. Please, Rias says. Issei pushes her off, and immediately as she tried to hug him again, no, Rias, I'm done. After this match, I don't want to see you again. I can't even laugh around you without things leading to this. I can't imagine how bad things would have gotten if we were in a relationship. We're better off apart. You were the cause of my pain and Asia's. I can't forgive that, and I know damn well that she's not over it either. She's just too kind to say it. She's still a part of your barrage, so treat her right. You owe her that much, Issei says. Issei, please don't leave me. It's too lonely without you. Do you think I like being alone? Every day I think about you. You were my friend, my master, my... Ari's images flashed back through his mind. My soulmate. I don't even know anymore, but I know I loved you like I never thought I could love anybody, but now, Issei says. You'd promised you to I said you protect us, Rias says. I promised the Rias Gremory whom I loved, the one who gave me purpose in life, whose parents treated me like their own. You're not her. I don't know who you are anymore. I never really did. I started to question if everything we shared was a lie, but I know we shared an illusion, and that is both of us thinking we actually have a future together. Everyone said that we're officially engaged since I saved you from Riser. I never agreed to that. I was forced into it. Now I know how you felt being forced to marry someone you don't want. But unlike you, I'm going to literally walk away and not hold out for a hero to save me. Once the fight starts, you need to stay back. I'll fight Sarah-org, and if you or Konako can fight his pawn, then by all means, just keep your distance. Just 5 more minutes, folks, Azazel says. Issei walks out the door and see both Ozzy and Konako, who are clearly crying puddles of tears on the ground. Sorry you had to hear that, Issei said. Is it true? Only 8 years? Ozzy replied. Say it isn't so, Konako said. It's true. Only 8 years, then I'm gone. No coming back this time, Issei says. We'll find a way to help you recover. Thanks, Azia. Do me a favor, both of you. Name it. Stay with Mom and Dad. They love you girls and always wanted several daughters, Issei said. Azia said, don't tell anyone outside of our team about the 8 years thing, Issei said. The two nod. Now let's go beat Sarah-org. Balance break. Welt's Dragon. Balance breaker. The 3 went to the stadium. Rias followed a few minutes later with him to wake up on it, clear to hide the crying face and her red puppy eyes, and clear from all that enough to see for something that happened. The next match, Issei vs. Corona. And that is the end of Chapter 15. Chapter 16, Hollowification. Chapter 16, Hollowification. Alright everyone, the next match is Issei vs. Corona. Issei suddenly felt something, the hollow within tried to take over. Issei suppressed it, but it isn't sure for how long he can do it. Rias going nuts on him once again, and him unleashing his anger verbally got him messed up, but he made his way to the arena. Begin, Azazel says. Corona smiled at him and started to strip. What the? Azazel says. Issei still had a headache and was getting worse from suppressing his inner hollow. Well, Red Dragon Emperor, do you wish to dominate me? Issei didn't respond. He used his speed to appear in front of her and knock her out. He caught her and covered her with his wings. Issei and everyone in the audience face palms. Hey, Sarah-org, is this some kind of joke? Issei says. I wish it was. I was hesitant about it too, but I thought it might distract you for her to strike you down. Sarah-org says. Just retire her already. It's embarrassing enough as it is. Corona disappeared in green light. The winner is Issei. Okay, on to the next match. Issei vs Kushida Abaddon. Kushida steps forward. We thought for sure that would work on you, Grabbing Dragon. Kushida says, I'm not a pervert you all came to know. I grew up, and if I were you, I'd put everything I have on defense. Bring it, boy, Kushida says. I warned you. Promotion tonight. Well, Sonic Boost Night, Drake says. His balance breaker became super thin and aerodynamic. He instantly broke the sound barrier, and just before contact, he promoted Rook his armor. Well, Dragon Rook, Drake says. Issei punched, but stopped his fist just an inch from her face. The force of the punch was enough to carry her through the air. It hit her directly and sent her flying through the barrier, which cracked upon impact. The crowd gasped as she retired. If his fist had connected, then she might have died. Sorg was surprised. Don't say I didn't warn you, Issei says. You're even faster and stronger in those promotions than I thought, Sorg says. You found about the Kyoto battle. Indeed, Sorg says. So who's your new pawn? My trump card. Good thing I got one of my own. I expected nothing less from you, Issei. I request a battle royale. Azazel says, what do you say, folks? We have battle royale? The crowd cheers loud enough and hurts one's ears. Issei's headache didn't need this. The battle royale has been granted. Begin. Rias, Konako, and Azia stood by Issei's side. Sarah Org and his only pawn remained. So you will take on Sarah Org while we take the pawn, Rias says? Hold it. Don't you feel his power? He has his sacred gear. Hey, Sarah Orc, who's your new pawn? I want a real answer this time. He says, shall I? Master, the pawn says. I suppose it's time. Do it, Regulus, Sarah Orc says. The pawn took off its mask, began to transform into a 3-meter golden lion. That's the Lion of Nenma, one of the 3D Longinus, as Azazel says. He doesn't even have a gear. He is the gear, Issei says. Oh, so you can fight it? Only one of them. Issei says. Issei held his head and was throbbing from pain. He could feel the hollow taking over. His chest was hurting and his fingers were stinging. Are you okay, Kodako said. No, the hollow is taking over. This is bad, but I think I can handle it. Use your meds. It'll be an automatic disqualification if they see me using drugs. Not everyone knows about my condition. I'll have to manage, Issei says. It's not worth your health, Issei. It's not worth breaking my promise to him either. It's all I have to keep me going, Issei says. Regulus, leave the Red Dragon Emperor to me. You can have the other. Shall I attack? They seem distracted, worried about something. Regulus says, attack, Sarorg says. Regulus roared and charged at Rias and Azia and Konako. Issei punched the lion a few meters away. I'm your opponent, Red Dragon Emperor. Come at me, Sarorg says. I'll leave Regulus to you three. Konako, use close combat. Azia, provide backup. And Rias, you know what to do. Issei walks towards Sarorg and the crowd cheers. Ready? Hell yeah! Regulus was holding his own against the three. Azia healed any injuries they sustained. Konako would use her size and speed to her advantage, but the lion's thick hide was too durable. No wonder Hercules had to wrestle it in the death before it became into a sacred gear. Rias used her powers of destruction to keep the lion at bay, while Konako needed to be healed. Issei in his rook armor was giving Sarorg a run for his money. They wanted to toe-to-toe and were equally matched. Azazel started to play a few songs at Urias' request. Far Out Strike, Fall Out Boy, and Stay Alive. And Rise. The crowd loved it. Music, 2 epic battles. Issei was now completely focused and in the zone. As Issei and Sarorg duked it out, they started to talk. You've changed, Sarorg said. He threw a punch and Issei blocked it. Oh, you have no idea. Issei kicked him in the ribs. You weren't affected by Corona. You didn't use stress break of the power of using Rias' knocker, Sarorg said. He punched Issei in the face and his helmet started to crack, but it didn't break. Let's just say some things happened, Issei said. Something between you and Rias. I noticed that your team is distraught, but you and Rias didn't even make eye contact, Sarorg says. Boost! Times 10. Issei hit him with an uppercut and sent him flying. He switched to his push-up promotion and blasted Sarorg with his twin cannons. He landed in the distance and Issei fell to his knees. Rias called out to him. Issei, Rias says. Worry about yourself, Lady Grimmery, Regulus said. Regulus attacked Rias, but luckily blasted him away. Even her power of destruction has little effect. Issei was clutching his chest yet again. Issei, are you alright? Drake says. I'm not sure. The hollowification is manifesting again. Help me stop it. Drake sent enough of his draconic energy to counter the hollow within. Sarorg got back up. You'll need more of that. Use your trump card, Sarorg says. Fine then. Promotion, Queen. Cardinal Crimson promotion. Issei in his new Queen promotion unleashed a barrage of attacks on Sarorg. He punched in the thin air, appeared above him, did a full front flip, add momentum into his tail strike. Sarorg took a direct hit and a large gash in his chest and has landed on the ground, made a crater. Issei dived down and extended his leg, using the weight of his body armor to gut kick Sarorg into submission. Sarorg rolled out of the way. Issei made a big crater. The crowd went insane. Azazel and Ravel were in awe. What do you think of my trump card? Sarorg got it wiped off the blood off his chest. Very impressive. I would have lost if that that kick actually hit me, Sauerorg says. Regulus was about to get attacked by Konako and Rias. He roared and blew them away. He saw Sauerorg wounded and Issei in his new armor. He sprinted towards them and stood in front of Sauerorg while giving Issei the death glare. Master, use me, Regulus said. I told you I won't use that unless it's an emergency. Do it, Issei says. What? We promised to fight without holding back. You're holding back right now, so don't break your promise, Issei says. I see. I owe you an apology, Issei. Forgive me. I shall fulfill my promise and give it all. Regulus. Balance break, Sauerorg says. Everyone was in shock by those two words. The lion merged with his master and became golden armor. Sauerorg now has the armor with a long gold mane, claws on his knuckles, a lion's emblem on his chest, and his power increased exponentially. Now you can really go all out, Issei says. Sauerorg smirked and the two engaged in close combat. They were eventually matched, but the few minutes of Issei was starting to lose. He had power, but the stamina that Sauerorg possessed and the drive. Why am I losing? I'm not holding back and I'm boosting my power. What's happening? Issei says. He started to hear that woman's voice. No, not now, not yet. You can't control me, Issei says. I'm not trying to control you. Please don't resist. Just accept it. It's as part of you as you are a part of me. You'll only hurt yourself more. You'll lose control like I did. How? I'm scared. I don't know if you're trying to use me or consume my life force. I only have 8 years left. What more do you want? Issei says. To help you. Why? Because you're my soulmate. We have a connection right now and you felt it too. You saved me, now let me save you. You're in pain. I can feel some of your heartache and I can't bear it. Please. Issei was in silence. Issei made some distance between him and Sauerorg. His body was shaking and he kneeled. He looked down as the words of the woman ran through his mind. Sauerorg saw Issei kneeling and thought that he was getting tired. He took the chance to attack and punch him in the face. Issei was sent flying. His helmet fell apart. What people saw was scary. Their cheers turned to silence. His left eye was black. His iris was turning yellow. His hair grew longer in the mask then appeared. Use it. Accept it, Issei. Please, the woman said. Issei heard her beg for him to follow her advice. He ripped off the mask and looked at it. Sauerorg kept his distance. He didn't know what just happened. He looked towards Rias, whom he saw trying to hold back to her tears. Ozzy and Konako were looking in fear. Drake? Issei said, Drake, do you have a plan? Yeah, it's risky. If it works, then if not, then forgive me. I heard her voice again. She's begging me to use her power and accept it. You're going to try to use this thing? We don't know what it can do, Drake says. Won't know till we try it. Hey, Drake, Issei says. What? Pancakes, Issei says. He closes his eyes and he absorbed into the gear. His right arm turned white. His claws and fingers turned black. Hollow power merged. You did it, Drake says. I feel it, Issei says. He held his hand to his face and the dark energy covered it. A mask appeared as he moved his hand away. The crowd was silent. There was something new. Everyone saw his eyes, red and yellow as hellfire. There was a low, deep growl coming from him as he stood there, watching. This growl was not just heard, but felt. Unnerving, he took out Ascalon. Issei, is that you? Sauerorg says. Issei disappeared from sight, appeared behind Sauerorg. He didn't notice Issei appear, but felt and heard the air behind him vibrate. He turned his head and saw Ascalon coming down. He couldn't dodge, and the blade slashed him. His lion mane was cut clean off, and visible cut on his back was left. Sauerorg jumped away and turned towards where Issei stood, only to see nothing there. The barrier was behind him, so Issei couldn't try a sneak attack. He then felt his hand. His face and was dragged against the barrier, his armor breaking from the friction. He saw Issei using his strength without any armor or boosting his power. This is only raw power, and Sauerorg couldn't believe how he became so strong so quickly. But what the most unbelievable is that Issei was right there, yet he couldn't sense his presence, like he's a ghost. Issei tossed Sauerorg into the field. He landed on his feet, and they were shaking. Why are my legs shaking? Sauerorg says. He looked at Issei. Issei started to boost a few times. He moved around, Sauerorg leaving many images. Attack with his fist. Ascalon. Sauerorg couldn't predict his moves, while his armor was being destroyed and cut into pieces. He punched the ground and the shockwave blew Issei away. Issei tried to regain his balance as he trembled. But as soon as he did, he saw Sauerorg's leg coming straight at him. He got kicked in the face and his mask shattered. Issei hit the barrier and laid there. The pain in his body was increasing from the hollow and the draconic energy clashing. He feels like he's going to get ripped apart. Issei, Irina said, get up! That's one hell of a trick, Issei. You certainly fulfilled your promise. Now let's finish this and see who's the strongest. If you don't, then I'll be forced to fight Rias, Konako, and Azia. Don't make me fight women that love you. The woman I love? Issei says in his own head. Images of the fox woman went through his mind. The last image pushed him over the edge. A dark power was coming from him. Issei, Rias says. No, you won't hurt her. Get up! Get up, Issei says. No, I will protect her, Issei finishes. Issei started to change. Now with the foxwoman. No, you're not ready yet. Take control. I fear I may lose you too soon, woman says. She cried as she felt Issei become the hollow. She was beauty, stronger. Wow, with Issei. His scream was heard and felt in the entire stadium. He used his superior speed to tackle Saorg and free Konako. He puts her down and looks at her, who feared back, and he saw as she's afraid just like before. Relax, Konako. I'm still me, Issei says. She no longer looked at him in fear, but in relief. A smile adorned her face. He walked toward Saorg, who was using the last of his strength to get up and attack Issei. Issei raised Ascalon and sent a red and black energy wave. He hit his target and a large explosion followed. Issei walked over and stares at him as he lays with the shattered armor. Saorg got up and put his legs, still shaking, walked over to Issei. Well done, Issei. You beat me. I cannot fight anymore. Thank you, Saorg says. Saorg disappeared a green light with a smile on his face as he faded into consciousness. The winner is Team Grimmery, Azazel says. Issei, are you still in control? I don't want to do anything to hurt you, kiddo, or see the others hurt. I can't bear to see Hades and the Reapers take your life. Please take control, Azazel says to himself. The crowd was still silent as they see Issei go from their beloved grab and dragon to this thing. Issei lowered his sword and roared once more. Each second of it sent chills in everyone's bodies. Irina was starting to cry. Ravel couldn't speak. She remembers seeing Issei in a comatose state and how he looked like he was dying. Konako, Rias, and Azias slowly walked over to him. Issei put Ascalon back into his boosted gear. He slowly grabbed his horn and broke it off. The crack spread to the rest of his body. It started to break off into pieces. The hole in his chest appeared like it never existed. His hair was still long. He turned back to his old normal self, appearance-wise. The draconic features, pale skin, vanished. You're welcome, Saorg, Issei says. He looked up at the audience. He saw their shocked faces. Even the kids were silent until they erupted with cheer. The ground was vibrating from it. Issei couldn't believe they cheered for him. As fatigue set in, he smiled and said, I retire. A green light began to envelop. He lost consciousness, but not his smile. Issei, wait, Rias said. She rushed to him and reached out. He fell to his knees, faded with the green light as soon as she reached him, and with that, it was over. Chapter 17. More answers. As Issei retired, he blacked out and woke up a few hours later in bed. He looked up and saw that he's in the medical room. He was about to get up until, don't move, your bones are fractured and some are even broken, Saorg says. Issei turned his head and saw Saorg laying on the adjacent bed. Hey, Issei said. Issei was still drowsy. The adrenaline wore off. They gave you the meds to help you heal faster. You'll be okay, Saorg says. He said, smiling. Issei, despite being under the influence, spoke up. How are you feeling? I'm fine, but the question is, are you? Saorg says. Huh? I noticed that there's some bad blood between you and my cousin Rias. Want to talk about it. Issei was silent. Well, if you ever do, then you know where to find me. Thanks for keeping your promise. That was one hell of a fight. What was the power you used anyway? Saorg says. Once I get all the answers, I'll tell you over a drink. Or several, Issei says. Saorg could tell that the way he spoke wasn't because of the drugs. It was emotional pain. Deal. But you have to tell me the whole story, Saorg says. That's what the several drinks are for. Name the time and place. When you're ready, I'll wait, Saorg says. Thank you, Issei replied. He closed his eyes and blacked out again. So how long are you going to keep hiding there, Rias? Saorg says. Rias enters the room. You knew I was there? Yep. Care to give some answers to what happened? Rias walks over to Issei as she held his hand. She was looking depressed. I said something I shouldn't have. Saorg was silent. You're not going to ask me anything? No. I have a feeling I shouldn't pry. Rias just climbed into Issei's bed and cuddles with him while weeping. Saorg could tell that whatever happened could not be hidden for long. Rias Grimmery. After everything that has happened, you still have the audacity to even come near my partner, then hold him as if he's your toy? Ugh. You're lucky he's passed out and I'm stuck in the gear, Drake says. People are completely honest when they're angry or drunk. Issei needs to let out his anger. This drinking session will be intense, Saorg thought to himself. Meanwhile, with Azazel. After he made sure Issei was okay, he went to see Hades. I assume you want answers regarding the hollow that is a part of the Red Dragon Emperor. Exactly. Are you willing to talk? Azazel says. Very well. If I don't, then I know it would only cause more trouble than it's worth. I'll make it brief, but tell me, where did he encounter Avastra Lordi of all hollows? Hades said. In the familiar forest. And what do you call it? Yes, there are low class hollows equal to low-ranking devils, they come in all shapes and sizes, different abilities. Like everything in existence, they feed on souls. Living, but those who aren't available, they turn into each other at times, they even merge with their numbers from a certain reach point. They reach called class Menos, which has 3 types. Gillians. I'm not going to go through all the definitions, that's annoying. Ajukas. One, Gillians are the most massive and powerful, but lack intelligence, and individually being the product of hundreds of hollows fused together. Though they are the weaker of the 3 types of Menos, the appearance are even just Gillians setting out of Hercule Mundo is a case state of emergency, in which case Soul Reapers are usually dispatched to handle them. Nevertheless, the emergence of the Gillians, or Menos for that matter, on Earth or in other locations are extremely uncommon. A hollow who manages to retain its individuality when becoming a Menace will begin to attack and devour other Gillians, increasing its power and triggering its second evolution. Ajukas are the result of hollows who have continued to consume or other hollows as Gillians. They're causing their second evolution. It is estimated that hollows that consume another 1,000 or so hollows before evolving again. Ajukas are smaller in size than Gillians, however much more powerful and intelligent, and therefore far more dangerous. They often act as leaders in groups of Gillians and less hollows. The power of these hollows possesses said to be comparable to a high-class devil or even higher in some cases. Nevertheless, Ajukas are smaller than Gillians, so encountering one in the forest of Menos is rather uncommon. Should Ajukas stop eating hollows for an extended period of time, it will lose its individuality and its evolution will reverse, thus reverting it back to a regular Gillian with animalistic instincts, however, permanently. Moreover, if any portion of the Ajuka's body is lost to eaten by another hollow, its evolution will cease regardless of how many more hollows it consumes. And now the third and final one, 3. They are the smallest out of any of the other classes hollows, usually equating to the size of a human because the level of a Vastra Lorde is extremely difficult to reach. They are rare to come across. It is said that they are the scarce, and one could find the number of them throughout the Humano Mundo. With only fingers on your hand, it is said that their combat abilities surpass most of the ultimate class devils or other beings. Azazel was freaking out a little on the inside. That raised even more questions. First of all, what is a Hukimundo? Azazel says, after souls turn into hollows, most of them automatically appear in a place called their Mundo, and that's where they reside. It's a dimension that hollows inhabit in great numbers. Those who remain on Earth are taken care of by Reapers, Hades says. Then how did it appear in the familiar forest? And how did it turn Issei into one? This has never happened before, so it's anyone's guess but mine that it somehow found a rift between dimensions and ended up here, and merged with the Red Dragon. Once bitten by a hollow, you lose your life force depending on how much one has, but type of hollow, but regardless. Those bitten will die sooner than most. There have been many victims who turned and lost control, only to be taken down by my Reapers, Hades says. What does the mask and the hole in the chest signify? Azazel says they are linked. Once the soul turns, a hole in their chest appears, signifying their heart no longer exists. However, the heart actually becomes the mask, since the soul is different. The mask is also different. They cannot take it off, and it will always resemble a skull. The Red Dragon Emperor unique existence, and became even more so. I saw how he went from losing control to almost mastering it. However, Hades says, however what? My Reapers and I can tell how long a person has to live. He has 8 years left. We know that. Please don't tell anyone. We're trying to fix that. As Azazel said, there is no undoing what has been done. He can master that power or seal it away. I'm sorry, Hades says. Azazel replied, he's the first I've seen to survive an encounter with the Vastra Lorde, become one and use its abilities while maintaining control. I honestly don't want him to die. He can do amazing things, Hades says. He not only survived it, but killed the Vastra Lorde all by himself, Azazel says. Incredible, Hades replies. Good thing I can lie through my teeth when I have to, Azazel says. I agree, but tell me, what abilities do Paulus possesses? Most low levels can use abilities that are specific to them. For example, some can use fire, brute strength, speed, etc. But those above more and more dangerous, the Menos Grande, can fire a Zero. Zero, Azazel says? An energy blast that is capable of leveling nations with one shot. Their limit depends on their power, their only ability to completely hide their presence, and if none, their speed. It's likely to teleport, and the fact that you can tell their presence combined with it. You can't predict how they'll attack, or how. My Reapers are dead to speak like hollows. He is only half alive and half dead, much like his partner, the Welsh Dragon. Zazel was surprised. It gets worse. The stronger they become, the Suro, a Vastro loader can destroy planets, solar systems easily, but Issei Hyodo is more dangerous than that. He can use his boosted gear to overpower just about every being in existence, including the dragon Great Red, Orphis, and I dare say, the beast Triaxa, Hades says. Azazel was trembling. The thought of such power being possessed by Issei of all people, especially in his emotional state. It's too much. I suspected that he knows some extent, and perhaps that's why he's asked me to end his life. I hope that the day does not come, Hades says. Yeah, me too. I have to tell him. But only him and select others. He'll be a target if word gets out, Hades says. Thank you. I know, Hades. I'll be leaving now. Farewell. Azazel leaves on his way to tell Sirzex. Grafia and Sarah follow Juka. Issei was still out cold from his medication. He went to talk to them, and found in the meeting discussing the Reina game, he burst through the door. Ever heard of knocking? Azazel, Ajuka says. Sorry, but I've got some info you all need to know. It concerns Issei and just about everyone else in existence, Azazel says. His tone was dead serious. Tell us. As Azazel told them, they told all variety of expressions. Sirzex was terrified. Grafia was worried beyond imagination. Seraphal was stoic. And Ajuka had a grim expression. The atmosphere was so cold. The silence was haunting. One could hear the rapid heartbeat of everyone in the room. So what do we do? Azazel says. Sirzex stood up. We keep Rias away from him as a star. Try to help him the best we can. Why him? As if he doesn't have enough to deal with already, Sirzex says. Becoming that strong. I fear it, Grafia says, only if he loses control. If he doesn't lose control, then we'll all live, Ajuka says. And if he does, then we obviously have a hard choice to make. We have to stop him by any means. Fuck, Azazel says. Grafia took out a butterfly knife and buried it from Issei. She looked at it and started to cry. We have to help him. He only has 8 years left to live, so let's make it the best 8 years of his life. They all agree. I'm going to check on him. I'm coming with you, Grafia says. Same. The three of them go to Issei's room when they see Rias cuddling him while he's asleep. They enter the room and Rias acknowledges their presence. So what's going on? We need to talk. Step outside, Rias. His tone was that of an older brother. Was not that of an older brother, but it's the same as he uses as the Devil King to intimidate his enemies. Rias reluctantly gets off the bed, but glanced at Issei just before exiting the room. Sarah Org was watching. He gets up and bows. Should I leave too, my lord? No. You need to know something, so please stay. Grafia and Azazel will update you on the recent events. This on need to know bias, but only for you. Not your team or family unless Issei decides otherwise. Understand? Yes, my lord. You're going to need to sit down for this. Cyberorg saw their dark expressions and feared the worst. If he could only imagine what they did. What's going on? Rias says. Outside, now, Sirzex replied. They leave Sirzex and tell the Hollow that Issei has now become his current condition. She mentioned that Issei told her and Azia known about the 8 years left. She also mentioned what Issei doesn't love her anymore. Can you blame him? No, but I'm going to try to make things right. Rias says, after seeing how much turning is so far, I'm not sure if I should let you be anywhere near him. Sirzex says, no, don't take him away from me. I need to make things right. Very well, but we'll make sure to keep an eye out. If you jump to conclusions or anything, you can kiss life as you know it goodbye. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Rias says, good. Go check on your team. They should have given an equal treatment and concern. Rias nods and goes to see Akano, Zenovia, Gasper, Kiba, and Rosvisa, who are awake but are going to need some time to recover. Fighting Zyrorg and his team took a toll on them. Ozzy and Konako were about to go visit Issei when they weren't allowed to see him as he was undergoing treatment. They walked and saw Grafia, Azazel, and Sirzex talking to Zyrorg, who was sweating bullets. They overheard the conversation. What the? Zyrorg said. He had no words. He was standing there looking at Issei. Did you two know? Zyrorg says. They all looked at Konako and Azia. He told us about the 8 years he has left, and the hollow thing, but now we overheard what you said about them and how strong they are. And to think that only Reapers are keeping us safe from them. We should thank them, honestly, Azazel says. So how do you know about it? What's our next step? Grafia says. We need to help him overcome what he experienced with Rias. She's hell-bent on making things right, so I'll allow it under supervision. If she's messed up, then I'll personally see that she's out of his life for good, Sirzex says. He's always welcome in my home. He only needs to tell me he wants to have a gateway, Stradorg says. No one noticed that Issei was partially awake. A gateway, not a bad idea. I always wanted to see Norway. I want to go there, Drake. It'll be a nice change of pace. Hey, Drake. It's even stronger now. The hollow powers, that my connection to her. I can feel her presence. She even in the familiar forest, waiting for me. About her. The hollows appear from a human world, and then into the human Monto, as they said. How did she become one? If she's from a different dimension entirely, Drake says. Which is why I want to ask her once we see her, but I don't know if I can be of a connection. Then I'll ask her. You'll need to subdue her should the need arise, Drake says. Thanks, Drake, I owe you. Pay me in pancakes and other dishes, Drake said. Of course. You should try Ashi's friend's toast. Ooh, sounds good. What's the golden brown liquid you guys pour on pancakes? Syrup. We can try those soon. Konako isn't the only sweet lover, Issei says. And that is the end of Chapter 17. Chapter 18. The next step. Issei was in and out of consciousness for 3 days, using the promotions as hollow powers starting from the mask to fully hollow transformation in such a short time left him greatly fatigued. Every time his eyes closed, he would dream of her. I'll wait for you, the woman says. Issei woke up and looked around. He was alone in his room. Sire Org was discharged, obviously, so he sat up. It was so quiet. He took a few deep breaths and started to stretch his body. His joints felt stiff. He cracked his fingers. He slowly got up out of his bed. His bones didn't want when he moved. Looks like my bones have healed up, Issei says. He popped his wrists, elbows, shoulders, his back, his knees, and even his toes. That felt good, Issei says. Glad you're up. You've been out for 2 days, Drake says. Only 2 days? Felt longer than that. Did I miss anything? Rias cuddled you after you were brought here, Drake says. Glad I was passed out for that, Issei replies. It's so unnatural for you to dislike that, Drake replies. I don't dislike it. I just hate it when she does it. So what do you want to do now? You fulfilled your promise to Sire Org and made her become the champion of the rating game, Drake says. I don't know. What do you want to do? Maybe we should travel the world. You can teleport now, so there's no need to book flights or drive, Drake says. True, but I'm thinking about buying a car. But first, I need to get my license. Imagine driving on the roads of Switzerland and Norway, Issei says. I'd rather experience it, but shouldn't you find out who that woman is, Drake says. Oh yeah, she's still in the familiar forest I'm going to check out. Then we can go to see Azazel. In case she's a threat, we can take her down. But I don't think that will be necessary. How can you tell? When I saw her in my dreams, I could see her memories, and I could see her fighting many who were the type cause of death and chaos. I really hope that they weren't illusions she put into my head. Let's hope not. You smile when you see her. I do? Yeah, it's a genuine smile. Not of lust, but that of love. Look at us. Talking about serious stuff almost daily, while prior to everything, we rarely did that. A lot has changed. Yes, and you've grown. However, Issei, in case she is a problem, what will you do? Drake said. What I must, Issei replies. He calls Azazel and tells him he wants to talk. He goes to his house after the doctor lets him go once X-ray shows that he's fine. So, now that you're free, what do you want to do? Azazel says. I'm thinking about telling Rosvisa, Grafia, and Sir Zex the truth about her. Are you sure about that? Azazel replies. Yes, but only them. I should go and see Ravel too. Thank you for her phoenix tears. Issei says, very well, Azazel replied. He sends a direct message, and within a few minutes they arrive. Issei greets them. Glad to see you're all right. Thanks. I asked you here to tell you something. Issei says, we got something to tell you as well. Grafia replied, you guys go first. Well, we decided to promote you to a high-class devil, Sir Zex says. Rosvisa and Issei were surprised to say the least. Not only was it our decision, but the people saw how you beat Sire Org all on your own. He had the Nemean Lion on his side, and you beat him in the end, with powers that none have ever seen. Now, what did you want to say? Grafia said. Thank you. Well, I overheard you guys what you told Sire Org. Are hollows really that strong? Issei said. They looked at him in silence for a few seconds. We thought you were asleep. Does that mean you knew Rias was with you? Azazel said, thankfully I was out cold at that time. I was half awake when you guys were talking. Issei says, if she was here, then this would hurt her a bit. Sir Zex says, well, she'll never have to worry about that. I told her that I don't want to be around her. I don't even want to be around her, and she won't hear so much as a peep of me about trying us to go back to the way things were. Issei said, well, Sir Zex replied, uh-oh. What did she do this time? Issei says, I may have allowed her to try to reconcile under supervision, Sir Zex says. He said sheepishly while scratching his head. Okay, but if she pisses me off, then I'm gone, or she's got me for good, Issei says. I gave her that exact condition. One question, though. Before you went full hollow, you yelled something along the lines of, I will protect the woman I love. What was that about if not about Rias? Issei took a deep breath. That's what I wanted to tell you about. That hollow was still alive. She's waiting for me in the familiar forest, Issei says. Rasvaisa, Grafia, and Zex let their jaws hit the floor. But I saw the blast. Wait, did you say she? They all said at the same time. Yes. She turned into a hollow like I did. Once I broke her mask, I saw who she really was. And what does she look like? Grafia replied. She, I think, is in her mid-20s, black hair, golden eyes, 9 white fox snowtails, drop-dead gorgeous, Issei said. They saw how he blushed unknowingly that he smiled, and she described her with such detail. He did leave out the part of her not wearing anything. Azazel was once again imagining her nude, but in reality, there's no way it could come close to her beauty. Issei continues to tell them once he looked into her eyes. He felt some sort of connection, and only grew stronger once he accepted his hollow side. How he saw her call out to him, or what it thinks in her memories, images of her in her theory that she's from another universe. Why tell us all this now? Grafia said. Because I didn't know enough. Little knowledge in this dangerous thing, Issei said. Issei, she turned you into a hollow, Rasvaisa replied. We don't know if she did that by choice. I managed to control my powers, but what if she simply lost control at the time? When I was turning into what you saw 3 days ago, I had the urge to hurt people, to cause chaos. Once I beat Sarorg, I took off the mask while I still had control, Issei says. That's why you looked upset, Zex says. Yes, I'm surprised that people cheered so suddenly when there was nothing but silence just before. What did they think was happening? The media hounded us for answers, but we didn't tell them anything yet. Don't know how long we can hold out, Grafia said. It's like World War Z out there, Azazel replied. Hey, did my parents really find out the truth about everything that day? Yeah, we told them everything, Rasvaisa says. How'd they take it? Your mother cried, your father drank all the liquor in your room, so pretty well all things considering. After a while, they calmed down and had a hard look in the mirror, how they treated you and how they don't speak to Rias. I think they're waiting to go with your decision will be since your relationship with her is messed up, to put it mildly. They grew to love her as their own since they now are conflicted like you, but for different reasons. Spicer said, I don't want to see them go through that anymore. We can decide on that later, but right now I have a request, Issei says. Name it, Grafia replied. I need you guys to come to the familiar forest with me. I'm going to try to convince her to come with us so we can get some answers. The connection we have make things difficult if things go south, Issei says. So you want us to stop in her case? She's a threat, Zex says. I don't know. If I have what it takes to kill her. Under the circumstances, I feel like a coward, Issei says. You're not being a coward. We would do the same if we were in your position. Do you know where she is waiting? In the familiar forest, right where we first met. I can feel her presence even now. Could you feel her presence before? Zex says. Yes, but not to this extent. Now I can pinpoint her exact location. We should leave tomorrow, Grafia said. Is it possible to go right now if you guys aren't busy? Issei, you just recovered. Shouldn't you rest? Rasvaisa says. Not a wise decision. When I talked to her telepathically, I told her to give me 4 days' time. This is day 3. She'll be expecting me to arrive tomorrow, but if we go now, then we have the element of surprise on our hands, Issei said. Not a bad idea. At all. With 2 super devils, a Valkyrie, and me and the Red Dragon Emperor with ultimate class hollow powers, she can surrender if she doesn't want to fight and die, Azazel says. So what do you guys say? We can go another time if you're too busy. As if I'd sit idly by when someone as powerful as her runs around freely when her existence and motives are a secret. Let's go, Zex says. I'll use these power to give her a taste of her own medicine just in case. Ready, Drake? Always, partner, Drake replied. Let's move out, Zex says. Together they teleport to the forest. They keep some distance, stay hidden. Issei uses himself to bait to lure her out. If the connection is real, then she'll come to him. Issei stood in the open. True enough, a fox came out behind the trees and walked over to him. Issei recognized the fox. He remembers seeing the woman turn into it after he let her go. The others who were watching were still on alert. The fox came near Issei, and in puff smoke she turned into a gorgeous woman when he sees his dream. She's still wearing Issei's jacket. Hey, you came here early. I missed you, love, the woman said. She walked closer by Issei and backed away. She widened her eyes and stopped. What's wrong? Are you not happy to see me? The woman says. Just, who are you? Issei replied. Oh, right. Where are my manners? My name's Ari. And how do you already know my name? Issei says. Yes, I saw your memories as you saw mine, Ari said. Just how much did you say? Just glimpses of your battles, your comrades, and I can feel your heartache, too, Ari says. I have so many questions, Issei replied. She saw the sad look on his face. Issei, Ari said. She tried to come closer and touch his face, but she was suddenly bound by the magical vine sprouted from the ground. What? Issei, what's going on? Ari said. Issei's hands were shaking and he was gritting his teeth. Forgive me. I can't risk getting hurt again. Or let the others get hurt. I don't know you, Issei says. Ari was silent as she looked at him. She stopped struggling against the vines. She now knows that Issei's heartache is deeper wound. His heart is broken, but it's something she knows very well. I understand. You're hurting. I won't make things difficult, Ari said. Thank you, Miss Ari, Issei replied. Ari is just fine. You guys can come out now, Issei says. The others came out. Ari recognized Rosfaisa. Hey, I recognize you. You were here last time. I'm Ari. My name is Rosfaisa. Rosfaisa replies. I am Sir Zex Lucifer, one of the Devil Kings, and this is my wife, Queen Graphia. Graphia bows and Ari bows as well. And I'm Azazel, a fallen angel. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Forgive me for asking, but I may ask, why am I bound by these vines, Ari said. Because you are powerful and we don't know where you come from, what your intentions are, and what you are, Sir Zex says. She looks like a kid today, Azazel says. A what? I'm the last of my kind, Ari says. Where are you from? I was from Ahona, Ari says. Was? Ari's ears pointed downwards. I was cast out of my home. I hurt a lot of people. What stopped you from doing that here? She looks at Issei. Because Issei is my knight in red armor and saved me. I owe him my life. I'll answer all questions and cooperate as long as I'm with him. Please? It's all I ask. They all look at each other. Why me? Issei says. Because you're my soulmate. You feel it too, don't you? How do I know that it's not a trick? We don't know what you're capable of, Issei says. I'll do anything to prove it to you. Just give me a chance, Ari says. What do you guys say? I have an idea. Graphia says, she can stay in Kyoto among everyone like her species. She'll be kept under a watchful eye. Graphia says, my species? I'm the last of my kind. Ari says, not in our world, my dear. If anything like them, then you'll fit in, Azazel said. She was astounded. There are others like me? Where am I? Exactly, Ari says. You're in the familiar forest currently. It's a part of the underworld where devils adopt unique creatures as their partners. They stay behind while the sidelines unless their pact is broken or death comes by one of them. The familiar obeys their master at all times unless they are treated poorly, Issei says. Do you have one? Ari asked. She asked Issei. Not yet. Well, can I be yours? Wait, what? You're kidding. Not in the least. As long as I'm with you, I have no issues, Ari said. Slow down, Ari. First things first. We don't know you or your motives. You claim to be peaceful, but we will be the judges of that, Issei says. We should contact Lady Yakuza and let her know what's going on. Let's hope she agrees, Azazel says. We'll personally escort you to Kyoto. Any resistance will result in injury or death. Ari saw her cold glare, and a chill went down her spine, all the way to her nine tails. They went stiff. Yes, ma'am, Ari says. She sure knows how to make people submit. I get scared and aroused at the same time, Sir Zex says. Okay, so while you guys were talking, I contacted Lady Yakuza, and she says that she'll help. She's interested to know who Ari is, Azazel says. I hope we get time to shop, Rosfaisal said in her own head. And that was the end of chapter 18. Chapter 19, Kyoto. Back at the Kyoto household, Rias was silent. Something bothering you, Rias? Akeno says. I found out what Issei was turning into. It's a hollow, Rias says. The thing that Hades has talked about, it's a long story. You guys need to take a seat, Azia said. They all sat down and began listening to Azia explain how hollows are. They had chills and they had cold sweat on their foreheads. You know about it, Zenovia says. Yes, so does Konako. We found out right after the match, and before that What? Kiba said. Issei only has 8 years to live. Gasper, Irina, Zenovia, Akeno, and Kiba felt the jolt go through them. But he had a century after the Juggernaut Drive. How? Hollows consume souls and life force of those who have even the slight amount of spiritual awareness, such as humans who can see ghosts, feel their presence, etc. Issei, like us, has a lot of that since he's a devil and a dragon. If it wasn't for that dragon side of his, then he would have been dead or out of control hollow, which would make the Reapers come for him, Konako said. After a minute of silence, Rias spoke. You know, Issei continues to help some of us despite how distant he is, Rias says. How so? Just look at Gasper. He helped him become quite the badass. I could tell that he was really proud of Gasper. He was? Yeah, when he was proud of you, we started to use your abilities. He would have that smirk on his face as he would tilt his head a bit. He did it after you beat your opponent in the rating game. Gasper smiled. And Konako started to talk more and more. None of us could help her, but he somehow got her to be more open, Rias says. Konako was just silent. Bangs covered her eyes and frowned. What's wrong? I can't help him. I never could, Konako says, regarding his life force energy. My sage arts were good enough. It was never working. I suggested bedroom arts, but he straight up refused because he doesn't want to give my first time to him out of necessity. I tried to convince him, but he'd made up his mind, Konako said. Just like how he refused me before he met Riser, Rias said to herself. It didn't work at all, Akano replied. It was actually making the inner hollow take over as it absorbed my sage magic. I saw it happen myself, Konako said. How'd you guys find out about him only having 8 years? Irina said. Rias looked down and cried silently. There was an argument among us just before the final match, and he let it slip out. Konako said. He also said he doesn't love Rias anymore. I don't believe that, Rias says. They all stare at her. Irina, Azi, and Konako, you guys heard what he exclaimed during the fight. He still loves us. He's still in love with me, as I am with him. Who else could he be talking about when he said he won't let Sour Orc hurt the woman he loves? They all think about it. It's not any girl back at school. Is it Ravel? Doubt it. Maybe it really is Akia, Irina said. Konako tried not to vomit. Maybe it's Raspaisa sensei. He has a good relationship with her. No, she doesn't seem like that, Rias says. It has to be. We kissed a couple of times, made out, we saw each other at our best and our worst, and then again, maybe it was my fault that he was going through the worst. Oh, Issei, I miss you. Please get well soon. I know I can make things back up to you once you get back, Rias says to herself. I'm going back to check on him. I'll be back soon, Irina says. She spreads her grayish wings and teleports to the underworld. She flies to the medical facility near the stadium and finds his assigned medical room. She opens the door and sees an empty bed. Where'd he go? Irina said. She asked the medical staff. Excuse me? Where is the Red Dragon Emperor? Irina says. He was discharged hours ago, since he's fully recovered now. Okay, thank you, Irina says. She leaves and calls Rias. She told her that Issei was discharged hours ago. At the house, Rias conveyed the message to her barrage. Where'd he go? He didn't tell anyone? Akano shook her head. None of us. Rasvaisa isn't here, you guys. You don't think that. Do you think she's with him? What if they... Stop right there. Don't jump to conclusions, Akano said. Right. Thank you, Akano. Let's call Rasvaisa our Issei. We can jump through dimensions, fight powerful beings that can destroy planets, teleport, and use magic, yet we can't seem to remember that we can also use that to contact people when we worry about them. Are we retarded? Kiba says to himself. Kiba mentally slapped himself as Akano called Issei. Issei was en route to Kyoto along with the others. He received a call from Akano and answered it. Hello? Issei, where are you? I'm having a drink with Azazel sensei. We're celebrating victory, Issei says. You're celebrating without us? Well, we're just having a drink, to be honest, Issei replied. Not much of a celebration, Akano said. It is for me. I have to go. Tell Rias congrats on winning, Issei says. He hung up. Everyone in the room heard what he said. So he's out drinking? He didn't even let us know, Rias said. Now we're with Issei. Who was it? Akano, just asking where I am. She really is like a sister at times. Ari's ears pointed straight up when Azazel said she, but went back down since he finished his sentence. So, who's Akano? Ari says. None of your concern, Fox, Grafey replied. I was only asking Ice Queen. Jeez, Ari got in her head. Alright, let's go. So, Ari, do not cause trouble, understand? Surzek says. Yes, sir, Ari replied. At least this guy's cool, Ari said in her own head. Rasvaisa binds Ari in special chains. Just before the vines disappear, her tail's bound as well. We should cover her eyes, Issei says. I agree. She blindfolds the fox. They teleport to Kyoto and greeted by Lady Yakuza. Welcome, everyone, Yakuza says. They bow in respect after she bowed to them. None of them need to bow. None of you need to bow. You're all above me, Yakuza says. It's mutual respect, Lady Yakuza. How could we not bow to you after you agreed to help us, Surzek says. You're very kind, Lord Lucifer. Now, is she one that you told me about? Azazel? Yakuza says. Yes, Lady Yakuza, Azazel replies. He brings her forward, still blindfolded and bound. Yakuza could tell right away that she's different from the other fox yokai, or if she's even one at all. What is your name, child? Yakuza says. My name is Ari, my lady. Ari could tell from the way Yakuza says that she is a woman with self-respect, dignity, and kindness. She could not help but speak respectfully. Yakuza removed her blindfold. Ari opened her eyes and saw the woman with blonde hair, an hourglass figure, a large chest, and 9 golden tails. You're like me, Ari says. I know every one of our kind due to our low numbers, but I don't know you. Where are you from? Yakuza says. I'm from Iona, my lady, Ari says. Iona? I've never heard of that before, Yakuza says. Nor have we. We think she's from another world, Azazel says. But how did you get your hollow powers? My what? Ari says. I think we need to tell her before she can tell us, Grafia replied. It seems that way. Even I don't know what hollows are. This is what a hollow is. Issei goes full hollow. Yakuza backed away. Issei, stop! Ari says. Issei heard her beg and ripped off the mask and it fell apart. What? It's under control. That's what I thought at first when I turned into that. I could only control it for so long, Ari says. Yakuza stepped forward. And I couldn't feel your presence at all. It's like you're a ghost, Yakuza said. It's a long story. You might want to sit down. Oh my god, I had to crack my back. It's killing me. Alright. I'll start. Issei says, it all started when we thought there was powerful stray in the familiar forest. Lord Lucifer here sent a few teams who volunteered, so Fine Night made it back, Issei said. Ari was saddened by this. We were sent to fight as a last resort, and we split up after we couldn't sense the stray. I flew up and I encountered a creature that looked like what turned into moments ago. The creature was a hollow and the strongest of its kind. That hollow is her. He gestured to Ari. Forgive me for being rude, Ari, but I won't insult Lady Yakuza by hiding any details, Issei said. No need to apologize. She deserves to know, Ari said. Issei was relieved but still feeling guilty. Thank you, Ari. I engaged in combat and it's a miracle. I survived. Her power is equal to an ultimate class devil in her hollow form. I managed to crack her back and she was disorientated from that. I seized the opportunity to take her down. I nearly killed her, but once I saw her in her current form, I couldn't. You showed mercy? Yakuza says. That's not the only reason. I thought she was one of yours, so I didn't want to hurt her. Something else stopped me too, Issei says. So you do feel the connection, Ari says. I needed answers instead of blood on my hands. That's understandable. So what about hollows? So what are hollows? Yakuza says. Zazel explained what the hollows are and how strong they are. Sweet Mother Nature. But how did you turn into the Red Dragon Emperor? Yakuza says. We think after she bit me, the hollow within her merged me with the subnauticence of sorts. It took 50% of my body in exchange for my powers, Issei said. So your level is equal to that of hers, now without using the boosted gear. And you mean the red armor you had on? Ari said. Issei summoned his gauntlet. He's talking about this gauntlet and myself, Drake says. Well, that's new. Hi, Ari says. Greetings, Drake replies. Getting back on topic, as the hollow merged with me, it tried to take over even when it does not seem to have a conscience, Issei said. And yet it acts like it does, Russeffer replied. Issei struggled with it, and the mask which he broke off merged with him. It started to manifest and more, but luckily Issei managed to control it during the match, Graphius said. I saw the match, it was very unexpected. Now it's your turn, Ari. You know what hollows are, so what is your story? Well, it's clear I'm from a world called Olena. We have all kinds of beings as well there. Powerful, dangerous, spiritual, human, etc. I've been around for over a century in my world, and that's the cause of my ability. I'm not proud of it. I can take in a person's essence, or life force as you call it. It's an ability unique to me as far as I know, Ari says. Are there others of your kind in your world, Russ says? I tried looking for one but found none. I traveled everywhere. It led me to believe that I am the last of my kind, but in this world, it seems, Ari said, her smile was very good, fake, but her sad eyes gave it away. Issei felt a burning in his chest. And as to how I turned into a hollow, it was during a battle I didn't sense. The hollow hiding in dust and smoke, it bit me. I fought it and killed it. It was weak, not even close to below average class devil. Its ability to hide its presence was the only thing that gave it the element of surprise. After a while, I was starting to turn into one. As I said, there are many kind of beings in my world. The inner hollow would take away my essence. I tried to rid myself of it, but nothing worked. During the battle, which I was forced to take part in, the adrenaline, fear, and anger caused the hollow to take over and consume the essence of my enemies. It grew so strong until he cast me out. He's like a keeper of souls, Ari said. You're talking about the skeletal figure with green flames, right? So you did see in my memories, Ari said. All except for Azazel looked at them back and forward. I still want to know what that's about, Issei said. As do we, Yakuza says. After Issei bested me in our fight, She began to blush. We felt a connection, Issei says, so you admit it. But I'm not sure if it's real, Issei says. What? Ari replies, forgive me. But we don't know if it's real or it's a trick, Issei says. But it's not, Ari replied. She saw how he was hurting. He wants it to be real, but after what happened with Rainier and Rias, he's too afraid. He can feel his chest burn a little more. After the hollow merged, it left me only 8 years to live, Issei says. Ari and Yakuza locked eyes with him wide eyes. Konako tried using her sage arts, but it didn't work. The hollow absorbed it. The hollow absorbed it and started to manifest. I can't risk losing control or letting whatever little time left be pointless, Issei says. Everyone will sit there in silence. After a few seconds, forgive me. I got emotional for a moment. Things have been rough to say the least. I haven't been myself lately, Issei says. Yakuza figured out that there's more to it than when he saw everyone's dull eyes, but Sir Zex was angry. Slight but noticeable amount of aura was in him. I have an idea. Ari can stay with us and I'll keep an eye on her. She'll fit right in with us, Yakuza says. We can't let you bear the task of watching her all the time. We'll take turns, Azazel says. Very well. I'll take first watch and teach her about our world. If she tries anything, then my guards and I will handle it, Yakuza says. We thank you for your aid. If there's anything we can do, return, then please don't hesitate to ask, Sir Zex says. Thank you for your offer, Yakuza replied. Also, Issei has been promoted to high class. Issei was slightly embarrassed, as that came out of nowhere. Well, that's no surprise considering his feats. Congratulations, Issei, Yakuza says. Thank you, Issei replied. It's a record. He beat Riser, Kokaville, fought Loki, Azazel says. The hero faction, Yakuza replied, and now Syra Oregon, all while being a low-class devil. This all happened in a few months, Azazel says. How am I still alive? I don't know. Issei says, who are the names you mentioned? Ari said. Each of them is a strong opponent, especially Loki. He's a Norse god. Ari looks at Issei. You fought a god? My other half is really strong. Why do you call me that? Issei says. It's hard to explain. I just feel complete when I'm around you, Ari says. Issei knows what she's talking about. He feels it too, but doesn't know if it's real. It's too soon to tell. He didn't have a response. Yakuza starts. Why don't we discuss partnership among devils as yokai? We can teach our hero our way and we can learn from her. Issei and Rosvisa, you didn't get to join Kyoto the last time because of the hero faction, so now is a good chance. Shouldn't we help in any way we can? Rosvisa says. Say no, say no, say no, say no. Rosvisa says. We can handle it. You two are young and should enjoy yourselves. Kiona will be happy to see you, Yakuza says. I did promise that I would visit her, Issei replied. Then go. She'll be happy you two could use a break. As you wish, Lady Yakuza. You'll be back for me, right? Ari says. Issei looked at her. Yes, Issei said. And Rosvisa bowed and left. So what happened to him prior to the hollow incident? His emotional state is flux. Yakuza says, I notice his disdain for his team except for her. He has a great deal of anger towards a woman with red hair, Ari says. Sir Zex and Grafia, we can trust Lady Yakuza, but I'm not sure about Ari here. She might use it against him. She won't, Yakuza says. How can you be so sure? Because she loves him. This connection she is very real, and it's something all us yokai have. Once we see our soulmate, a connection is made, and it cannot be undone. Am I right? Ari. Ari was happy that someone knows it. Yes, my lady, I'm happy that you believe me, Ari does, but does he? So what happened to him? He didn't have the same smile he usually has, Yakuza says. I'll tell you, Sir Zex replies. Sir Zex tell them the story of Rias and the others hurting him. How some of them knew that he was a target, let him and Azia die just to use him. How he felt she eventually fell for him. How he was confessing his feelings, but she interrupted because in her point of view, he wasn't doing it right. How Rias said something she couldn't have. And then everything else. From buying knives nearly ending his life, being in a coma, drinking, then hollow incidents, the atmosphere in the room became very intense. Blue flames lit the tail's ends that belonged to Yakuza. It was swirling around her. Ari's hair turned dark red, her tails turned jet black, and Hei's eyes glowed violet. The restraints on her began to break. They all bound her using the most powerful spells, but she restrained once more. She hurt my mate. They hurt him. I will punish them, Ari says. This is your first and only warning, Sir Zex says. Ari calmed down as she felt not only his power, but the powers of everyone else as well. She changed back to her usual form. But he's hurting inside. They need to be punished, Ari says. Believe me, I know how you feel. I want to punish for my sister for what she has done to Issei. But Issei didn't want me to. He's being the bigger person, and even if I did punish her, could it compare to seeing the one you're in love with hate you with every fiber of their being, Sir Zex says. Ari made the mistake of imagining Issei hated her and nearly burst into tears. She took a deep breath and calmed herself. No, there's nothing worse. I wouldn't blame him if I ever hurt him, Ari says. Your reaction is genuine. There's our proof to the bond, Yakuza says, and he doesn't believe it. Because he's afraid he'll get hurt again so soon. He needs time, but he doesn't have much time of that either, Gravius said. Just 8 years. Compared to the time I've spent with those I've lost, it's a lifetime, Ari says. Well, that got dark, Azazel replied. Well, how about we all start teaching you? I could teach you about our kind. Hopefully you'll pick up on the natural energy to live longer instead of people. Is such a thing possible, Ori says. Yes, that's what we do. Can Issei learn it too? Afraid not, my dear. Only us yokai can do it. I see, Ari says. We'll figure out something. So, Ari, since you know that the gods are, do you know about angels, devils, fallen angels, and dragons? I know of the dragons and gods, but nothing of everything else you mentioned. We'll teach you about not only the different species, but places, sacred gears, history, etc. Zazel says. Shall we begin? I never liked school, but this world is very interesting, Ari says to herself. Now we're with Issei and Rosvisa. So I noticed that she was wearing your jacket, which you said was destroyed, Rosvisa says. After I made her turn back into that form you saw her in, she was in her birthday suit, Issei said. He said with a blush. So you put your jacket on her? Now that makes sense. Yeah, my knife was in my jacket. So you gave her a knife which you bought by accident. Speaking of buying, didn't you want to go shopping? Ad from Mikyono? Sure, I did ruin your suit last time, so we're here to make it my treat. Issei says, you already got me the little stiletto blades. I can't ask that of you. I insist. Ugh, okay, fine, Rosvisa says. Issei puts his hands in his pocket once he feels relaxed. He felt something like a card. He pulled it out, and it was a credit card wrapped in paper. He saw writing on the paper and started to read it. Note, since you're a high-class devil and legally an adult, this belongs to you. This card is linked to your profits made from the Grab and Dragon show. Use it to see fit, but please don't buy booze or drugs. It's all we ask, Srzek says. Didn't even notice him put it in my pocket, Issei said. And that is the end of chapter 19. Chapter 20. Repent. Alright, chapter 20, Repent. Let's continue. Issei and Rosvisa were enjoying their shopping spree. They decided to take a break from the small local cafe. They ordered 3 cups of coffee, one for Issei, one for Rosvisa, and the third for Drake. Drake and Rosvisa had their fill, but Issei was silent and just stared at his coffee. It was getting cold. You've been really quiet. Yen for your thoughts, Rosvisa said. Do you think Ari is lying? Issei replied. Not at all. Her body language was like nothing that of a liar's. You're thinking about the connection, aren't you? Rosvisa says. Yeah, I'm being cautious around her. What if it's another ploy to use me? What if she, Issei says. Issei, stop tormenting yourself. Just relax, Rosvisa says. I don't know if I can, Issei replied. You need a vacation, a long one. You can travel the world, see what's out there, and relax. I did that in all 9 realms, Rosvisa says. Is that how you kept your sanity when you worked for Odin? It took all the beautiful places in all 9 realms to help me stay sane enough to endure his antics, Rosvisa said. And I thought Issei's perverted antics struck my nerves. Odin should learn about how to chill. The frost giants must help, Drake says to himself. Well, now that I'm high-class devil, Srzek gave me his card. He shows her the card. Is it yours? Yeah, it's the cash I made from the show. How much did you make? No clue. Grafia told me that there's an account, but I said that I can access it when I turn 20 or high class, which ever came first. Issei says, this is your MasterCard. You can withdraw from any ATM, bank, or in the human world and in the underworld. Hard to get one of these, Rosvisa says. Really? Cool. Maybe we can use it to thank Lady Yakuza for her help, Issei says. And I thought you might buy more knives. That's already on my bucket list, Issei says. What else do you have on the list? Rent a car, drive it along open roads in Norway, stay in a cabin, and watch the Aurora Boreals. I always wanted to do that. Sound therapeutic, Rosvisa says. If you want to join me, then let me know. Are you asking me out? Sorry, but no. Not a date, but as friends. Alright, then I'm in as long as you know who doesn't bother us. Issei's eyes turned yellow when his claws emerged. She better not if she knows what's good for her. He calmed himself. His eyes turned down, his claws retracted. It's getting late. Let's go Kikyono and check on Ari. Issei suddenly started to feel angry and was burning up. It was becoming too much. He bit his arm hard enough to draw blood. Only then did the anger fade away. He stopped biting his arm and took a deep breath. Rosvisa looked at him with worry. Luckily, no one was around to see that. She cast a small healing spell to heal his bite marks. What the hell was that? Rosvisa said. It was Ari. I felt her anger and it was strong. We need to get back right away. He finishes his coffee in seconds of pace. Grab my arm, Issei says. She does as he says. He manifests the mask and uses hollow speed to appear right within where the 5 were. Issei was about to rip the door off, fearing that she was hurt by the others, and he heard everyone talking in a calm, civilized manner. He took a deep breath and knocked as the mask disappeared. Come in, Yakuza says. He opens the door and sees that all is well. Is everything all right? But of course, why do you ask? I felt bloodlust coming for her. He referred to Artie. No need to worry, Yakuza says. How could I not? If any of you got hurt, then Issei says, we appreciate your concern, but it's under control. We were just sharing our stories. Issei's eyes widen. He looked at Yakuza and Ari. Sorry you had to endure that, the Red Dragon Emperor. Yakuza says, thank you, but I'll get over it. Hopefully, Issei says. Now I understand why you're afraid. I'm sorry, Ari says. I was hoping to keep that part of my life private. Issei says she needed to know to fully understand the situation. In hindsight, we should have asked for your permission. Grafia says, no need. I trust the 4 people in this room with my life. Issei says, Ari knew that she's not among those he trusts. It hurt a bit. She knows why he doesn't trust her after hearing a story. Now I know why you're cautious around me. I'm sorry for putting you through more than you have already suffered. I'll wait. Ari says, wait for what? For you to trust me. But thank you. I'm sorry for everyone disturbing the meeting. I'll leave now, Issei says. He walks away, running his hands through his hair. Raspaisa just stood there looking at him with concern. If I may ask, the connection between him and Ari real? He got really angry moments ago, Raspaisa says, as did Ari, as she was about told the history with Rias. The bond is very real. Perhaps it may be the only real thing that can mend his broken heart, but he needs to see that for himself, Yakuza says. He needs to see someone about this, Raspaisa replies, or to have a talk with Rias if she's willing to listen. But that was easier said than done, and it's risky, as Hazel said. Because he's still in love with her, Ari says? I'm afraid so. But Ari, he doesn't want to be, Grafia said. I should have never asked what happened to end the marriage. I should have looked for other ways to stop it. I blame myself, Zerzek says. You did what you thought was right. It was a clever trick, and the council couldn't force the marriage once Riser was beaten, Grafia said. I saw how happy they were together, so I never thought about this happening, Zerzek says. Ari was silent. Ari watched Issei walk off into the distance through the open door. Her heart was telling her to go after him and help him, but she and everyone else knows that he needs to heal his heart his own way. Yakuza asked Raspaisa to stay and let Issei have some alone time. He looked around for Kiyono but didn't find her, so he went home. He went to his room, picked up some clean clothes, and went to the bathroom and started to bath. This feels nice. Raspaisa must have stayed behind, Issei says. After he got dressed and exited the bathroom, he laid on his bed and pulled out his phone. He started to look up different parts of Norway. Hey Drake, do you want to go to Wales? Issei said. Are you serious? Drake says. Yeah. Shouldn't I at least see a place for my partner as the symbol on the flag? Issei says. Sure, but don't eat the food. One of my past hosts is Welsh, and what he ate was gross, Drake says. I don't even want to ask what he ate, but he was still slightly cautious. Animal organs with stuffed more organs. I'm going to be sick. Issei's decided to pack some stuff for his vacation. It was getting late, which means everyone in his home was except for Raspaisa. His parents were walking by when they saw the lights in his room were on. They knocked. Issei? Hey, Mom. Welcome back, son. How are you feeling after the game, girl? So thanks. I feel fine. How are you two doing? We're worried about you. Issei was questioning things. Issei, we know what Rias did. What do you want to do? Do you still see her as your daughter? Issei says. They looked at each other. They did still see her as their own daughter, but after hearing how she put their son through so much, they wanted her gone. But then again, she was full of remorse and begged them for forgiveness. They all did. They don't want anyone to get hurt anymore. Yes, we don't know if we're in the right or wrong for still caring about her. I can't blame you. I'm conflicted too. I'm still in love with her, but at the same time, I don't want to be. I don't want to be hurt anyone either. Issei says. His father noticed that his pet Suke. Are you leaving? Goro said. Yeah, I'm going on vacation. I need to get away from everything for a while. I might visit Wales or Norway. Where your friend Drake is their symbol, right? Miki said. Issei summoned the gear. Indeed, it'll be a nice change for everyone, Drake says. Hey Mom, Dad, do you know about the show I'm in? Yes. Who knew my son was so popular among so many? Mickey says. Well, I recently got access to the Prophet, so if you want to travel the world, anything at all, call me. Just how much did you make from such a short time? Enough to make Bill Gates pass out. The underworld economy is very inflated compared to the human world for many reasons. Whoa, Mickey says. I'm going to finish packing. You guys want to get dinner in a restaurant? My treat. We can't enjoy it unless you're happy. Issei, take your time to heal, and if you want to talk to someone, then we'll be right there. We won't force you. Issei hugged his parents. Thank you. I don't know how long it'll be, but I'll call. He lets go. I'm going to say goodbye to the others. Oh, and I'm taking my knife collection with me. He packed his knife collection, too. He went to the others who were in the kitchen. They saw him enter. Issei, you're back. Hey, guys. How's it going? Fine. Just wish you could celebrate together. What's stopping you? You weren't here to join us. Well, I'm here for now, so let's celebrate. Issei says, for now, yeah, I'm going on vacation for a while. Rias was immediately on guard. You just got back. Did something happen? I just need time alone. I did what I promised, and now I don't know what to do, so I'm going to travel, Issei says. But before that, can we celebrate your promotion to a high-class devil? You guys know about that? And the 8 years you have left. That's one of the reasons I'm traveling. I want to see the world, and if I'm lucky, maybe I can see Asgard and the other realms, as the Asgardians call it, Issei says. Rias stood up from the chair. She walked over to Issei and hugged him tightly. Rias, Issei says. He says softly but lovingly. How long will you be gone? She asked in a low voice. Not sure. It could be a while. Good thing summer vacation started. Issei said, just come back to us soon, okay? We will miss you and want to spend as much time as we can with you. She then whispers in his ears, but as much as the two of us can. I'll see what I can do, Issei replies. She lets go and looks at him in disbelief. He sounded like he didn't want to spend time with them or her. Issei, is there something else? Someone you love? Rias says. Hey, Gasper. Keep training and become stronger. I'm proud of you and how you faced your opponents without fear during the game. Konako, when you meet Lady Yakuza in Kyoto one day, learn sage magic either from her or anyone there. You pushed yourself that day and your sage was a bit unstable. Azia, just be yourself. The same goes for the rest of you. Irina, we need to talk. Alone. Issei says. Sure, Irina replied. The two leave the kitchen and sit in the training field. Rias just watched him walk away after ignoring her question. The others didn't make eye contact. So what's up? Issei pulls out a great feather. I found this. You're falling. Irina looked down. Why? Because I hurt you that day, and maybe because you're what? I'm falling for you like Rias did. This just got a whole lot more difficult. What did? Irina says. Irina, I'm sorry I cannot reciprocate your feelings. Because you're in love with Rias, it's okay. It's not. I feel like for having to say this. Irina, you have to let me go. Issei says. What are you asking? Let go of your feelings for me. We both know that you'll fall, Issei says. Irina says. I don't care as long as we're together, but I do care. All of heaven will care. Irina, you're Michael's ace. He chose you. You're a great friend and teammate. We have devils, a Nekoshota, a half-fallen, half-devil. And devils in this team, it's only fitting that an angel would join this crazy team. You're that angel, and we're happy that beyond words for that. You blessed us, so please continue to do so. Us devils don't really get much as others. Protect the people. Protect as many as you can. Be open-minded woman you are. You can't risk losing that if you're with me. I won't hurt you or St. Michael. I'm sorry, but let me go. Please. Irina was holding back tears. She spread her wings. They were gray. Some of the feathers fell off. I'm no longer the one you were falling for, and you know that, Issei says. He slowly turned himself into a hollow to show her that he might lose control. She might have to do whatever it takes to stop him. She needs to stop falling for him. I'm sorry, Irina says. She closed her eyes and screamed at the top of her lungs. Her wings became golden. Back and emerged another pair of golden wings. The air around them felt sincere. She stopped screaming and took a deep breath. She opened her eyes and saw Issei smiling. A flash of light appeared by their side. It was Michael. Irina, are you alright? Michael says. He saw Irina crying a little with her 4 golden wings. He hugs her, and she cried on his shoulder. Issei changed back to normal. He looks at who is still smiling at her. Issei, Michael says. She'll be okay, Lord Michael. She's your ace, after all. Irina took a deep breath and calmed herself. She lets go of Michael. Forgive me for hurting you, Issei. Irina says. There's nothing to forgive, but I hope you can forgive me. Right now, I seek your guidance. He puts his hand on his face. As soon as he moved, the mask appeared. Michael was bewildered at the sight. He couldn't feel Issei's presence at all. He did seconds ago. You might want to take a seat. I'll get something to eat, Issei says. He changed back to his usual self and teleported to the kitchen. He returned seconds later with a tray of food and drinks. Your speed is increasing, thanks. Well, let's get started. I want to tell you while I'm able to. He started telling both of them about everything that happened, starting from the day, the club room, his feelings about everything about everyone, the Hollow, and even Ari. Now you know. She's Susie you're connected to. Yes. I don't know if it's real or not. She's not from this world, so I don't know if it's a trick. And also the reason why you couldn't return Irina's feelings, Michael said. Even if Ari wasn't here, I always feared that heaven might lose an angel because of me. She can do more if she didn't fall for me. Or because she and the angels devils can't be together. I know that. I don't care if I'm the villain, Issei says. It hurts when I see kind souls suffer, so I shall grant your request for guidance. Issei, your anger is understandable. You wish to not harm, but you wish to be happy with Rias, yet you do not. She broke your heart, and this aura you spoke of is on your mind and heart, Michael says. Yes, and I'm afraid. What do I do? Issei, this is your path. You must decide who you want to be with. Take time to decide. Rushing it will only hurt you more. Get to know Ari and learn each other and talk to Rias when you're ready. You must ask yourself if you can forgive her and love once again, or love someone else. Only you can choose that, Michael says. Lord Michael, thank you, and I have one last request. Yes, Michael said. Get on both knees and their eyes wide. Irina, Lord Michael, I repent. Issei says. What? Michael says. Forgive me, I have sinned. I repent. I regret everything. Letting out the sin of lust possesses my whole life. I regret saying cruel things to you when you tried to help me, Irina. I know that I'm a devil and I can't follow the light, but I can't help but beg for forgiveness. I renounce my perverse nature, Issei says. His voice started to break. I'm sorry. I shall offer up my life as penance. He felt Irina and Michael's hands on his shoulder. It's all right now, my child. I truly sense that you seek redemption, Michael says. In the name of the Trinity, you are absolved of your sins. Amen, Irina said. Issei didn't feel a headache, but in fact he felt peace. He shed tears as he missed the feeling. Thank you. I can offer my power to aid you any time of need. We shall take you up on that offer, Issei Hyodo. Take care, Michael said. He took Irina. I'm truly proud of you both of you. See you soon, Michael said. He leaves. Issei stands up and hugs Irina. Thank you so much. Happy to help, Issei. Go and see the world. Yeah. And we felt it too, your connection to her. There's definitely something connecting you two. Just wish I knew if it was real or fake. And that is what Issei said. And that was the end of Chapter 20.
Chapter 21. Lights. Issei said goodbye to everyone, picked up his travel bags, and was about to walk out the door. Issei, wait, Rias says. Issei stopped and looked at her. You didn't answer my question earlier. Is there... Rias, just stop. Now isn't the right time, and none of us need this. I'm leaving to clear my head and my mind, and what you're trying to do will mess things up, Issei said. But, Rias replied, fine, here's my answer for now. I don't know. This is exactly why I need to get away. Take care, everyone. I'll visit for graduation. Sayonara, Issei said. He walks out the door, takes a deep breath to calm himself. It's late at night, and no one is around. He opened a teleportation circle. Where do you want to go first, Drake? Issei says. Up to you. I'm not picky, Drake replies. Iceland, here we come, Issei says. He went through and emerged on the other side, right on top of the mountain, being a devil, dragon, and hollow hybrid. Gave him endurance in harsh environments. It was around 4 p.m. there. He slid down the mountain into a bunch of trees and found one that fell over. It was 2 feet wide and 15 feet long. It was still long way down, so Issei hatched a plan and smirked. Hey, Drake, bear with me, Issei says. You're going to ride that large wood, aren't you? That was sus AF. Dude, just no. I'm going to make a snowboard, Issei says. Oh, thank goodness, Drake says. Issei used Ascalon to slice off the branches, dress break to strip off the bark, then cut the tree almost in the center in another parallel cut. The centerpiece was a nice 6 feet long board. Now he needs to try to find a way to stop himself from falling. He snapped his fingers and a small orb of light appeared on his head as he had an idea. Balance breaker. Promotion? Bush-up, Issei says. In his Welsh blaster bishop armor, he used his hook-like appendage on the lower both of his legs to grab onto the board. He would use his tail to steer and his wings to air brake, thrusters for speed. He found a clearing with a natural ice ramp off the edge. Oh, the temptation, Issei says. Issei, do it, Drake says. Issei got on the board, gripped it, grabbed his bags in one of his hands. He ignited his thrusters and launched himself down the mountain. He pulled out his phone and started recording. He managed to capture everything he was doing. Woo, Issei said. His armor added even more momentum. He reached the edge and shot off into the air. He used his wings to add more air time. Flying is fun, but gliding is peaceful and quiet. Issei could see the mountains far and wide. He couldn't help but smile. He started to fall back into the mountainside and landed on the trail of pure snow. He continues to avoid the edges and enjoyed the smooth ride down. He was too busy enjoying himself to even feel his armor become ice cold. After a couple of minutes, he reached the bottom. A few people were there and saw him. His bright red armor was eye-catching in the pure snow. That was cool, the woman said. What kind of suit is that? Did you make it? The guy said. Thanks and no. A good friend and partner made it. I do modifications sometimes, Issei said. Drake chuckled a bit. How did you build it? I use lightweight materials. I have 3 thrusters for a burst of speed before jumps, wings for air brakes, and control. The armor increases momentum, but not too much. Can't risk losing control. Sensors are used for the minor adjustments. You guys can do it too. There's a lodge nearby. You want to join us? Woman 2 said. Sure, Issei replied. Why'd you bring your travel bags while you're snowboarding? And your board looks like a plank of wood. the guy said. I have some personal items like my knife collection, and I saw a fallen tree with 2 powerful cuts in the center. It had some sap on it, so I was testing if I could have more or less friction. It had less friction than I anticipated, but the armor's way to help fix that, Issei said. A very convincing lie, Issei, Drake said in his head. What's your name? The woman 3 said. My name is Issei. Pleasure to meet you all. Issei went with the 4 people and checked in. Other people saw this, and his armor and were intrigued. Issei put away his stuff in his room and locked the door. He deactivated his promotion and balance breaker. It was getting dark. Food was being served in the lodge, so we went to eat. People started asking him about his red suit, about its specs, and other related questions. Issei showed them the video he made. While they were all distracted and losing their minds over the view, the armor's functions, and airtime, Issei ate his food with Drag without anyone even seeing. One in the group gave Issei's phone back. If it's not too much to ask, may we see your suit? The guy said. Sorry, it was a prototype, and my partner came here earlier and took it for upgrades. I sent the video to him and he'll be using that, Issei said. It'll be better than ever, but 2 questions, please. Ask away. Did you steer using the tail? I use my hips for the accurate movement without compromising my center of gravity. You saw the video. These hips don't lie. They all laughed. Okay, final question. Why a dragon design? Wouldn't a bird be more aerodynamic? The guy said. This motherfucker, Drake said in his head. I'll do you one better. Does a bird soaring through the air look cool, or does a dragon? You got me. Dragons are way cooler. A phoenix is my favorite bird in mythology, but I'm starting to see why dragons are way cooler. Thank you for your time, mate, the guy said. Well said, Drake said in his head. Issei nodded to the man and went back to his room. He went to his bed and lay there with a smile on his face. That was bliss, Drake said. The snowboarding or the food? Issei replied. All of it. Your creativity in making a board. A convincing lie about the armor being a special suit was too convincing, Drake said. Yeah, I didn't know I could lie like that. If you think about it, people can actually build a suit like that. It'll take time for them, but it's possible, Drake said. Why not start an online challenge? Let's show the world what they are missing out on. I'm sending this to everyone back home. Maybe we can do this in the underworld. But the underworld has too few mountain, and most of those are in dragon territory, Drake says. The Devil Kings created artificial sun. I think they can create mountains, Issei said. Good point. Let's do it. Issei sends the videos to his parents, Irina, Gaspar, Konako, Akano, Azia, Rospisa, Ravels, Anovia, Kiba, Azazel, Sour, Grafia, and Serzex. He sent a separate message to Grafia, Azazel, Serzex, saying that they can create mountains in the underworld, ice spells for the snow, Azazel can create mini suits with different specs, and he sent then a special message to Serzex and Grafia. As you both know, I am not a pervert. I used to be. I am not the grabbing dragon for some time being, so I share this idea with lieu of that. Tourism will increase, kids can go around and have a life beyond the TV screen. They'll learn from experience. You guys can create an artificial sun without a problem, so this should be done in no time. I'm taking a vacation as I need to clear my mind and do some soul searching. Consider this as a thanks for giving me freedom to experience the world. This vacation was a spur of the moment thing, and I feared your disappointment in making the show go on hiatus. We also know that the show won't last forever, but this will. I don't know when I'll be back. I'll be there to see Rias and Akio graduate. I'll come anytime you guys or Lord Michael need me. Even in the summer, some of these mountain and Iceland have snow. Also, you don't have to worry. I'm not drinking, and yesterday I found some peace that I needed. Take care. Love, Issei. P.S. I'm uploading this to YouTube. Let's have some humans have fun too. They smiled and were happy for him. Despite his state, he's still thinking about everyone, and here and back home. They sent a message saying that Azazel is going nuts over your idea. They sent a video of him going crazy over the possibilities in each suit and on different environments. Issei received the video and played it. He saw Ari keeping her distance from Azazel, Lady Yakuza and the others trying to control their laughter, while Kuno on her mother's lap watching the video and with wide eyes as they saw the view of the mountains. Ooh, what if they had lasers or guns or a rocket launcher? Imagine everyone going downhill and blasting at each other and just jumping and tumbling down while drunk. No man or woman or child shall be spared, Azazel said. Smack! Grapia knocked him out, and Rospice had chained him up. The video showed Ari covering in the corner of the room of behind her 9 tails while she was peeking through them. Issei could almost hear her teeth chatter, caused by either Azazel being Azazel or Grapia knocking him out cold for being Azazel. The video ended. I almost feel sorry for her, but she needs to learn from experience, Issei says. This might inspire the other factions to create their own sports, Drake said. Better than a war, partner, Issei said. Issei yawned. Maybe now we can sleep peacefully quiet. Good night, Drake. Issei says, good night, partner. Drake replied. Issei went to sleep. He started to see her memories again. He saw from Ari's point of view. He saw his ears all tied up and still mumbling about his ideas. He then saw Ari look down at Kuno, sitting on her lap. Kuno looked up and saw her smile while holding one of Ari's tails. He felt what she was feeling Kuno on her lap and smiling together. He saw Ari fitting and he was happy. She held Kuno like a mother would. Issei saw in the image. He saw her holding an infant. His eyes shot up and sat up. Issei, are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay, thanks. So much for a peaceful night's rest, Drake said. It actually was, Issei replied. He didn't know, but he was blushing. Drake noticed it, but didn't say anything. He knows what Michael said, so now he needs to acknowledge it and make the choice once he's ready. Issei looked out the window and saw the sun was rising. He put on some warm clothes and not needed he, but it was wanted to other people to worry about him since they are very friendly. He left the lodge with one of his blades from his collection. He sat in the snow and found a thick stick. He started to shave it into strips and watched the sun rise. New day, new life. Oh, this is good, Issei says. Issei gathered the wood strips in his palms and blew small flames from his breath. It started a small fire and he gathered more sticks. A morning bonfire was sprung too. Issei turned on his data and his phone nearly blew up. If it wasn't for the cold environment, then his phone would have overheated from all the notifications going off. Once it stopped, Issei opens YouTube and saw his video go viral with several million views. Reaction to his video, people were already thinking of ways to create their own version of his suit. Very few people doubted the authenticity of this video, but others loved it. Time to see how creative people can be once more, Issei says. You did something great, just by making a snowboard and going down the mountain, Drake says. Many have done it before, Issei replies. Not the way you did it. Issei smiled at the compliment. We got a lot of competition coming up. Yeah, this is quite the new experience, and it's thrilling, Drake says. Issei spent the rest of the days enjoying the peace and quiet. Well, it wasn't quiet as everyone who sent the video to called him, texted him, Ravel called him, and he answered. Hey Ravel, how's it going? Issei said. All good. Here, thanks to you, you sound happier, Ravel said. Yeah, I'm on vacation. I'm in Iceland right now, enjoying the summer snow. It happens sometimes, and I just happened to pick one of those days to come here, Issei said. We saw the video of you using your balance breaker and wooden board. It's gone viral in the underworld already. Yeah, anyone can get a thrill with some fresh fallen white and decent wood, Issei says. Was that a sex joke? Ravel said. Oh shit, I'm sorry. That just came out, Issei replied. That's what she said, Rias replied. How long has Chicken Little been there? Excuse me, Riser said. Oh, I'm sorry, Lord Chicken Little. Why? I oughta get your ass beat by me for the third time? Bring it, Issei said. Brother, he's too strong for you to fight. If you challenge him then, Ravel said. Ravel, please, by all means, give him some ideas. Drake started laughing. I'm going to get a drink. See you, Red Dragon Emperor. Have fun. Riser said. So, that went as expected. So what's it like, the Revel said? It reminds us of us having cake you bake in the Dragon Mountain. Beating Riser in a roast battle is just another victory, like on that day. You should see this place, Issei says. Maybe we can have cake once more, Revel said. Sounds great if you don't mind. Would you make a large one? Drake would like some too. But he's stuck in the gear. Revel said, I can transfer the food in the sacred gear and control the size of the food I put in. For example, to us, a cake slice is small, but to Drake, it can be the size of a house. He doesn't have a physical body, so he can eat without any consequence. He is right, young Ravel. I am a food lover, and I seek to taste as many dishes as I can once again. My partner speaks very highly of your culinary skills, so forgive me for asking, but will you please allow me to try some? It's no trouble at all. I just got another reason to bake what I love, Ravel said. I think you should open your own cafe one day. With your skills, you might rival the Phoenix Tears business, or create unique offers, as buying 5 Phoenix Tears and get a free cake. Once they try your cooking, they'll want more. Ravel was blushing from the compliment given not just by Issei, but by Drake, the Heavenly Dragon, also wishes to try. Thank you both. If you think it's possible, then it's no harm in trying. I'll do it. Proud of you, Ravel. You'll do great things for the Phoenix Tears. They really helped, Issei said. Thanks, I'm really happy to help. Well, I hope you enjoy your vacation, Issei. Take care. You too, take care. They end their call, and Issei decides to go up the mountain just for an hour or before the sunset. He could fly or teleport, but he thought that he should not let his stamina and training go to waste. He prepared some hot chocolate in the container. He climbed up on top and enjoyed the view. As the sun set, the last bit of golden sun rays turned snowy tops, all the mountains into what looked like gold. Issei took a quick photo, then watched the sun finally set and counted the last few seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He saw the sunset in a white and blue flash. You almost ruined the moment, Volley, Issei said. Floating in front of him, Volley was in his balance breaker. Found you. I saw you use a power at that rating game. Fight me. Volley, sit down, Issei says. Huh? Volley replied. Issei tapped the spot next to him. Sit and watch the lights. What lights? Those lights. Volley saw the snow below him change colors from white to green, pink, and red. He looked behind him and saw the lights Issei was talking about. Volley sat next to Issei and watched it. Issei poured Volley some hot chocolate and offered it to him. Volley looked at him for a few seconds, then the cup. You know, it's better when it's hot, Issei says. Volley removed his helmet and took the cup. What is this? Volley said. It's hot chocolate, and no, it's not poisoned. I wouldn't be drinking it up here just to die. Enjoy. Volley noticed that Issei changed a lot. He wasn't showing any bloodlust, but he could tell that he was sad. The look in his eyes showed the pain that was too difficult to hide. Volley tricks the hot chocolate. This is good. Thanks. You're welcome. Just relax and enjoy the show. Volley sat there in silence. They sit there in silence and watched as the light danced. Issei didn't look away for an hour and shed a few tears as time went by. The light reflected on his tears. You okay? Volley said. For now, Issei replied. Something bad has happened to him, Volley. That's the voice of a broken man, Albion says. But what broke him to a point? That's my job, Volley said. Volley didn't have a response for Issei, so he just sat there. There wasn't a hot chocolate left, so they just sat in blissful silence. Now we're on to chapter 22. New home and rivalry. Well, Issei was enjoying his vacation. Rias and the others were back home. Sir Zex and Grafia went back to the underworld to create the unique mountains. Azazel was eventually let go as he rushed back to the Gregor and he started working on tech for the new sport. Ari was left in Yakuza's care. She had seen Issei's video and was in awe. She saw his creative side, the amazing view and the snowboarding, etc. I wish I could be there. I miss him. Yakuza appears from behind. Don't worry, my dear. He'll be back. He's only going on vacation. I know, but the bond is so strong that I can't help it. He's my soulmate. She played with her tails to distract herself from the thoughts. Be patient, Aura. You'll have your chance. The bond is real, and there's an undisputable fact, which is, once the bond is made, one can only resist the other for so long until they give in. However, Ari didn't want to hear anything to contradict, but she let her finish. Issei may take longer than one can expect due to his broken heart. And he only has 8 years left because of me. We're both bound to each other, and the first thing I did was basically kill him. First it's Rainier, then Rias Grimry, and now I hurt him too, Ari said. Ari, do you mean to do that? Yakuza says. Of course not. How could I hurt someone who is my soulmate, who is hurt too much already? Then don't blame yourself. You weren't in control at the time. But it was my fault. I lost control and turned him into a hollow. When I turned him into one, it was nothing but pain, sorrow, malicious intent, and death. In my hollow state, I ended up consuming the life force of powerful beings and among so many powerful people that could stop me. Why did it have to be him? If only we bonded before the fight. If it was someone else, you would have been dead, and Issei would have never met you. Once he accepts the bond, with a little time, you two will have a long period of happiness and bliss. I have lived a long life, Lady Yakuza. After a while, I've noticed that my time with him is about to run out. I did lose those close to me. It won't end well, yet I still want him to be with him. I have an idea about that. Sage magic didn't recover his life force only because the sage user is inexperienced, but the hollow consumed it. Perhaps he can master that power. Once he does, our experienced sage users may help him recover. Is that possible, Ori says? We don't know until we try. Yakuza said, can I learn sage magic? Let's practice. Maybe you can use the special arts. Special arts? Yakuza turned red and whispered into Ari's ear. Her tails curled up and her face went red. I would have done that either way, to be honest, Ari said. They laughed a little. Let's get started. She started to teach Ari about sage/nature energy. Ari is a quick learner and picked up the magic in record time. She felt a connection to the energy that Yakuza maintains in her Kyoto. These ley lines, so much natural energy. You can feel that. Incredible that you begin to stop. It's too much power and you'll lose yourself, Yakuza says. Ari's hollow powers were starting to make an appearance after a while. A small fox appeared. Ari stopped tapping into the energy lines and took off the mask. That never happened before. Sorry about that, Ari said. It's alright. What happened? I'm not sure. But I had some control this time over the hollow. The mask never looked like this. It changed. Perhaps our natural energy became part of yours, which includes the inner hollow. Let's take a break, Yakuza said. As you wish, Ari replied. Yakuza left and she began to think. I have never felt real control over it, and I know it wasn't the stage magic, so was it you, Issei? Did you do this somehow? Ori said in her head. She thought about it, and she gasped mildly. We're linked now. When you put on the mask, you took the hollow from within me and made it a part of you without even knowing. No wonder I didn't feel the powers when the mask just appeared, but it was growing stronger. I see now. Hollows consume life force, which is a type of natural energy, so the energy under Kyoto was like 1,000 nuclear reactors compared to the life force of the average supernatural person. If I had somehow appeared here when I went full hollow, oh, Issei, thank you for saving not just my life, but everyone else's. It was getting dark. Ori wanted her guest room and surrounded herself with her tail. She began to cry from both sadness and joy, happy that everyone was saved by danger. They didn't expect it, to think about how sad that Issei had to suffer because of it. She cried herself to sleep. She woke up the next morning. As she let herself, she ran into Yakuza, who had her sad eyes, asked her about what she was upset. Ori told her about the discovery, and Yakuza too had mixed feelings. If she loses control, then she'll have enough power to wipe out everything, but if she truly could do that if she wanted to, then we would be dead. However, she told me about the possible risk to avoid such a catastrophe. She really does wish to do it right by everyone. Just like Issei, the two of you are the most compatible than expected, Yakuza thought in her head. Yakuza smiles at Ori, who was confused. Is something the matter? Ori says. Do you feel at home among everyone here? Yakuza says. Yes, I do, Ori replied. She answered swiftly with joy. You passed the test. Welcome to your new home, Ori. Thank you, but what test? Ori said. The test to see if you truly one of us regardless of which you came from. I saw no deception. Whatever you shared discovery, you told me, and no one else. No, my lady, Ori said. Good. Let's not take risks. You should stop tapping into the lines. For obvious reasons, we will find a way to help Issei. You can focus on learning about our world when it includes the human world, our yokai faction, heaven, the underworld, and dragons as a start, Yakuza says. Ori bows to her. Thank you so much, my lady. This was starting to feel like home. She had never won before, and now she does. In Iceland, Issei sat on top of the mountain and watched the highlights, which lasted a few hours. It was past 12 a.m. there. He started a small bonfire. He and Volley sat around it. Did you enjoy the hot chocolate? Issei said. Yeah, it was good. Thanks, Volley said. We can make some more at the lodge. Sure, but you owe me some answers. Since when do I owe you anything after you tried to kill us all? Issei said. Volley sat there in silence. You got us there, Albion said. Ha! Drake replied. You've changed a lot, Volley said. And you're still the same. Shut up and fight me. Way to prove my point. Volley. There is a time, place, and motive for that, and currently, none of the three exist. Volley was dumbfounded. What? Volley, why are you so hell-bent on fighting the death every time we run into each other? It's our destiny to fight, Volley says. Yes, Volley, I have a proposition for you. You saw what I turned into during the match, right? Which is why I was hunting you down, Volley said. Good. I have 8 years left because of it. I can barely control it, and the chances of taking over increase each time I use it. Issei says, what are you getting at? We will fight to death under 3 circumstances. First, is if I ever lose control, I want either you or Hades to kill me before I hurt someone. Second is when I'm close to my death, once my 8 years are just about to come to an end. I'll die fighting my rival. And third is if I master the power before my time comes, then you'll sure have the fight of your life. Deal, Issei says. Volley had no words. He saw hope in his eyes. He chose how and when he's going to die. He wants to go out on his own terms. And if I refuse, Volley said, then our rivalry ends here. Either the Reapers or someone else will take my life, and you'll have to wait for the next Red Dragon Emperor to get strong enough to fight you. We both know it'll take a long time until they'll be ready, and that's if they aren't like us or consumed by the power, Issei says. I think I just died a little on the inside, Volley said to himself. Take your time and think about it, but I have other ideas for our rivalry, which are simple competitions. You saw my video going down this mountain yesterday, so why don't we try that? Issei says, I did. Your armor and promotions are interesting, and the snowboarding idea looked nice, Volley said. Some of the wood I used down there, that we can make more and have a contest using our balance breakers. It'll be just us, and we use our devil vision to see a path. Volley smirked. All right, let's do it. Issei looked at the dry branches. He picked up the 2 of them and handed one to Volley. He then lit one of them on fire. What's this for? We'll be too focused on the path. We'll use these to let the others know where we are. We won't know who ends where the otherwise, and you'll be camouflaged in the snow due to your white armor. Very well, Volley says. They go down, make 2 boards, use balance breakers, and get ready. Issei boosts and transfers some power to the torches to increase their brightness and to stop them from dying out on the cold wind. Ready, volley? Yeah! Go! Both of them take off at the same time. They were equally matched. Issei had already used this path, and they had an advantage. Volley tried to slow him down by using the torch, but Issei kept his distance. They were about to reach the snow ramp. Issei boosted his power and transferred some of it to Volley when he tapped him using his tail. Their speed increased, and they launched off the ramp. Volley looked at the mountains and could see the starlight reflecting on the mountaintops. For the moment, he couldn't tell if he was looking at the night sky. Wow. Even Issei was in awe at the sight. Gravity kicked in down, and they came into their senses and raced to the bottom. It was a tie. Not bad, Volley, Issei says. Likewise, that was kind of fun. Stop acting like you didn't enjoy it as much as you did. I noticed how you were really into it. Alright, fine, I admitted. It was awesome, Volley said. We could try to help Pamela Alps and Mount Everest next. I'm in. Cool. You hungry? Sure. So why are you and your teammates hiding behind those trees? Issei said. Wait, you knew? Volley said. Yeah, I've known since you showed up. You brought them as a backup in case we did fight, Issei says. As if I need help to take you down, Volley said. I didn't have balance breaker when we first fought, and look how that ended, Issei said. I still got Juggernaut Drive, and I surpassed that. Got my armor promotions and this, Issei said. Issei deactivated his balance breaker and manifest the mass. Volley's instinct told him to fight or die. He tried to punch Issei and his fist went right through an after image. What? Volley said. He then felt Ascalon poking through the gaps between his armor. He saw Issei standing behind him and ready to stick Ascalon to his chest and kill him slowly if he wished. We lost? Albion said. Before it even began, White One, Drake says. I can't even feel your presence. You're like a ghost. I'm not a ghost. I'm a hollow. A what? Issei removed Ascalon and just held it in his arms. Come to the lodge and I'll explain. That goes for the rest of you. Come out. Byuko, Lefei, Arthur, and Kuroka came out from hiding. And here I thought that you couldn't sense our presence, Byuko said. It was a good try. I'll give you that. You've changed much, Red Dragon Emperor, Arthur says. Your hair is as long as mine. It suits you, Kuroka said. She flirted kindly, but she saw him directly in her eyes and not her body. Thanks, Issei says. The Red Dragon Emperor is a snowboarder. How cool. Come on. Dinner is on me, Issei says. We appreciate it, but why show your enemies such courtesy? Because I don't want any blood between us. You guys did help out when fighting KOKO and Loki. I'm on vacation, so why not enjoy yourselves while you're here, Issei said. Issei removed the mask and put Ascalon back into the gear. They looked at each other and agreed to his offer after sensing no lies. They went to the lodge and Volley forgot to deactivate his balance breaker. Those who were still awake and saw him started asking questions. Hey Issei, who's the guy in the snowboarding suit? Guy one said. Oh yes, he's the guy I mentioned. He designed a suit too. He looked at Volley and mouthed the words, play along. They nodded. This is my friend. This is the suit. He added the white color for the camouflage and lights for the style and visibility during the night runs. Issei said, you can call me Marcus, and this is my team. He gestured to them to introduce themselves. I am Felicity Hardy. I am Laurel Lance, Lefei said. I'm Charles Lance, Arthur said. It's a pleasure to meet you all. All of our names are not affiliated with any comic characters. I'm Hajime, Byuko said. They sat together and had dinner. Volley was surprised how Issei lied about the balance breakers so convincingly. Issei checked on them in their rooms, but for now, they sit together in his room. So the guys have their own room and the ladies have theirs. Any objections, Issei said. None. The arrangements are perfect, Arthur replied. So let's talk about the elephant in the room. What is the power you have, Volley said. Hollow powers. I survived even after a bit merged with me. I don't recommend this at all, Issei said. What's a hollow? Lefei replied. Issei explains what a hollow is and how powerful they become. How he survived his encounter with a Vastra Lordi, killing it, but not before a bit and infected him. It consumed most of my light force I had left after the Juggernaut Drive. Its power is dangerous. I'm half hollow, and in a way I'm half dead, Issei said. That's why you offered to agree to our inevitable battle. Yes, you agreed, so no backing out now. Very well, Volley said. Issei took a bright relief. Thank you, Volley. Doesn't mean we're friends. I can live with that, Issei said. Tsundere, Drake said in his head. Issei Hyodo. So as far as you'd use one of those abilities at a time, either the mask or the gear, but never simultaneously. I hope that I never do. That much power is frightening just to think about. If I lose control and grow too strong too quickly, then it'll take everyone and everything to stop me. Volley and Hades are plan A and B, respectively. We're sorry, Red Dragon Emperor, LeFay said. Thank you, but I've come to terms with it. If I may ask, why didn't you switch the princess and your friends to join you? Byoko said. He clenched his fist. I just needed some personal space. I beat Sour Org and fulfilled my promise to Rias, so currently I have free time to enjoy myself. So what brings you here? It's not just for little old me, Issei said. Well, you got us. Volley wanted to fight you, but we wanted to get out and stretch our legs and see the world, and Kuroka wanted to see you too, Byoko said. She slaps him hard enough for him to be sent flying. Shut up, you damn monkey, Kuroka said. See me? Why? Well, I wanted to ask you how Shirone was doing, Kuroka said. Oh, you mean Konako? She's doing better. She's training and opening up those around her. I gotta know. Why did you try to take her away before Loki attacked? Issei said, she's my sister. I wanted her to be with us, Kuroka said. Issei sat there with a deadpan face. Kuroka, where do I start? You tried to kidnap her, killed your master and became a stray. You didn't give any reasons as to why. She cried when she last saw you that day. She's scared of you, you know. Issei said, well, shit, Kuroka said. I'm not going to call anyone here to come and arrest you. Consider it a thank you for helping us in stopping Ragnarok and Fenrir. Speaking of the dogs, what did you guys do to him? He's part of the group now, Arthur said. Like a pet? Yeah, I like wolves, Volley said. Cool. Just keep him away from here. He nearly killed me last time, Issei said. Very well. It's understandable. Thank you. So what now? Can I style your hair, LeFay said. Issei was a bit surprised. I mean, sure, why not? It's getting in the way like this. LeFay got in his bed and started hair into a ponytail. Done. So how does it look? Kuroka was blushing. You look handsome. Look so cool. Thank you, Issei said. Not bad at all, Grabbin' Dragon, Byoko said. I'm not the Grabbin' Dragon. Not anymore, Issei said. What? LeFay said. Sorry for disappointing the news, but I'm not a perv I used to be. Oh, really? Kuroka said. She takes off her kimono and is in her B-Day suit. Come and claim your prize, Grabbin' Dragon. Issei threw his blanket on her. Cover up. You'll catch a cold. Everyone was surprised. You don't find me attractive anymore? Kuroka said. It's not that. I'm just not a perv anymore. I don't want to let lust control me anymore. The eyes looked at him. His face wasn't red. There was no lust whatever in his eyes. But didn't you lose your V card? My offer still stands. We can still have kids even. I'm still game, Kuroka said. Silence, you crazy cat in heat. I don't want to be horny anymore. I wish to be happy, Issei said. Wait, aren't you happy with the ruined princess? Byoko said. We have a rough patch, but don't go using that excuse to hurt her or anyone else, Issei said. For a quick second, they saw exactly what Rias and the others saw above him. That was what he said and looked away. They took a minute or two to compose themselves. The second one filled them with fear. Everyone has been kind to... So let's not pry. Kuroka, let's put your clothes on, Arthur said. Kuroka picked up a kimono and chased us into the bathroom. Everyone, let's go to our rooms. It's getting really late. Yeah, see you in the morning, Red Dragon. Good night, Issei said. They left the room and closed the door behind them. Issei went to sleep after brushing his teeth. Volley, Arthur, Byoko went to their room. Volley stood in the corner. Arthur sat down and his hands started to shake. Byoko went to the bathroom and puked in the toilet. He's a monster. Hollows are terrifying, Arthur said. Yeah, Volley replied. LeFay and Kuroka went to their room. LeFay laid on the bed, trying to steady her breathing while Kuroka was just looked out the window. Her ears pointed upwards and her tails were stiff. The hairs pointed straight as chills kept going through her body, but she was still blushing and her neither regions were wet and hot. Well, mark me down as scared and horny, Kuroka says. Mark me as a... terrified. I thought I saw death itself sucking the life out of me, LeFay said. As time went by, Kuroka pretended to be asleep when everyone else was sleeping. She silently left her room and entered Issei's room. She saw him sleeping in his bed. She turned to close the door. She turned her 180, turned it a full 360, and saw Issei standing inches away from her. Halfway through her spin, the one glance at the hollow before her was scary enough to make her regret stepping in front of the room. She opened the door and left. Issei locked the door and changed back to his usual self. Kuroka went back to her room and just fainted on the bed. The next morning, Issei, Volley, and his teens were having breakfast, but Kuroka was just sitting still. Hey, Kuroka, you okay? LeFay said. Yeah, Kuroka replied. You're acting weird. Am I? I think I'll go for a walk. She slowly got up, puts up her chair back in place and ran out the door. Don't cats start running around in the middle of the night? Byoko said. She looked like she saw a ghost. Issei said, yeah, a goat, Volley said. He squinted in his eyes and looked at Issei. What did you do to her, Hyoto? Volley replied. She was hoping to see me lust after her. She only found bloodlust. Issei said, smirking. Byoko shudders. We should look for her, Volley says, but before you do, mind summoning your sacred gear? Issei, come on. It's a waste to let him have it. Have what? Albion said. Albion after Volley summoned his gear. Just give it a try. Issei places some food on the white wings. What are you doing? Volley said. Just watch. Transfer, Issei said. The food glows green, then disappeared after a few seconds. That was delicious, Albion said. Cue surprised monkey sounds. You transferred food into his gear, Byuko said. Yeah, the idea just popped into my head a while back, and it worked. Dreg and I have been enjoying our food and drinks ever since. We're planning on going around the world and trying to taste the culinary arts. Volley, we should try that too. Can't let Dreg have all the fun, Albion said. Dreg said, what's so funny? I'm the one with the transfer ability. Do you think I'll be following you around to help you transfer food? Why would I do that when I can use all the time to do it myself, Issei says. LeFay can use that spell to do that? Volley says. Sorry, I don't think so. Damn it, Volley said. Issei transferred some coffee into the gear. Drake was enjoying every drop. Speaking of salt, Issei got any pretzels? Sure, partner. He transferred them to Drake. I love these pretzels. I want to try, Albion said. Issei transferred some to Albion. Hey, Arthur, would you like to train with me in a sword fight? Yes, I would. Shall we spar in an hour? We just ate after all. Sounds advice, but let's find Kuroko before she gets lost. They all get up and start to look for her. Byuko finds her first hiding in the treetops. He calms her down and brings her back to the others, but was slightly twitchy around Issei. Issei sparred with Arthur and found him to be a better knight than Kiba in some aspects. Volley summoned Fenrir and some of his small-town wolf to let him enjoy some fresh air. Fenrir was enjoying his free time, but when he saw Issei looking at him, he started to whimper, hide behind Volley, and was shaking. Issei slowly walked up to Fenrir. Fenrir bowed his head in submission as Issei slowly reached out of his hand. Fenrir was terrified but instantly relieved as he felt Issei's hand scratch his ears. He was enjoying it while Issei smiled. Volley and the others looked on in bewilderment. And that is the end of chapter 22.
And that is the end of What If Issei Was Deceived, the movie. Now, I'm pretty sure there is more parts that I can read. If you guys would like me to continue this story, let me know. I wouldn't even mind. But just for FYI, for reference, I will be uploading all of my What Ifs over on my Fallen DxD channel. Don't worry, I'm not going to stop doing my What If Isseis. It's just that Spartanic, if you guys couldn't tell, has grown to a certain point where I did like other content, like much different content than what I did before. But I will still be talking about anime on this channel, and I will do a final video about HighSchool DxD and it actually being a good show and explaining why it is kind of a fire show. Okay, I'm going to be doing that one last hoorah. Well, honestly, I'm still going to be recording plenty of anime stuff on this channel, so you don't have to worry about that. And also, What Ifs will go on Fallen DxD, as I just said before. But with that being said, thank you so much for the support, ladies and gentlemen. This has been What If Issei Was Deceived, the movie. Hopefully you guys enjoyed, and without further ado, Spartanic Arts DxD out.